Are live. Shit.
And welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We are here. It is late Thursday night, early Friday morning in the studio. We are doing a lot of stuff. We got the TBS Tournament of Laughs coming up that we made a video for. Me and Benjamin. We're going against, I don't know, I think Godfrey.
Alrighty.
A phenomenal
Tim Dillon,
comedian.
Rainbow Six.
And,
Let's get to the
we'll
shit.
Advance. I don't know if that's an audience vote. I don't know if they're a judge. I really don't. I haven't paid attention. And TBS executives have tweeted. They've called me and they're like, "Why aren't you tweeting anything out?" And I'm like, "Listen, it is what it is. Don't you do any of the marketing? Network? Do you do any of the marketing for the show?" One of the executive producers like, "Maybe Joe Rogan will talk about it." I'm like, "Maybe." Is that? Are you trying to tell me something? Maybe he will. If he likes the show, maybe he'll bring it up. I don't know. Let's get to the most I want to say pressing matter, but it's really not in the world of civil unrest, pandemics, and economic catastrophes. But it is a pressing matter, and it is something people have a lot of interest in. And it is something that everybody's kind of talking about this week, and it does affect LA. And it is serious, and it is something that I want to talk about. And it's something I've talked about before on this show. And that it is that Ocean Prime is back open, the Steakhouse Ocean Prime, which has a lot of good seafood, and it's in Beverly Hills. And I think that it's back open on the patio now. They do have inside dining, but they're encouraging people to go on the patio. And I think that's important. It's important that people go back out on the patio and be careful, but also enjoy yourself. Ocean Prime is also, of course, offering curbside to go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. Of course, the story I'm talking about is a lot of people are trying to recall Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. And people have said to me, "Where are you on this?" And he's decent looking and he's done it fair, whatever. He's a little drunk on his own power, but who isn't, I was watching this. There's a show on Netflix called You. Have you seen this?
Protect the bombs.
Why are you laughing? Have you seen this show on Netflix called You?
I saw both seasons.
It's the guy from Gossip Girl, Penn Badgley? I don't know how to say his name. And he plays a serial killer. And the first episode is in Brooklyn. The first season is in Brooklyn. And the second season is in Los Angeles, California. And I was watching this show. And this show is very fun to watch.
5 seconds left.
I mean, it is. It's not fun to live, I imagine. But it is fun to watch. I mean, it is a very watchable show. It's a very watchable show. And you know who's in it? You know who's in the show? Comedian. Do you know who's in the show? It's comedian Zach Cherry. Can you Google Zach Cherry? Google Zach Cherry. Chris is in it as well. Google Zach. This is the big guy, comedian Zach Cherry. Who knows? He's a big boy. He's a fun man. Chris is in it as well. What does Chris play in the show? Well, he plays a comedian who is into an underage girl. Here's the thing, folks. He plays a character named Henderson. I've spoken to Chris D'Elia about 3 times in my life. They've all been to the Comedy Store, and he's been very pleasant to me. Now, that is not a defense, and that is not me trying to qualify anything I'm going to say here. But I will say that Chris has been very kind to me, and he's said that I'm very funny, and that does count a little bit. It does it doesn't excuse what is shaping up to be some very disturbing allegations, but he's always been very nice to me. Chris is one of those guys who's like a real famous comedian. Like when you look at his Instagram, it's like Machine Gun Kelly would comment. He did the thing with Eminem. He's like the LA comic, right? He's like Bieber's favorite comic, right? Like Bieber would go to the store, right?
Yeah.
It's everything in comedy that like I am not that. Like I am not like the guy that's cool who has a fan base that's cool. You know what I mean? Like the last person to retweet something I did was really big was Candace Owens. So let's just, I'm like not a cool comic, and Chris is a cool comic. Not that has done uncool things, but I mean like, but he's very sweet to me. Listen, everybody knew the dude got laid. We just knew he got laid because his fan base was women. Women would attack him in the hall of the Comedy Store. They would run up to him. I'm not saying that they are, but I'm saying from my own eyes, I would see like women go up to him, and like he was like, women don't come up to me after the set and go, "Oh my God, I love you so much. I've loved you forever. Thank God. I saw you on InfoWars with my girlfriend. You're so hot. Your tits are so hot. I saw you on InfoWars. You're so hot." That doesn't really happen. Like, that's not the type of comic I am. Sadly, it would be nice if I was like, pulling up in a hot car. Yeah, I usually get out of an Uber. It's usually a frustrated Asian man because I don't know if the minivan doors automatic. If they're all automatic, then why even have a hit? But listen. If you're just fucking a lot of chicks that are of age and they're mad at you, it's on them, right? I mean, listen, women have agency, women are smart, women can make choices. Now, if those women are underage, that's a serious problem. It's a legal problem, it's a moral problem, it's an ethical problem, and I imagine if more of that comes out, it's going to be dealt with in a court, which is where, unfortunately, should be dealt with because that is criminal activity. If you're 19 and you're mad because, the guy whose hotel room you went to at 3 a.m. turned out not to be a gentleman, this is a learning experience for all involved. But if you're underage and your message, that is fucking not right, and that'll be dealt with in a court of law, I would imagine, or, it's also dealt with in the court of public opinion where people go, somebody who's doing that is just not somebody that people want to do business with anymore or establish a friendship with. I hope that stuff isn't true. But, when I was on keto, I hoped that would work. Do you see what I mean? Obama used to say hope is a powerful thing. Not really. It's not that powerful. Facts, gravity, immutable laws, those things.
What the fuck?
Fly in the
What
face.
the fuck was that shit?
So I hope that there is no truth to the allegations that he was messaging underage
House and
girls.
bull.
Now, it does seem that, sadly, my hope is not going to stand up against. And by the way, I hope that for everyone involved. I hope it for the girls.
I
hope
fucked
for him.
it for
I
my
hope
team
that,
there. Really
that's
gashed
not
that
going
shit.
on. Am I going to get a better spot at the store because he won't be there? Let's be honest, yes.
How the fuck can he kill me with a pistol that quickly?
I'm not going to lie. I mean, the week ain't over. It might not be a few people that'll be there. But I'm kidding. We're Kids a Comedy Show. We're doing a comedy podcast, and I wish everyone well. Here's the reality. It's a bad situation for a lot of people that knew him, that are very disappointed and disgusted. And, you know, there's a lot of fucking, I bet that guy sadly has a lot of demons, a lot of things that he's fighting, and the whole thing's bad. Whole thing is no good. No good. But everything I'm involved in is destroyed. I got into subprime mortgages. They were, you know, we had a recession. Adam McKay was producing a show of mine, and then he dissolved his company with Will Ferrell, Gary Sanchez. Anthony Bourdain's company was producing my travelogue with Comedy Central, and he hung himself in a room several days later. My agent, who signed me in 2016, is no longer working at the agency that signed me. I mean, I tend to get into the party as the party is breaking up. I tend to arrive at the party as the cop cars are being seen through the window, and this is maybe literally now, but that's when I get to the party, and that's unfortunate. So if I walk in, I mean, it's countdown till something is gonna go down, and it's not gonna be good. So, again, I feel for the victims of this, like the women that were messaged and were made to feel uncomfortable, that were underage. That is illegal and that is wrong. I do not feel for the comedians who are complaining that they don't get better spots. I think it's a little disgusting to try to weave your own personal narrative into this and your own gripes and your problems. Chris killed, whether you like his comedy or not, Chris killed. He killed harder at the store than anyone I've ever seen. I mean, he earns his spots at the Comedy Store. He had theaters of thousands of people coming to see him. I mean, whether you like his comedy or not, it doesn't matter. People did, and they came to see him, and he made money. So the comics that are out there now, and they did this with Louis, they did this with everybody. They come out, that guy sucks. He's stuck. He's not even good at comedy.
Should have
like
circled
me.
around.
He's not good at comedy like me. All right, man, get online, create your own shit then, you know, and fucking stop whining, you know? But I mean, this is Thursday night, early Friday morning. More may come out. May come out. I would imagine that this rocks things a little bit here in this town. I've only been here a year. Seems like it may be time to start thinking about pizza again in the Hudson River. If we could get de Blasio out of there. Get the COVID out and the de Blasio out, maybe I'll waltz back. I think Rogan's teasing that he's moving to another state. Chris seems unfocused at the moment, because he'd be the next biggest act. So, I don't know what's going to happen out here, but, you know, see me? Here's me. There he goes. There he goes. See him?
There you go.
Just one taco. One last taco.
Yeah. 10 seconds to go.
You know, I feel bad for, you know, the women that were affected. You know, I mean, this is shitty, and I don't know facts. This is the other thing. I've not done a deep dive on the facts. Doesn't mean I'm doubting people or not believing them. I'm saying I have not personally looked into this at all. Have you looked at any of the facts, really?
I mean, facts. Anything can be photoshopped, right? I mean, these are just screenshots. I mean, the idea that photoshopping a bunch of things.
Do you think it's the Russians? Do you think it's the Russians? Do you think it's the Chinese? It would be, and I'm not saying this, but it would be beyond funny if he came out and said this was Russia.
Yeah.
Like if he came out and said, first they installed Donald Trump the puppet. Then they manufacture a bunch of screenshots and take me down. God damn them. The Russians. Putin, fuck you, Putin. I don't want to laugh, folks. I don't want to laugh because people are going to get angry with me for laughing. They're going to go, I know it's a serious situation, but I deal with serious situations with humor. It's, I just have to laugh. But it's, wherever it goes, it goes. I don't know what to tell you, it probably was not Russia. I don't know.
Or China.
Yeah, I imagine it wasn't China.
I mean, it seems legit.
It's unfortunate that this is happening. There's so much good news in the country. By the way, this is like the entertainment news.
Right.
Except the news is so bad now they're like, this is entertainment news, They're like, and in the entertainment corner,
We have been eliminated.
this is the fluff.
Right.
This is the lighthearted fluff news that you get. If he was doing that, it's so weird to take that role on that show You on Netflix. It's very strange to take that role. Can you imagine, taking that role if you were doing that?
Like as if to say, how could I be doing this if I did take this role?
Yeah. Can you imagine that? You have the script and you're like, Jesus. Jesus, this is good. But that's kind of what we're going to say about that. There's no new facts about it yet. And, we're going to withhold. I'm not the judge and the jury. But I am someone in the courtroom sitting around eating potato chips who's going to talk shit after the trial. Like, what do you think about it? So that's what I'm doing. I don't know the facts. I haven't done a deep dive. The facts are disturbing that are coming out, and that's where I'll leave it. A lot bigger people are going to have something to say about this. I'm sure people that knew him well, celebs and friends and whatever, I don't know. It's like, what do you think the implications are about this? Why don't you make a statement? Why do I make a fucking statement? Why don't you make a statement? Where's Jamie Vernon on this? Where's all the other producers? You guys fucking sit and listen to everything everybody says, and then you don't have to have a goddamn statement. We all got to come out with statements. You're in the fucking room for everything that we all say, and nobody says anything, huh?
So you want me to have a take?
Well, what's your statement? What's your take?
My take is that it's bad to be a pedophile.
That's it. But he's not a pedophile.
A phoebophile. It's bad to be a phoebophile.
Get the word up, please. Now, I'm not going to correct people on Twitter. It seems like an odd hill to do
Fuck.
that. I think
What did it kill Melee's here?
Brennan was like in the middle of the night being like, it's a hemophile. I just woke up, I looked at my phone, I'm like, God, what's this guy doing? Neil, put your
Watching,
phone
we're learning,
down.
we're growing,
What the fuck are
guys.
you
Don't worry about
doing?
it.
It's actually a hemophile. So what? Hey, Neil, go to bed. Hemophilia is a primary sexual interest in mid to late adolescents, generally ages 15 to 19. It is one of a number of sexual preference across the age groups, subsumed under the technical term chronophilia. I don't know what that means. What is a hebephile? Is that somebody who likes Jews? A hebephile. It's just somebody that likes Jews. Somebody
That's
who's
a good one.
attracted to men in large hats with beards who own projects in Brooklyn. People attracted to people. I'm attracted to men with
This
beards
counted
who own
as setup.
low-income housing in Williamsburg. What are you? Oh, you're a hebephile.
Locate a bomb.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, well, listen, there you have it, folks. I mean, that's Ben's fucking statement, nice and simple. Is it all over the news? It's all over the news, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you type in his name into Twitter, it seems like there's still like 20 tweets a minute, I'd say, and there's still news articles about it, so it's up there. But, he was trending at the same time that World War III was trending, so,
Right.
there's just so much going on.
There's a lot going on. Here I go. I grabbed the burrito. There it goes. Delta!
Located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Is that you going up the plane?
Yes.
Walking up the plane?
As I leave, Los Angeles just gets bombed by China. I just wave. I land in New York. I just put a pizza. I just take a bite of pizza, and I'm like, it's New York! What are you going to do? Well, all right, everybody. We're going to continue to record the rest of the episode. Tomorrow, I felt like I should address this tonight. And, maybe tomorrow everything I said will be... What if they start finding bodies, What if they find like 10 bodies?
Well, we just won't put this out there.
No, we will. What if they find 10 bodies? I'm sitting there, like tomorrow I have to come in like this. I'm like, what if Andrew Santino kills his wife tonight? I gotta come in and I gotta be like, Tony Hinchcliffe gets drunk. He kills a family of 4 on the 405. I'm like, Whitney Cummings bludgeons her dog to death. I'm like, I have to make 4 statements. To make 4 statements today. All right, folks, we will continue this shortly. This episode of the Tim Dillon Show is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, remember the days when you were always ready to go? Now you can increase your performance, get the extra confidence in bed. Listen up, BlueChew.com. That's like the color blue. Blue Chew brings you the first chewable with the same FDA-approved active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis.
That
You can take them
glass
anytime,
play,
day or night,
bro.
even on a full stomach. And since they're chewable, they work up to twice as fast as a pill. So you can be ready whenever an opportunity arises. You could bet. All right, everybody, we are back here. Friday.
That was an
The next
excellent
day,
ad
we
skip
did a
placement
little
right
intro
there.
at the
Just,
beginning of the
just
show.
for-
We shot last night, Thursday night. We covered the D'Elia
just for the record.
situation, and not much has changed in 24 hours. Now, of course, we are digging up podcast clips from Joey Diaz and Rogan, and we're trying to, we're doing what we do as a species, which is try to see how many people we can put in the net. This is how we emerged from quarantine. We emerged from quarantine not stronger. Not stronger.
Keep the bombs protected.
That was my favorite thing is when we shut down the entire economy, there were people on TV going, we're all going to come out of this much stronger. We're going to really realize what's important. And by what's important, we mean what was said on a podcast in 2011. That's what we mean. When we get out of this quarantine, we're gonna really focus on what really matters. What really matters. Your family, your health, and what Joey Diaz said on a podcast 7 years ago. That's what really matters. That's how we came out of quarantine, very strong, Comedy is getting to the point where I was talking to Luis Gomez the other day, and Luis made a really good point. He's like, we got 5 years left in the business. And what he meant by that, and I think he was right, is that within 5 years, the type of comedy that we do is just going to it's going to fly in the crosshairs of Google and YouTube. And a lot of these big platforms, and they're going to just kind of do everything they can to get rid of it. And at that point, you'll, go to a smaller platform, or you'll just say, fuck it. You'll go, I had my run, I had fun, made some money, but the tide is turning when it comes to the types of comedy that people even want. Younger people don't want the type of comedy that might upset anybody. And I don't really have an interest in doing the type of comedy that, younger people want right now. I don't, it's not for me. So I'm just going to keep doing what I do until it's impossible to do. But that could be coming sooner rather than later. And I mean, I'll always have some level of, podcast you can broadcast, or I'll go on the road, to the extent that I want to go on the road. We do have new dates on sale right now in August. We have, I'm going to be at the Sacramento Punchline. It's the last weekend of July into August, Sacramento Punchline, okay? So Friday, July 31st through Saturday, August 1st, Sacramento Punchline. I'm going to be at Wise Guys in Salt Lake City, Utah, Friday, August 7th and 8th. Cleveland Hilarities, Thursday, August 13th through the 15th. And then the Ontario Improv, the 27th through the 30th of August. If you're healthy and you want to go out, and you're sick of sitting at home, and you're sick of sifting through the podcasts,
We got dubs.
of
We got the
people to
dubs,
try to
all right?
find
Damn,
things
somebody
that are
exploded.
upsetting.
Got
And
10
you want to
kills.
get out and breathe some fresh air in a mask. Which I love now, the way everyone's getting mad at Rogan because of the mask. And it's like, how many things about this virus have been reversed? How many? They said it lived on surfaces.
He's a
Then they
maniac,
said, no,
maniac.
sorry, we didn't mean that. They said asymptomatic carriers could really transmit the virus. Now they said, well, actually, not really. It's pre-symptomatic, which means you'll get symptoms eventually, and for a few days you may not have the symptoms. But in terms of asymptomatic people that never have symptoms, we don't know how much that's. They've revised the mortality rate a bunch. So I'm not saying, don't wear a mask in a business, or if you're around other people, that seems smart too. However, it's very possible they come out here in a few weeks and go, oh, yeah, by the way, the masks were, no good, or the masks were not as effective as we thought. We thought ventilators were great in the beginning, and then we realized they were killing people. And, who knows? Who knows what they say about the masks? But, let's not treat anything as dogma, because we love doing that. We love hearing something and going, this is the way it is now. And then a week later, we realize that wasn't the case, and then we,
No one's getting the
we
minutes
just
going.
throw it away and pretend it never happened. Forget it, pretend it never happened. Like when these protests started happening, we just pretend we weren't supposed to not gather in groups of 10,000 people. Just forgot that.
That's
we
true.
Pretended that it wasn't a thing.
So, we did.
Yeah, but I will be back on the road in August unless the spikes are crazy and it's dangerous to go out. I don't know. I can't predict it. I'm not
going back to that.
I'm
that
not
Trump
going to
plane.
but this is, when you go on Twitter, and most of you don't, and you shouldn't. But the amount of people that call themselves comedians is hilarious.
I'll be right back, folks.
Like,
One
does
second.
any other group of people have such a lax definition of who is and who isn't a comedian? How many people out there are saying they're a model with no evidence of it? I'm sure some. But how many people call themselves a model and have never modeled and are grotesque? Disgusting. I mean, how many people are doing that? Maybe more than I know. Are people doing that? Maybe. People with lesions on their face sit down with a group of other people and go, I model. Right? Because there's so many people that are comedians, and all of them have been robbed. They're all geniuses, one and all. They are phenomenal. No one better than these guys. And they've all been robbed by somebody. Somebody took their opportunity away. Had nothing to do with them. Had nothing to do with the fact that it's just a very difficult thing to pursue. It was all, cards were stacked against them. And all these people do all day is attack people that have succeeded. I mean, it's boring at this point. I mean, you read it, you go through it, you scroll through it, you're like, yeah. Guys, you see where these people live? They don't even live in New York or LA. Yeah, I'm in Denver. I'm in Denver, and I didn't have the career I should have had. Get the fuck out of Denver. But it doesn't matter. It's not rational, you know? But it's why maybe there's, me and Lewis, we're talking about it's like 5 years left. It's like, you almost want to just say to some of these people, and some of the people that are losing their minds could buy and sell me. Some of them have so much money, it's wild how much money some of these people have. And they still are oppressed. I don't know how it happens. Like, they're still oppressed with all the money in the world. It's still still can't get out of bed. They can't go to a comedy club. They're everything because it's just, you know, they have to just, if they go to a comedy club, on their way into the comedy club, they just have to fight off rapists to get inside these people, you know? Tens of millions of dollars. Nothing's enough. It's never enough for anyone here. Never enough. From the open micer that doesn't make it to the person who lives in a mansion, nothing satiates anybody. Everybody's constantly battling this invisible force that is keeping them down at all times. And this force, you know, takes many different names, you know? Eventually, it gets boring. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's like, I've been in this business about 11 years. I've seen all of the cycles of people. You know, I've seen the people on the outside become people on the inside. And then, and then they become the enemy. I've seen that. You know, I've seen the people that have all the big opinions get the jobs, and then suddenly they don't have those opinions anymore. You know, and it's just not interesting. You're just like, okay, you know? You know, because now, you know, obviously what Chris did was abhorrent, and, you know, more and more comes out about that all the time. But, like, there's this idea that, like, there's a crew of people that, like, support this kind of behavior or, like, protect him. And I don't know the guy well, and I've never hung out with him, and we've spoke less than 5 times. But this idea of how close everybody is kind of, I don't know where it comes from. Like, I watched this great documentary about surfing called Momentum Generation or Generation Moment, whatever. And it's about all these surfers that essentially grew up together in this house in Oahu. Yeah, Momentum Generation. And it's about all of these, you know, Kelly Slater, Rob Machado, Shane Dorian. These guys are the best surfers in the world, you know, some of them that have ever lived. And it's about how they started out as teenagers in Hawaii in this small house in Oahu. And they know each other inside and out, and they're all like best friends. It's like a brotherhood, and they grew up together, and they're fiercely competitive, and of course they have issues with each other, but they all become great at this thing together. And it's like, I was watching that, and I'm like, well, comedy's just not this. It's just not this. It's just the reality, you know? There are people that are doing comedy that are very good at it. There are people that are doing it where you go, huh. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's just, you know, some people get very good at it. Some people are making millions of dollars and are still not good at it. And it's just not, it's the market decides, right? And then that's just what it is. And everybody gets upset at you if you, instead, you have to supposedly call out everyone who sucks. Like, what job does that work? What job could you do that? You just go into the office, you sit down, and you go, hey, Sarah, you suck. You suck. Sue is much better at accounts receivable. It's not a work environment. You can't do that. You just go, you worry about yourself, you do your own fucking thing, and you're done. Really. And then you see people every now and then. But this idea that it's like everybody's super tight and everybody knows what everybody else is up to, it's like, it's not really the case. I'm not saying nobody knows. I don't know how things work, but like the idea that like there's this group of men, these podcasters are keeping me down. They are keeping me down. Not really. Not really. Also, you can start a podcast or you could do something, you know? So, it's kind of all I have to say about that. It's a great documentary, The Momentum Generation. It is really cool, you know? It's such a unique job to have professional surfer. You know, it is a very interesting thing to do. I'm not a surfer. And I don't know anyone who surfs, you know, because I tend to usually only talk to people that have brain cells. So I don't really speak to people that surf. And I mean, it's a very impressive athletic feat, but these are not the brightest people. They are just not. It's the reality. They stand on a board and, you know, surf on a wave. It's great. But, you know, a surfer's never said something where you've went, wow. You know what I mean? Unless it was you were like, wow, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. How are you that dumb? But it's fascinating. It's fascinating to just give your entire life to something like those guys did. That's what's great about that documentary. That's kind of where it overlaps with comedy, you know? Not in the sense that we all respect each other's talent and enjoy each other's presence, but in the sense that, for lack of a better word, some of us, many of us, we have dedicated our lives to a thing, right? We just got good at one thing. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, you have your entire life and you just get good at one thing. You know, these surfers got really great at one thing. They woke up in the morning surfing. They go to bed at night fucking, you know, spitting up salt water. It's everything they did in their entire life. Everything they ate. Everything they did. Every workout they did. Every relationship they had. Every friendship. It was all fit around surfing. That is similar to comedy, in the sense that when you get in, you go all in. You go head first. And then if it works, and that's a big if, okay? If it works, it rearranges your entire life, where you live, who you're friends with, you know, your habits, what you do every day, because you have to do it all the fucking time. So it's interesting watching that. It's like any sport, if you're very good at it. It's a culture, as well as it's, you know, something you spend every day doing. And it was just interesting watching that. I don't believe the healthiest way to live life is that way, by the way. I don't believe that but to have a balanced life
Focus on balance
is, you know, the antithesis of what I
should not be
just
standing in a
explained,
doorway.
you know?
But,
When
I
you
guess.
are dedicated to something, you cannot have any
Some.
type of balanced life. You can't. But you got to decide how much you love that thing, how much you need to be a part of that thing. And it was interesting watching that documentary, because you could see that there are these people that spent their entire lives, and it defined their lives. And like, they'll never be more at home than when they're on that surfboard in the water. That's where they live. It's truly where they live. Like a comic being on stage, or that's where they live. And like, most people don't have that kind of passion. They don't have that kind of passion, or if they do, they're not good at it. And when you see all these people on Twitter complaining about how bad everything is, you realize that like many of them don't even want to be comedians. They don't even get it. They just want something, right? They want that community. They want something. Like, I guess there were guys in generation like that crew that would just get out in the ocean and like not even get up on the board. And like after a while, you'd imagine that those people would leave the beach. They'd just leave. Like, you know, they'd go have a California burrito and figure something else out. But in the entertainment business, you know, not everybody leaves. A lot of people stay. They stay, and they're angry, and they don't want to do it. Like, most of them don't even want to do it. They just want to have somebody needs to tell them they're good at something. Most people aren't good at anything. I don't know what to tell you. You're not good at something. A lot of people waste their lives trying to get good at something, and they still don't do it. And it's like, well, what'd you do that for? Why'd you waste your life? I mean, it's crazy, right? You get one life. What are you doing? Every indication is showing you that you shouldn't be on a stage telling jokes. And you're not going to get paid to do that. And whatever you thought this was going to be, it's not. And it doesn't matter. And they still just go, fuck it. I'm in. I'm in. When this quarantine ends, they will flood the clubs again.
Yeah.
After 3 months of no income, they will flood them again. They will just go in because they truly believe that it's gonna, now it'll work. Now it'll work when half the clubs are not even opening. They're not open. And, you know, the rooms are socially distanced and people can't even sit next to each other. And, yeah, now it'll be, now I'm in. Now it's going to fit. The pieces are all going to fit together now. It's a crazy journey when you dedicate your life to something because there's the chance that you won't be good at it. And then there's a chance that you will be good at it. And it won't make you happy even if you're good at it, which is even worse. Many of these people don't realize even if they were good at it, they wouldn't be happy because that's not really where happiness comes from. The people that are doing comedy, it's like they're not doing it to be happy. They're trying to be happy, but it's not making them happy, you know? Anyway, it's just what it is. Ansel Elgort being accused of being a pedophile now. He had sex with a 17-year-old when he was 20. I mean, what are we doing now? You know? I mean, I always do that joke on Twitter where I say I'm dating Ansel Elgort, and then I go, Ansel Elgort broke up with me. I just want to always get him to respond or, you know, call a lawyer or something. Gabby, who did not reveal her last name, tweeted a statement on Friday and made an unverified claim that the actor, now 26, sexually assaulted her when she was a teenager. Gabby described sobbing and being in pain and said, I didn't want to do it. The only words that came out of his mouth were, we need to break you in. Well, I mean, it's, you know, what are you going to... I mean, here's the deal, man. Was a kid 20 and he has sex with a 17-year-old? I mean... Is that legal in New York? I don't know. I mean, I didn't want the show to be about the age of consent, but it seems a little wild. I mean, this is, you know, what are we doing now? But it seems a little wild to just say that dude's a pedophile. I mean, he seems like a piece of shit. Ansel Elgort, he always has. He's just from a rich socialite family in New York City. His dad's a photographer. I'm not holding any of that against him. But he just has the face of a guy that's, you know, a piece of shit. You know? So I'm not defending him per se, but I'm just saying that when someone's 17 and somebody's 20 and they hook up, calling one of them a pedophile, calling the 20-year-old a pedophile is crazy. I mean, that seems crazy. It's like racist. Everyone's a racist now. If you're white, you're a racist. You wake up, you're a racist. How you like your privilege? What? I mean, wait, what? I mean, it's just like nothing means anything anymore. I don't know. Maybe it comes out that Ansel Elgort is doing, you know, that he, you know, sexually assaulted her. I believe her. I would say I believe her. I've never met her. I don't know her, and I didn't even see the screenshot, but let me just believe her. I want to say that. But not the woman that accused Biden, you lying whore. Not you. Not you. Okay, Tara Reid?
Never
You
heard.
lying whore? I believe, but I want to believe. I'm going to go on record. I believe the screenshot, or not the screenshot. I believe the woman who tweeted about Ansel Elgort. I believe her because I believe all women. I believe all, but not Tara Reid who accused Biden. No, I don't believe
Damn.
that. I don't. Now we have photos of Biden sniffing the hair of children and doing all kinds of weird things to them, but let's not call him a pedophile. Let's call Ansel Elgort pedophile because he hooked up with a 17-year-old, but not Joe Biden, who was on camera sniffing the hair of children and like massaging children. But let's not jump to any conclusions about Uncle Joe. You know?
Uncle Joe.
And I'm
Uncle
sure the
Joe.
woman,
Uncle Herb.
I'm sure the woman Tara Reid, who is accusing Biden, is a lying whore. I just want to be clear on this because I support women. Metzger had a great tweet about this where he said, "Are we?" I forget the way he worded it, but it was great. He goes, "Quick question: Are we instating the concept of due process for Chris D'Elia that we literally just reinstated for Joe Biden after previously deinstating it for all men? Please, someone, I just want to be on the right side of history." He's got a point. I'm not saying that D'Elia is innocent or whatever, or should even be, people should think he's innocent. But it's just funny that the Democratic frontrunner has been very credibly accused of sexual assault. But then I guess so is Trump, so I guess it's all it's a wash. If you get to run for president or be the president, we just let you rape. We just let you go at it. Doesn't really matter. It's actors and comedians and people like that, but if you're leading the country, you can rape below. You can grab below, rape below. It's okay. But if you're the guy in Baby Driver, it's a problem. But if you're the president of the United States, or you're going to be the president of the United States, let's not get nuts. There is a toxic culture in Hollywood, 100%. It's bad. It's bad for women, bad for children. There's a lot of powerful people in LA that are predators and that prey on vulnerable people. And those people have been protected, and many of those people have built fortunes. Okay? They have amassed great fortunes. And with that amount of money and clout and power comes the ability to continually shield themselves from any accountability.
That was
We
bad,
would
but
know more about who those
we can still get
people
this
are,
round,
except
and then we can
Corey
get the dub after
Feldman
that. So
tends to not ever
bad.
get to the names. Corey Feldman is now promised to out all the Hollywood pedophiles forever, and then every time he's supposed to do it, he just drops a new single with the Angels. So I could be wrong on this. I guess we would know who those people are. He's always like, and I'm going to announce every big pedophile in Hollywood. But before we do that, we got a new song. And then he just starts going into So, when I was a child actor, I never succeeded. And I was great looking as a kid. I was top notch, And I never got to a point where I was in or around these predators, because they would have went nuts. They would have had a field day with me. Not now, but then they would have had a field day with me. Now they would just be park my car or something. But back then, woo! I would have been a man about town in this place. But my parents were inept. And I truly believe if they could have, they would have sold me into sex slavery. But being lazy boomers and incapable of closing a deal. They did not. I don't believe it was immorality. I believe it was that they were literally stupid, lazy, and good for nothing. And that's probably the only reason I was not passed all around Hollywood. I imagine that they probably were going to hand me off to a director and got lost. My mother had a horrible sense of direction. And I imagine my boomer parents in Long Island fighting all the way home about not making the drop where they were dropping me off. I don't have any proof of that, but I imagine that both of my parents were pedophiles who tried to sell me to Hollywood and failed. Even sadder. I don't know. I don't have proof of that, but let's not get lost in that. I would have done better with competent. They were not good stewards of my career, is my point. They actually, to their credit, shielded me from a lot of that stuff. Like, I remember I was in a play in the city, and my grandmother used to stand outside the bathroom so, like, nobody would come in and molest me, which was very nice of her, you know? The play that I was doing was about... There's more molestation going on in the country than I had realized. Everybody's getting molested. This is a big problem. And the statistics on it are, like, staggering. Did you know that?
Especially during quarantine, it's highly underreported right now. It's fucked up if you really look into it.
What do you mean?
Teachers were the ones who were really reporting kids getting abused, but now they don't discover that a kid's abused until he's taken to the emergency room because it has to be so bad.
Wow.
Yeah. It was pretty depressing reading about that the other night, but it's just skyrocketing. Highly underreported. I mean, it's a depressing point. Sorry, it's not funny.
Well, no, that's what you add to the show often. It's funny. So it's nice to take a break from what you usually add, which is nonstop hilarity. That's why you're here. And I thank you for coming in with something serious and sad, as opposed to your usual festival of gags.
Well, I didn't give you a good... You couldn't really
No,
spike
you didn't really. You talked about the children that it doesn't get reported until they're in the emergency room from the abuse. What's not funny about that? What was it? Did I not? Was that not? I didn't. Oh, you spiked the ball. You set it up for me. I fucked up. I fucked up by not making that funnier. The children who are regularly abused now needing to be abused severely and put in the hospital. So, no, I thank you for that, and I apologize that I wasn't more prepared to take that and run with it, because there's so many directions that I could have gone to make that funny, and I appreciate the way you brought that out. It's true, you know? So, moving on, but that's okay. You're funny enough on the show where people, they don't want more funny out of you. They get enough funny out of you. Sometimes they want you to have a fun fact about, the hospitalization rate of abused children. But it's a good point that you make, is that kids during the quarantine run their mouth. And some of them need to be dealt with. Not raped, but beaten. Now, obviously, we don't believe that. These are jokes. And I know that, in 5 years, they're going to get the podcast. And when I call my parents pedophiles, when I say the kids need to get beaten. In 5 years, it's just or before that, there's just going to be videos on Twitter, and people are going to be like, see. I mean, we're losing the whole idea of jokes and that things are a joke. You know what I mean? Like, Chris Lee was doing a bit. And we've lost the idea of that. He was just doing a bit. He's going, hey, what are you in high school? Show me your tits. LOL. It's a bit. He's doing a joke. Now it's a performance art piece, yes, because it's not in the comedy club. Yeah. But many great artists, Andy Kaufman and others, tested the limits of art. And that is what Chris was doing. He was doing a performance art piece where he was seeing what it would be like to kind of be a pedophile. He was saying if I were to ask a high schooler, what would this be like? And he was probably doing it to raise awareness because it is a problem. And that's what he was doing. He was probably doing it like that. But we've lost the ability to take a joke in this country. No one can get the idea of what a bit is. He was doing it. It was a gag. He was being a buffoon. He was being a clown. His bit was he would message a girl, and if she was underage, he'd go, "Oh, sad face." And then, a few days later, be like, are you still? It's a bit, it's a joke. Do you see what I mean? We're so crazy. Kevin Spacey was kidding. It was a joke. Like, what? No one gets bits anymore. Harvey Weinstein it was a prank. He was trying to make the actresses feel comfortable by raping them because many of them, maybe it was their first big movie and they were a little nervous, and he said it would diffuse the tension if I pulled my dick out and wrestled this woman in a hotel room. Do you see what I mean? That we're losing our ability to really process good material? Who did the best bit of the last century? O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson did the funniest joke ever. This is how funny he was. He decapitated the mother of his
We're
children.
back. Sorry. Should
And
be
a
good
waiter.
for a little bit here.
As a bit, and then got away with it. The ultimate punchline. Set up. A year later, punch. Not guilty. You want to talk about a bit? So that's my worry. My worry is that we are now involving the FBI in something that should just kind of be a laugh fest. And, obviously I have not looked at the facts. I want to let everyone know that. I have not looked at the facts about anything. It just, things seem to trend a certain way. So I've made some jokes about the whole Dalia situation. Which is what you have to do. But it is shitty. Listen, if you're young and you're getting messaged online and asked for photos, it's a fucked up thing. If this is what really happened.
Right.
If this is really what happened. I don't know what happened. I'm not a detective. But I believe all women, but not Tara Reid. But except for her. But all the other ones. And not Juanita Broderick, who accused Bill Clinton of rape. I don't believe her. I don't believe her because what I know about the Clintons is they're beautiful people who care about other people and wouldn't rape them. Okay? So that's where I'm at. We don't know the facts on this, but there are things that are not looking great. And that's where we are landing on this, is that things are not good. All is not well, from what I understand. What are you going to do?
What are you gonna do? You know what I mean?
There I go. That's me leaving. The plane goes. I look down. I just see China blows up Los Angeles.
Yeah.
What a fun season finale for the show. China blows up LA. China, these DDoS attacks that are happening, one of them happened in Australia, one of them happened in America. People think it could be China. They're speculating maybe it's China compromising all these systems. Could it be China?
I think so. Yeah, who hacked Sony? Was that China?
I don't know. Yeah, I believe so.
Or Korea?
North Korea. Do you think that they're just there? These are little tests, little stress tests on systems.
I do. I've from what I've read, China's tested, shooting down satellites
Oh,
and
let's
things
get
like
the.
that, wiping out communication.
I don't know why I
systems
didn't
for,
start
like,
the
Air Force
matchmaking
bases to
immediately.
talk to
Sorry.
each other, things like this.
Yeah.
Get that going.
This is what they do. I mean, they want it all. China wants it all, and they're gonna get it probably.
Yeah.
I use these headphones and they're great, okay? They're Raycon. They're wireless earbuds from Raycon. You know Raycon earbuds start at half the price of other premium wireless earbuds on the market, and they sound just as amazing as the other top audio
Hey,
brands.
it did show
the
up.
newest model, the everyday E25 earbuds are their best ones yet, with 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and more compact design that gives you a nice noise isolating fit. Raycon's wireless earbuds are so comfortable, perfect for conference calls or binging podcasts. Unlike some of your other wireless options, Raycon earbuds are both stylish and discreet, with
I
no
don't know how
dangling
to type.
wires or stems to distract anyone during video calls.
Look at that.
You've heard me talk about how this company was
This-
co-founded
this
by
fucking
Ray J.
chats.
Celebrities like Snoop Dogg, Cardi B, Melissa
I've only
Etheridge,
gotten it to
Brandy,
work on the
J.R.
YouTube
Smith are
stream,
obsessed
but
with
there's
Raycon.
chats on the fucking.
Pick up a pair and see what all the hype is about. You use these,
If
right?
anybody's
I
watching
like,
on YouTube,
I like them a lot. They're
your
they're-
chat will be a
the
part
whole
of the
thing.
stream.
the whole thing,
Fred.
they're easy, they're sleek, they're, called to add, they're black. Black Lives Matter. You show people that with the ears, right? It's important, Call to add. Now is the time to get the latest and greatest from Raycon. Get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Tim. Buyraycon.com/Tim. You get 15% off. These are already cheaper than earbuds, okay? They're better than earbuds. They're cheaper than earbuds. The whole thing. I'm telling you right now, I use them. I like them. I don't know what else to tell you. They're earbuds. If you need them, buy them. If you don't need them, buy them. Understand? Because it helps us. But it's good if you have earbuds and you're like, I like the earbuds. Buy Raycons. Have them as a backup. If you don't use them, give them away to somebody. If you lose your earbuds, guess what? You get new pair right there for you. Raycon. Easy peasy Japanese. Is that something we can still say?
I don't think so.
But that was a fun thing from my childhood. And you know what? No one associated that with disrespect towards the Asian culture. I think it means that Asians are very, they do things well.
Right.
It means everything works. Did you ever hear that expression?
Easy peasy Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I think they're very
Yeah, organized and orderly. What's the problem? Right. What's the issue? 50% off your order. Buyraycon.com/TIM. That's buyraycon, RAYCON.com/TIM for 15% off. Anvil Rings. I am a jeweler. That's how I make my money. I'm a jeweler. I have a company called Jewels by podcaster Tim Dillon. People go out and sell the jewels and bring the jewel. They don't really sell them. They marry a jewel to a person. They bring a jewel to a person, and that is great. But now I'm slinging rings, Anvil Rings. I partnered with an amazing gentleman, a real woodsman who lives in the woods, and he makes these rings in a little cabin somewhere. And he's just a down-home country guy. He just lives in the middle of the woods in like a wood cabin. He's like a welder, and he just gets, you know what I mean? He doesn't believe in.
I thought I was gonna do something there, but it didn't.
Global warming or North Korea or any of these things. He's just dedicated to his craft. He's a craftsman. And they make rings from the following unique materials: meteorite, whiskey barrel, ironwood, natural shed elk and deer antler, titanium, and tungsten carbide Damascus steel. Valerian steel. Valerian steel is from
Valeria.
what's that from? Game of Thrones, Valerian steel? I don't know what it is from Game of Thrones, Valerian steel. Yeah, Game of Thrones, right? Yeah.
From Valeria.
So this guy does Damascus steel. And he's phenomenal. And I really like that he is. There's over 500 five-star reviews. Every single purchase includes free Anvil Ring, silicone activity band, and an Anvil Rings faux leather ring box. If you are commemorating an anniversary or something, I'm telling you, this is a great way to do it. Nobody has any money right now. The economy is crumbling. Okay, but I'll tell you right now, you get something very unique, handcrafted for somebody, they will not forget it. It's really cool. It's a mess. It's something a guy can give another guy without feeling gay, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Somebody gives you a ring. It doesn't mean they're going to suck you off.
No.
But it'd be nice if they did. What a great thought you just had. Someone bought a ring.
Yeah.
And then maybe the relationship doesn't work out.
Sure.
And they become addicted to huffing household cleaners. And then they need to sell their ring so they can get more computer
Let's wake up.
to
What the
huff
fuck
the
up.
bag.
Staff dubs. Get kills.
Anvilrings.com.
Pay the
Promo
bills.
code Tim to get 20%
That's what
off
I'm
a
saying.
truly unique ring.
YouTube chat, you know what I'm
Thank
saying? Rumble chat, you know what I'm
Let me say
saying?
this about the Black Lives Matter movement. Many of their things I agree with, by the way. Police reform, blah, blah, blah. We all know this.
I rarely get any burn on YouTube.
Of
Fuck
a
my
movement where a
face
lot
in
of
the
the
fucking
leaders are avowed Marxists, in their own words. They say that, but it's being supported by JP
It's easier to
Morgan
make
and Citibank.
TikToks and
all
little
these
clips
big
and shit off of
corporations. Be a little
YouTube videos, so
Be a little skeptical
That's why I'm
of
sure
a lot of
YouTube.
corporations embracing a movement that should
Start
be
promoting the
100%
stream.
antithetical.
All right, I got like
to
8
those
months
people.
before my job runs out.
I'm not a Marxist,
And
I
I
don't agree
to
with
be
that.
able to
However,
myself.
I
got a
have
baby on
friends
the
that
way.
are, and I understand
Chappelle has a baby.
critique of capitalism. I think is very valid.
Oh, it's
I don't
terrible.
think any of their
I apologize.
solutions or the majority of their solutions are valid. But when you start thinking about why corporations are on board with this movement and why Hollywood people are on board with this movement, you start realizing that is this the way to usher people into an even worse police state than the one that we were in before, and a police state where you have massive surveillance technology, big tech, you know? Will the police be just new police, potentially? I don't know, you know? I mean, this is something to think about, you know? I mean, you know, the idea that any of these corporations or any of these people that have millions and millions and tens of millions or hundreds of millions, billions of dollars are going to...
Oh, what the fuck?
you
It
know,
was
adopt
he.
some
How the
type
fuck
of,
did that happen,
you know,
dude? He was way behind the other
reality
fuck.
is just
Oh
not the
man,
case.
what the?
However, who knows where this will go, and who knows where what
Why am I not mailing
this
people
ends up taking,
blitz,
what
bro? That's the whole
freedoms
point
you
of
lose
this. Just
in the process of thinking you are
yeah,
you know,
all right.
being a revolutionary, what
Visualize and then
freedoms you're
attack.
willing to give up, and I think that becomes the real.
Tim D always drop.
You know, we've seen it under the guise of
Knowledge.
public health. People are willing to give up a lot of freedom. I
Knowledge,
understand
you-
that. I gave it up.
you're-
I sat home. I said, hey, this is what we have to do. But then you saw how contact tracing was then used against protesters, right? Tracing people's phones, who they were with, where they were. Then that was used against protesters. Keep in mind that these types of things aren't necessarily going away. You rarely get those freedoms back that you give up. And I think Black Lives Matter has a lot of very valuable, important things to say, and they're right about a lot. They're wrong about some things too, in my estimation. Of course, I'm a white guy. I'm not going to believe that. I know a lot of black people that don't believe either. But just beware of a protest movement that is supported by all of the big corporations and Hollywood. Beware of that a little bit. At least be a little skeptical. Be on guard a little bit. Because that means that movement's probably to some degree been co-opted. And it's probably going to a place that might not be
That
what
dude is
the
still
original
there.
intenders thought. And who knows, in the meantime, what freedoms you lose. And my interest is in the freedom to speak freely, you know, which I think is on the chopping block. That's going. You know, I hope that's not the case, but it certainly seems like it's the case. And that's important to me. It should be important to you, even if it's not how you make your living. It should be important to you.
Fucking face.
You know, you should not be fired from your job for expressing an opinion that is unpopular.
Y'all know what I'm saying.
Or that people have decided that Black Lives Matter and JP Morgan Chase have decided is the right opinion to have. And if you have a different opinion, you are fired from your job. That is not a value that I think is American, or, you know, any, you know, there's no fairness there to me. I'm not. I'm of course within reason.
Surrender. There is no surrender.
Can't walk into your job every day and be like, I don't think it was 6 million or whatever. But within reason, if you know, one guy, I forget who it was, but I was just talking to somebody about it, had a gun. He said, if any of these looters get up to my house, I'm going to defend my property. And he got fired. And then Dick Wolf, you know, a big Hollywood producer, was like, this is unacceptable. And I mean, you know, Dick Wolf made all his money with fucking cop shows, which was hilarious. But like, right there, it's like, you're losing your ability to speak. If you're going to loot, you can say that people have freedom of speech. But if they lose their entire life and they're socially ostracized and they're for saying something, and by the way, not I'm going to kill somebody.
What the fuck just happened?
Not a threat. Just saying I'm going to defend. Like, he didn't single somebody out and go, I'm going to get him. It's just saying I'm going to defend my property. If people come to try to destroy it, I'm going to defend it, as is my right, or what most people believe is their right. And then the guy gets fired. You wonder, when does that end? When will that end? Will you always have the right opinion? Will you always be one step ahead of the mob that's requiring you to have the right opinion? Will you never slip up? Is that all of these people that try to cancel other people and they try to wield the power of this mob? Because that's what JP Morgan's doing. That's what all these major mega corporations are doing. They're like, let's wield the anger and use the anger of the mob and take it and make money. Funnel it into something commercial. And let's support certain things. And we're going to, you know, pay lip service to the movement. And then at the same time, we're going to figure out a way to brand whatever the hell we're doing and keep our branding consistent with the values of this movement, even though what we're doing might not be in line with what they want, you know? You know, we'll be paying lip service to them and at the same time doing things that are not in line with, you know, what people would consider reform. So that's just,
nice.
You always have to be skeptical. I don't think we live in a time of religious belief where people are really fired up. And some of that is good. Passion is not a bad thing. It's something that's good. It's why it's those surfers found something to be passionate about and had great lives. But, you know, instead of doing that, instead of doing the work to figure out what you are passionate about and where you see yourself, and where a lot of people are just basically like, I am going to just adorn myself with slogans. You know, I don't put BLM, I don't put any of that up because I don't need to put up signs. I put the black square on Instagram up because I thought everybody was doing that. I didn't know what that was. Then we found out 5 minutes later it was like the CIA did it, you know, for whatever reason. But I'm not always putting that stuff out there because, like, I'm a human being,
vote?
right? I'm not like a brand. It's like people act like they're Starbucks. Like, human beings are acting like there are people that are just putting out stuff every day, almost like they are afraid of, they're like, for far too long. Yeah, this Ansel Elgort kid, before he got canceled, you look at his Instagram, he's like, I'm spending the day educating myself. I'm spending the day reading and figuring out what I can do. I mean, this is so they don't come get ya. How did it work, Ansel? How did it work? Did it not work? As the great Charles Grodin and Clifford said, has something happened? But it's just to quell the mob. You go, I'm spending my day educating myself. I'm gonna stop carving swastikas into my arm for the day. And I'm gonna start educating myself and figuring out what I can do. And I don't mean any of that because I'm going to the beach, but I'm putting it on social media. Don't come for me, please. Don't. That's what it is. You can do those things. You can just do those things. But there's a weird vibe now where you walk down the street and you see BLM and it's painted on the outside of a business, and it's painted because they don't want to brick through the window. That's why it's painted there.
Loused. We should have surrendered.
That dude's a dickhead.
Oh, I have to put these letters on the outside of my business unless something's gonna happen. I gotta put it out there, and that's odd to me, and that feeling is strange. Where like you have to agree to all of these things under the threat of violence, and that's being backed by mega corporations. Something to think about. Doesn't mean the police are not out of control. Does not mean police do not need serious reforms. Doesn't mean you can't take some of their money and put it into things that will decrease inequality. Doesn't mean the elites of this country aren't the real looters, which they are. Doesn't mean they haven't created this situation by, fucking defunding everything and hollowing every institution out and creating a separate economic system and a separate justice system. I mean, all of that is true. All of that is 100% true. But I still feel very uncomfortable with this idea that people can just be fired from their job and lose everything because they express an opinion, that is pretty mainstream, which is like, I'm going to defend my property. It's a pretty mainstream opinion. Well, no, Tim, that's not the real issue. The real issue is the elites. Yeah, sure. But if that was you and you lost your fucking job, that would be a real issue to you. That's a fact. And I get accused all the time. People are like, but are you saying that the SJWs have as much power as ExxonMobil? No, but that doesn't mean you can't criticize something that's absurd or it's going to an absurd place. That's what I'm saying. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to walk down the street and see boarded up stores with BLM spray painted on the outside so that they don't get bricks through the window or they're not burned down. This is why. And I know some of the people that own these businesses are like, well, this is just what we got to have up there. It doesn't sit well with anybody that has any interest in civil society. And if people don't have an interest in civil society, and many of them don't, if they don't have an interest in civil society, just know that we're going to have a civil war, and maybe you win and maybe you don't. But we're going to have serious violence, and, and the state is going to clamp down on everybody, and that's when they introduce a police state, a total surveillance state, when we have total chaos. So the forces that are marching us toward total chaos, this is what I was trying to get to. The people that are bringing us towards total chaos, on both sides, by the way, the people that want that chaos, that hunger for it, that long for it, are they so stupid? Do they think they're going to win? Or do some of those people know what will come next, which will be a police state, a surveillance state, and the government will use this as an excuse to do a lot of things they've probably always wanted to do.
Some bitch out here using cameras
when I look around, I see that. I see that we're heading towards a place where society is going to be even more closed. People are afraid to say anything, and it's just a bad situation. And if that's the only, if we don't speak to each other, we don't want to talk to each other, the only thing left is violence. And so many people right now think that's a good idea. They think it's just a time for violence and that we've exhausted all speech. Okay? Listen, that's fine. If you think that, you believe that, you've given up on the whole idea of any type of society, you want to just get rid of it, great. But know what you're doing. Know that there will be a society
Take the dub on the
that will
round.
emerge from the ruins of whatever happens, and it will be less free than it is now. Dramatically less free.
We will take the dub on the round.
I don't think economic boycotts
Still
are bad.
Frost again.
I don't think putting pressure on the government is bad. I don't think any of that is bad. I think chaos invites more chaos. I think that'll ultimately, the response to that will be Trump going full Hitler or full dictator, you know, and having a percentage of people in America on his side because nobody wants chaos. Nobody wants anarchy. Children do. Children don't want bedtimes and you know, whatever, and they want to, you know, eat candy for dinner, you know, and whatever, you know, but most adults don't want chaos. I know it's not cool to say. Everyone's like, abolish the police. You know, the same people that were saying abolish the police were uploading photos of bread 2 months ago. They don't want chaos. They don't want anarchy. They were showing you they made a loaf of sourdough 2 months ago and they were proud of it. They don't want anarchy. They're just too stupid to believe it's possible. They think it's a game. They think it's a fun game and they can encourage people. They're not out throwing bricks. They're at home tweeting and baking bread. So this idea that they want anarchy and chaos, and it's just kind of funny, right? The types of people that are calling for no police and no order are the people that would probably fare the worst in a situation with no police and no order, where you had literal vigilantes, you had militias, you had warlords, because it's going to be a power vacuum, and who's going to fill a power vacuum? You know? Who do you think is going to fill it? You don't think it's going to be filled? It's going to be. There's going to be order in society. It's all about whose order it's going to be. That's a fact. But so many people in this country aren't adults. You know, when you're a teenager, you're angsty, you're upset, you're depressed, you're anxious, and then you grow up. And some people, sometimes you grow up in an hour, sometimes you grow up in a day, sometimes, you know, it depends. You know? But all growing up is realizing that nobody cares about you. That is all growing up is. You realize no one really cares. No one cares. I mean, I used to leave my key at home all the time, and then I'd get home, and my dad wouldn't be home, and I wouldn't have my key, and I forgot to take it, and my dad asked me 5 times if I had it, and then I would sit outside my house and smoke cigarettes till my fucking dad came home, and, you know, and eventually I just realized that, like, oh, no one cares. I'm an idiot. And I should just have checked before I left the house. I should have had my key. I should have prepared. Whatever. Could be your homework. Could be whatever. All being an adult is realizing that your feelings don't really matter. That the only thing that really matters is how you carry yourself in the world, right? Doesn't matter how you're feeling inside or what's upsetting you. Doesn't matter what your past is or where you came from. It really matters, like, how you carry yourself in the world, despite all of those things. And adults realize that.
Dude, fucking kill him already. Shit.
They're like, I was a cunt. I was just a cunt for no reason. Nobody understood me. You wouldn't get it.
See
you
this
don't
fucking
understand what it's
shit?
like to grow up in the suburbs and be white.
Place on your screen right now.
And want people to understand you. And then you grow up and you go, oh, no one gives a fuck
that podcast played right there. 2 kids.
No one cares
2
about
kids.
me at all. I don't have that many friends, and I don't need that many friends. People over the age of 30 with large groups of friends, I've said it before on this show, they're mentally unwell. They're mentally unwell. If you're over 30 and you have 15 close friends, you belong in an asylum. Because you don't have, I mean, it's just crazy. It's crazy. Having 15 close friends is somebody who's in high school. You know what I mean? So, the whole thing is, when you look at social media, we've all kind of regressed. We're children. Everybody's a child now. Everybody's into feelings and themselves, and there's no idea that no one cares. Citibank doesn't care. JP Morgan doesn't care. So making these people, you know, put up your iconography or put up letters you find comforting or put up a pride flag or whatever they can do to present the optics that they're your ally is utterly meaningless. It's fatuous. It means nothing. And you would know that had you grown up. You would know that had you grown up. That's the reality. And if you were a grown-up, you would do grown-up things. You know? And if you still want to be a teenager, you can go on Twitter. You can fucking tweet.
What?
You can fucking do whatever
Fucking
you want.
how, my dog?
You know? You can do everything to make yourself feel good in the moment.
That is.
It's true. If you want to act
Infuriating, I have to say.
like a 16-year-old, you can do all of those things. And I even know,
Jeez.
I know a guy that won't hold that against you. If you're a teenager, I know somebody that will hear you out and give you the time of day. If you're a passionate youngster.
1 op 4 remaining.
But everybody else,
A young man.
grow up. Privilege and an unjust
Nice.
allowance is made within a system of societal white supremacy, and that me playing Missy was engaging in an act of erasure of black people. Put her in jail now. Put her in jail. Put her in jail. Why is she not in jail? What futuristic weapon? What as problematic? Changing our society, and it's about holding. On a serious note, I want to. Welcome to the Tim Dillon Show, everybody. It is Tim Dillon. I want to start off on a serious note. I want to address something that a lot of people are talking about, and it is about race, and it is about changing our society, and it's about holding people accountable, and that's something that I've become more open to in the past week, you know, holding people accountable. I don't think I've been really excited, and I think that is the right word, by the amount of people who are outing themselves as problematic. And I've been excited by it because I think that's the first step to really healing and creating an equitable society. The first step is for people to come out. Jenny Slate, comedian, writer, the show Big Mouth. Jenny Slate is a white woman, and she played the role of a character named Missy on Big Mouth, an animated show on Netflix. And Missy was a mixed race character who had a Jewish white mother like Slate and a black father. I mean, clearly we're looking at Missy here. Missy is clearly black, even though she's mixed race, but, you know. Jenny Slate has recused herself from the show, and she's leaving because she said black characters should be played by black people. I don't think that's enough. Okay? She's contributed to the erasure of black people. And she's said that. She said she erased a black person. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what futuristic weapon, what ray gun she used to erase a black person. But I don't think it's enough to just say sorry and go back to your mansion. No, thank you, man. Jenny Slate has to go to jail. She has to be brought up on charges, and she has to go to jail for no less than 10 years for what she did. This is not a fucking joke. Stop laughing, you white pig. She needs to hear every night. She needs to hear the bars clink. She needs to lose her freedom. What has she done with her freedom? She's used it to erase black people by voicing the character a mixed race character on Big Mouth on Netflix. No thank, and cancel Big Mouth while we're at it. Sorry, Nick Kroll. Cancel Big Mouth. You're gonna have to get a job with your family. Doing security-related matters. I'm sorry. I don't want to be this way, but I am. I don't want to be this way, but I am. Jenny said, I've come to the decision today that I can no longer play the character of Missy on the animated TV show Big Mouth. At the start of the show, I reasoned with myself that it was permissible to play Missy because her mom is Jewish and white, as am I. But Missy is also black, and black characters on an animated show should be played by black people. I acknowledge how my original reasoning was flawed, that it existed as an example of white privilege and an unjust allowances made within a system of societal white supremacy, and that me playing Missy was engaging in an act of erasure of black people. Put her in jail! Now! Put her in jail! Put her in jail!
Oh, this guy is
Why
fucking
is she
good.
not in jail? Why are the producers of this show not behind bars? God damn them! God damn her! God damn! I am only laughing now because I'm so angry that when I laugh, I get angry and I laugh. But God damn them, Black Lives Matter. Do you understand that? They matter on a Netflix cartoon. Put her in jail that Nick Kroll's parents built. Not even an underground prison. What do we not know what they do? Use Google, dummies. I get it. She's got to go to jail. A secret underground facility where she can be re-educated. Not my fault. I want to hold people accountable. They're being held accountable this week. That's it. No more games this week. Tim is here to hold everyone accountable. Will I apologize for the bit I did with Nick Mullen where we said that Orthodox Jews were wearing diapers to landlord-tenant court because they were pretending to be insane so they could continue to rip off their minority tenants? I will not apologize for that. That I will not do because I did not erase a black person in that. If anything, I called attention to inequality with that. You see the difference? Mm-hmm. I've had enough. For too long, I've sat on the sidelines while cartoonists have destroyed the fabric of American society. We cannot tolerate this anymore.
Protect the bomb.
Most importantly, though, Jenny says, to anyone that I've hurt, I am so very sorry. Oh, I bet that feels good. I am so very sorry. How many people have killed themselves because of this? How many lives have ended because of your show? I bet it's unquantifiable. How many people killed themselves, put a gun in their mouth, jumped off a building, cut their own throat, maybe their wrist, OD'd on pills, took a hairdryer and electrocuted themselves in the tub, asphyxiated themselves, hung themselves. I bet all of these black people that are dying tragically with nooses, they are hanging themselves because they found out that Missy was voiced by Jenny Slate. That is a hypothesis I have. It is not proven, it is a hypothesis, but I think it's pretty damn good. So I'm asking Ms. Slate, and the producers of Big Mouth to turn themselves in to the military. Not even the LAPD, those corrupt bastards. No, the military to have a tribunal. We need a military tribunal in this case. And they will not have a jury of their peers. They will be tried by a jury of people that are selected, the people that have been affected. People that have been affected. Failed comedians will judge her. Comedians that don't make any money will judge Miss Slate. people that have podcasts that have 45 reviews on Apple will stand in judgment of Miss Slate, Mr. Kroll, and the entire show. They will judge you, and I hope explain it to them. Explain it to the people that couldn't even get a fucking free drink for their horrible comedy and have wasted their entire lives. Those are the people you have to convince. And the death penalty is not off the table. I'm not saying it's going to be. I'm not. But it is a tool, and it should be available to the prosecution. That's what I'm saying here. I'm done letting people off. This, by the way, what I'm doing here is what everyone's going to have to do.
Bitch.
This is the new strategy with woke people, is to go more woke than they are. This is the new strategy. Like when they say we should take down that monument, you go, we should nuke an
Got the
American
only kill.
city.
Got the only kill
That's
though.
what you say. If someone
Got
says,
the
no,
only
I want to
kill,
get rid of this monument, go, let's nuke D.C. Let's
Anybody
nuke
there?
Washington. Because they gotta look at you
Rumble.
like, huh?
Is
Like
anybody
it's gotta
out
be
there?
so bad now. Like when she steps down a big mouth, I go, we shouldn't have a big mouth. It's gotta go. It's tainted. It's over. It's over. That's what you're gonna have to do. You're just gonna have to, when somebody says to you, when somebody starts a conversation and goes, listen, why not get rid of all these monuments? Go, I will do you one better. I will do you one better. Why not get rid of them all at once? Let's nuke Washington, D.C. Let's get a suitcase nuclear weapon and nuke Washington, D.C. And if they're shocked by that or they argue against that, you just look at them and go, what? Oh, so you're gonna take the monuments that are offensive and leave the White House and Congress and the Washington Monument and what? No. We are going to nuke the Capitol. That is the woke position. And when things get when things get better, when the radiation is gone in a few months or years, I don't know, then we will go and build an equitable society. But we're not going to do these surgical strikes. We're not going to do these surgical strikes. We're going in with a suitcase nuke. We're going in with a suitcase nuke, and Jenny Slate will be publicly executed for what she has done to the black community. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? Don't get that. As the great Daryl Davis, drunk real estate motivational speaker in Long Island would say, yes or yes. Don't give them the chance to say no. Should these people go to jail for their old tweets? Yes or yes? Yes, they should. I don't even know who these people are, but they're trillionaires. Shane Dawson, Jeffree Star, they own literal planets. They own literal planets. Jeffree Star owns Saturn. And you're trying to cancel him. He owns the planet Saturn. Which I don't know what they're doing. They're painting it with face paint. You've made an entire industry of people that only talk about makeup. What the fuck? People in makeup used to not have public personas because they didn't need it. Who's the chick from Maybelline? Nobody knew who she was. Rita Revlon, whoever the fuck nobody cared. People knew who Coco Chanel was. That was it. But like, it's cosmetics. What is so important about makeup? Can someone illuminate this sick trend for me, please? Can someone help me understand why people painting their face like Harlequin clowns in their room that is only lit by the blue light of their computer, and they sit there and they put makeup on their face and stare at Reddit threads? Can someone explain to me how this makes $8 trillion a week? They have more money, these people, and you can't cancel them. They own the earth. They own the earth on which you live. Your Twitter doesn't matter. I think Shane Dawson's a race. He owns the earth. I don't know how it happened. That the only thing that's profitable in this country anymore is makeup. That's the only industry we've got left, is people putting lipstick
top of the
on.
charts, though.
I missed that. Somehow that trend missed me. But apparently one of them, the Jeffree Star, the one that looks like, I mean, let's be very honest. If you bumped into Jeffree Star in real life, you would go, what? I mean, your first thought wouldn't be, this is a beauty consultant. Let's be very honest about it. And there's no shade to him or whatever. I don't even know anymore. They're rich. They don't matter. You don't get a gender when you're a trillionaire. You don't get a gender anymore. You're a planet. But if I bumped into Jeffree Star, it would be like interesting that they made their money with cosmetics, and no shade to them. Good for him. Whatever. Good. God love you. I'm just confused. As always, I exist in a permanent state of confusion on this program. I don't understand. I look at people out, they all look like shit. No one's even wearing the makeup. So I guess people are just wearing it in their fucking hovels they live in? Are they eating the makeup? Is it edible? No one has food. Nobody has any money or food. How are they slinging $100 makeup kits? Who's buying this? Fat women in the Rust Belt are sitting there, putting men, women, whoever. Who's doing this? I thought everybody's money went to opioids. How do they have the money to go into makeup now? But you can't cancel them. They own you. Stop trying to cancel. I don't know why they're even canceling them. Shane Dawson did blackface. And one of the photos, he looks like Oprah. It's weird. He's a chubby gentleman and he did blackface. That's why I don't do blackface. I don't need people calling me precious. Hashtag precious. Once people have a certain amount of money, it's like, what are you canceling? Doesn't matter. But they will have to pay too. They will have to also go to into the military tribunal, of which they will own. They will buy their way out. But they must. I think Jeffree Star called someone fat once. He must atone. He must atone for that. He must atone for calling someone fat. It is not right. Not right. He must be brought up on charges for that. And Shane Dawson did blackface. You know what's funny about the blackface? I wonder when blackface was acceptable, because I got into comedy in late 2010, early 2011, and I would never do blackface. Like, I'm wondering when people thought that was okay. Like, did no one think this is maybe not a good idea? I understand, like, in the early 2000s or whatever, but I don't remember when that was, like, a thing that felt like a smart move. Like, let me just do blackface. I'm sure this... You got to think to yourself, if you make yourself up in blackface, that eventually this might come back to hurt you. I think a smart person has to think like when they're putting on the makeup and they go, you know what, this is... I guess they were doing characters, right? I mean, that's the argument.
Right.
They were doing a character.
Comeback starts here, fellas.
They like makeup.
Here.
That's what they're into. That's how they made all their money. You can't just put white makeup on. It gets boring. Occasionally, you got to throw on a little copper, a little tone. Right? I don't know. I'm asking these questions because I truly don't know the answers. When I was a little kid, I was an actor. We know this. I'm a fucking star. When I was a child, I was in South Pacific. It is a Broadway show about Polynesians. Me and my little cousin Katie, who was a white chick, I'm clearly white, we put like bronze makeup on and they gave us Asian eyes. Don't make a face. No. What are you making a face for? It was the fucking 90s. What have Polynesians done for you? Happy birthday, by the way. It was his birthday the other day, and I don't care because celebrating birthdays are their achievements for people that don't achieve. People are never more entitled and disgusting than on their birthday. Cut it out. When you're 18, birthdays end. They end. Enough. Celebrate accomplishments. Not that you've survived another year. So, happy go fuck yourself. And I was made up to look like an Asian and given a black wig. And the audience loved it. It was me and my little cousin, and I forget what song. We were like, happy talkie, talk. Now, it wasn't a problem back then. Because they needed Polynesians, and maybe there weren't Polynesians that wanted to perform in the fucking Bethpage High School, South Pacific performance. Maybe there weren't just lines of Asians I was displacing by being a young kid in a fucking community theater production of South Pacific. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to look back on some of my problematic race behavior in terms of putting makeup on. That was probably I erased a Polynesian
Fuck
child
was
with
that?
that move.
That's
I
not-
should
Right,
tweet it. I
understand
should
what
go.
the award is.
When I was a child, I was in
You can
South
see the
Pacific.
smoke. It's the exact wrong
It
place.
was a community theater production in Long Island. I was
Fuck my
given a black
face.
wig and orange
my
paint, and they made my eyes Asian, and I sang an Asian song, and I pretended to be Asian. Come for me, bitches. I mean, that's the truth. And I'm ashamed I did that. And I will kill myself after this program. Okay? Because I'm deeply shamed. Texas is shutting down again. I hope you enjoyed your rattlesnake bites. Get up the rattlesnake bite. It's a very nasty appetizer.
The diffuser is
The rattlesnake bite. Oh, it's a medical emergency.
operator remaining.
It is a medical emergency, but it's also. So the rattlesnake bite is an appetizer. What is it, Ben? It's a jalapeno popper.
Cream cheese wrapped in bacon and baked. Yeah. Or grilled.
And the rattlesnake bite is a Texas thing, right?
Totally, yeah.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed them. Texas is shutting down again.
Fuck me.
They're shutting back
Wasn't
down.
even me that got
Florida's
pissed off.
shutting back down.
Warden again. I fucking hate this
Here's
dude.
the deal. I
Time
live in
rush.
LA.
I'm a fucking.
For now.
Oh.
I drive around
I'm in a
and
video
I see
game.
all these children and young adults and people of all ages, really, but specifically on the younger side, standing outside of these stores. And I want to know what they're waiting for. And they're all in a line, and they are called hypebeasts.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Ray
What am I
Kump
doing?
had his phone stolen by a hypebeast one day. He was in an Uber pool.
Did
And
I
a kid like a
stick
Supreme
with
sweatshirt
Blitz?
swiped Ray Kump's
So
phone.
I think I'm
And then
gonna.
he had to go to like the cops, and he was reporting his phone stolen. I don't know why. It was just he had to do it to his insurance, whatever claim. I don't know. And he's like, my phone was taken by a hypebeast. Hypebeast took it. But the beasts they love T-shirts and sneakers and shit like that. Fucked.com. Online store sells out. This shit sells out. June 27th from June 26th. Typically, items sell out in a matter of minutes after we open the store at noon on certain Fridays. Why don't you subscribe to the newsletter of fucked.com? Follow on IG or Twitter. Start mentally preparing and strategizing on how to cop items while everyone else is in FOMO frenzy made and getting carjacked by supposed bots. I'm amazed that these people are fans of my show, but they are, and that's great. This is what we want. We want to expand the base, you know? So this is great. You gotta look cool, unless you're like, I don't have to look cool because I'm like talented, but you're not. So get cool shit. That's how you get laid. That's why people will talk to you. Be that, white guys now, you just kind of have to be like good looking and quiet. And cool. That's the only, you just gotta have to stand there, not really say anything. If anyone says anything, just say Black Lives Matter and move on about your day. And the way to do that is in a fucked shirt. Fucked pop-up got shut down by the police. Wow. That's how much people care about fucked. That the pop-up was shut down by the police. It was LAPD, huh? They went in there just... Did they shoot anybody? Did they show restraint?
I mean, how can no one fucking kill anybody?
There's gonna be no promo codes, no
Oh,
free
shit,
shipping, no
that's the word.
discounts, no free shit. It's not gonna, none of it's gonna be free.
What else?
Because this has a high resale value, okay? This is a game that the hype beasts play. Play it very well. They buy the shit, they resell it. Get in the game. Get smart. This is online life now. This is digital currency. You gotta really you got a fucked hat on.
Yeah. They sent me this and the jacket.
Yeah. Of high resale value. It dropped off. Not right. Masks. Go to it and get involved with fashion. People ask me, where are you on masks? People say to me, they're like, where are you on the great mask debate of 2020? Here's what I'll say, folks. As a person who's 300 pounds and spent the majority of life drinking and doing cocaine, I don't comment on public health policy. I just don't do it. And many comedians do. Many celebrities do. They might be 7,000 pounds and drug addicts. They may eat their own vomit. They may be bulimic and anorexic or anything. But they still comment on public health policy because they think people want to hear that from them. They think people want to hear from them how to be healthy in the middle of injecting things into every area of their body. I say if I go in a store, I wear a mask. And let me tell you why I wear a mask. I don't know shit about the transmission of coronavirus. I wear a mask because everybody else is wearing a mask, okay? It's the same reason I wear shoes when I go into a store. It's because they're required. When I'm outside and when I'm alone, when I'm in my car, wherever I am, I do not wear a mask. I don't go inside restaurants. I don't go inside bars because coronavirus, I do believe, is real, and I don't want to get it. So I stay on patios, and I stay away from other people other than people I know. I kind of did that before the pandemic. I wasn't just diving into groups of 100 people. So I don't really have a strong feeling on this, but just be prepared for them to reverse what they said about masks because they've reversed a lot of other things about this. I'm not saying they will or not. I'm just saying just be ready for it and stop, it's this, battering ram that people are using against each other. Yeah. Listen, man.
We're just trying to get to 50, and then we can start that ranked matches, and then we can fucking really get some good teammates. And
you don't have to. I don't think it should be a law that you should, but private businesses are allowed to regulate their business the way they want to, and if they mandate that you wear a mask, you have to wear a mask. If you walk in without a mask and they've asked you to wear a mask, you're being a dick.
50%, 100% renown bonus
for no reason
bonus,
in wherever
10%
shopping, supermarket you're going into. You know what makes me mad about the masks? I was in the desert.
Boosters, huh?
And that's where I'm spending a lot of time. I go out to the desert. I go to the desert, I am Tim Dillon, the only comedian left in LA. I'm kidding. And that's a comedy. We're a comedy show. I go to the desert now. And don't laugh. I go to a comedy show. I don't go to...
Booster activated.
I don't go to that.
We're boosted.
I go to the desert. Buy these tickets for these shows in August that I'm sure will be canceled. I'm kidding. Buy the tickets. I go to the desert and we go to this Mexican restaurant and it's outside and you have to walk inside for like a brief minute to get to your table.
It's like we got 4 people on Rumble, 2 people on YouTube.
The woman starts.
Throw me a like, throw me a follow, people, if you haven't already.
Said, listen,
trying to get to 50 people on Rumble. And I only have one subscriber on YouTube, and it's myself.
I'm like, well, I don't want to
be
in the common
by
area
myself.
I want to walk to my
so
table.
Help me out.
So you're making me put on a
Would
mask.
Be helpful.
So that when I get to my table, I take the mask off. What are we doing? It's 5 seconds to walk to the table. I have to put my mask on for what? I understand if I'm standing in a grocery store or if I'm sitting inside of a place, but I'm literally walking through to get to my table. And the woman's like, you got to have your mask on. And then if you don't have your mask, you just got to go like this. This is my favorite thing. People just put their shirt above their nose. Stop blaming the protests. Stop blaming the early reopenings. We all decided, we all came together and said, we're done with this. Everyone said, I want to go back to work. I need to go back to work. I need to throw a brick through the window at a Target. I need to burn the thing down. And I get it, because cops are fucking nuts and people want to get out there. Some people want to do the rattlesnake bite. Some people want to get out there and fucking, attack the government. Whatever. It's fine. Whatever you're doing is fine. You just want to be outside. Are you going to Denny's or are you burning it down? It doesn't matter. You just want to get out. One side can't blame the other side. They have to unite. Fat people that take cruises and violent anarchists have to unite. They're fat people can wear suicide vests that will pack so much dynamite in them that they could take out the entire House of Representatives with one fart. You understand? Why should people go together? But stop blaming everybody. There's so much anger in the country right now, I don't know what to do. There's so much consternation. There's so much bitterness. There's so much division. No leadership. There's no, except here on this program. Here. But nowhere else is there any leadership. I've suggested what to do. Military tribunals for everybody involved with Big Mouth. Everyone. Have you heard that? Where are your woke friends? Your woke friends didn't say that, have they? I think Sarah Cooper's talented. She's a pleasant woman, and she does the Trump thing. Please stop calling her the greatest political satirist of our time. Please stop. I like her, and I think what she's doing is fun. But please, let's not get hysterical, as we always do. Okay? I'm not mad at her. I want her to have all the opportunities.
Sure.
I get it. But let's rein it in. She would probably agree with that. Okay? I know everyone loves her, and no one loves me, and that's okay. This town does not love me. They don't love me.
Fun.
Jerry Seinfeld
Fun
does
times
not
are
love
fun.
me. Patton Oswalt doesn't love me. They don't retweet me. They don't care. They've taken no interest in me, nor will they. And I realize that's because of my words and actions. The reason that these people don't fuck with me is because of my words and actions, my general demeanor, my beliefs, and my unwillingness to compromise them for whatever. So I get it. I'm not hating on anyone. I want everyone to do well, but it's just what it is. And I have these meetings with everyone, and everyone's like, you should have your own show. Here's the deal. When I'm about to have my own show, I will be called into a room, or it'll be a Zoom conference, and somebody, an executive, will say, will you apologize for when you and Luis Gomez and Nick Mullen did Sebastian Maniscalco Goes to Africa bit? Where you basically said, and I quote, let's let the Italians cater the clitorectomy. Will you apologize for that? And I will go, no, that is funny. And they will go, yeah, but no. So that's why I won't have a show. It's not going to happen because I won't apologize. And then even if if I apologize and I look, you know, and I go against everything I believe, then they give me, what, 1 or 2 seasons of a show? And then I'm going to come back to this podcast and ask you guys to fucking, you know, like, give a shit about me after I've just compromised. It's not the way it works. I'd love a show. I'd love them to let me do a show or a movie, but that's not what it's going to be. They're just going to give it to people that lip sync. I mean, that's what Twitter is. It's like, you know, everybody, I mean, it's what TikTok is. Everybody on TikTok.
All right, let's give Cav a shot again. Since they took
nobody
my
sings their
Frost
songs.
from me.
Nobody writes songs. I mean, it's very strange what's going on right now. It's very strange that people are enjoying people lip sync things other people did. Not as a novelty, as like entertainment. It's interesting. That's what the younger generation wants. They want to lip sync. They want people that are good looking. It's all about optics, you know. They want a good looking person to lip sync a song. And what's great is if you go on TikTok, you just see the white kids dancing, trying to not say the N-word. That's the whole challenge of TikTok. That's the challenge of TikTok. Being a white kid and you can't say the N-word, they're like, They smile. They just gotta smile through the N-bomb. They just can't say it. Can't say it. Florida, man. Florida's like, they're just drowning in a sea of Rona. They don't give a shit. Shout out to Florida. Yeah. Shout out to the greatest state that's ever been.
Yeah.
This is why I love Florida. I went to Side Splitters in Tampa, and I just shit on Tampa for 20 minutes. And when I was done shitting on it, they seemed disappointed. They know what it is down there. They know what it is. One of our greatest episodes, Brownie Boat, on the Patreon, details my time in Florida. But my friend, this kid Dan Carney, who used to open for me when the world existed, is going to come to LA for a little while. He's down in Florida right now, and he said it's just, you know, wild. Like, it's just wild down there. It's just, you know, there's people running around. What is that, a bug? A moth. We're in like a carpeted hell, you know? I mean, can you imagine, do you realize the loser you have to be to have an apartment with a carpet? Like, we have carpets here. You have to be fucked if you have a carpet. But Dan was just saying that he ran into some old lady, like he was picking up a pizza.
Yeah.
And some old lady standing outside the pizza place. She's like, "This is fear mongering from the military." So like, I like that. Like I say, maybe I end up there. Do I end up there? Those seem to be fun people. They don't have blue check marks. They have blue lips because they're overdosing on oxycodone. And that might be my demo. Let Sarah Cooper have Hollywood. God love her. I support it. She's pretty. She has an interesting look to her. She's very pretty, though. She's like someone you want to get to know. You see her and you go, I want to get to know her. I want to have lunch with her. I want to spend time with her. People see me. That's not their feeling. They want me to tell them something and then leave immediately. You know, there are people like that. I've had those characters populated my entire life. People that you want to say something and then go away. Like, tell us something and then get out of here. We just had the old guy from upstairs wanted to look at the tile on the deck, on the whatever it is. What is that called?
It's just a balcony.
Yeah, it's a balcony. It's not a deck. It's a balcony. And then the guy comes down and he's like, the building was built in 1947. And it's like, yeah. So he starts to go into like the way the different apartments were configured. And
He's been here 50 years.
he's been here 50 years. And he starts doing this thing, my favorite thing. He's like, why would I go buy a condo for $1.3 million when I got the space I need up there? I'm like, well, that's true. And also you don't have the money to do that. You also don't have $1.3 million. That's part of the reason. Why I'm gonna go buy a condo? I got all the space I need here. I was talking to Big J's ex-wife, who I love, Carla, Fat Carla, I call her. She's a plump woman, as am I. And she was telling me she had coronavirus in Long Island, and she was just having like blood clots in her mouth and like spitting out the blood. She had like such a horrible bloody nose. She's just like spitting blood. And she's like standing outside of an urgent care, and she like opened the door. She's like, "Can I have another mask? My mask's all bloody." So that's the way Long Island's been handling coronavirus. Just stroking out outside of urgent cares. Spitting blood like velociraptors. She told me, she goes, my daughter was so happy the first time she could have Chipotle. We both started crying because it was the first time we could eat. Can you just imagine that? Just chubby people in Long Island in a Chipotle just crying into a burrito bowl. I mean, Long Island is it's wild. God love her. I like her. She's handling my tickets. My license is suspended right now. The Long Island Comedy Club has opened a comedy club in the alley of their building. Governor's Comedy Club, which has banned me, is opening, they have. All I said was that the audience was grotesque.
Wearing sweatpants.
I said they were wearing, and they had starter jackets on from the 90s. And what do you want me to do, fuck? You want me to lie? You want me to tell them they're hot? I didn't say they were a bad audience. I said they were grotesque. They look like, I mean, the Hollywood Improv audience is like hot influencers, and they suck half the time.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think it's funny.
We got the dub, alright? We got the dub. I got like 4 fucking assists.
I don't
and I
think
peppered so many people.
Where's the comedian from the Netflix show?
Sorry, that's all that matters. We
Like,
got out of there with the dub.
I'm banned.
She loves
banned. I like him. We're having good. We're gonna have to Leon. Why not?
Let's do it.
He's having a rough couple of weeks, but no one's been convicted. That's the reality. I believe in the rule of law. Not really, but I believe in due process. Mm-hmm. I believe you got to give people their day in court. I believe that.
Yeah.
I have no problem with him on a personal level. If he's done the things people have said, then it's like no good. I understand that. You know what I mean? But I mean, I'll have him on to plead his case. He should do a bigger show than this. Probably shouldn't come on here. Probably low rent. Can you imagine his team being like, "What show did you do? Did you do Rogan? What'd you do?" He's like, "I did on the Tim Dillon Show." Like, what? What if we have Chris D'Elia on next week with Candace Owens? What if we did that? And like he doesn't know she's on?
Yeah.
Somehow I get canceled. Him and her start dating.
5 seconds to go.
That's funny.
We're having fun, folks. It's the end times. You must enjoy yourselves. Chris, you're on the program with Candace Owens. You know Candace? D'Elia defends himself on Tim Dillon Show with guest Candace Owens. What a fun episode. I'm just trying to figure out how to have fun. I'm getting bored. I want to have a little fun. Let's kick up a little dust. Like that girl, Kat Cohen, was she's a talented comedian. She's out of New York City. She does cabaret comedy, and she sings. That's what she does. And then she did a sketch, and I talked about this on the Patreon. Did a sketch where she was satirizing white racism or millennial entitlement, whatever. And she put up one of her friends, a black guy in a noose. One of the bits was she's like,
I should just stop playing Blitz, I guess.
Black guy in a noose.
I was
She came out,
fucking
like,
good
2
at
weeks ago.
Blitz.
That was like not the week, right? For that to emerge. But I just thought it would be funny if like she just went alt-right cabaret.
Why'd they take away
She's
my
like,
Blitz?
build the wall, build it now. Let's talk about the shapes of skulls. Would it not be funny if she did that? It would be funny. Why can't we just admit that that would be funny? If she was a neo-Nazi
Fuck.
cabaret, there's enough gay people in the alt-right that she could make a probably pretty decent career at that.
We just need one more.
Culture
Yeah.
matters. All these gay guys in the audience.
Who's on the piano?
Yes, cat. What?
Who's on the piano?
This is my last shot to do
I don't know who can
do
play
good
piano.
with
Spencer, who can play
Blitz.
piano. I don't know. I don't know which one of those guys can play
And
piano.
that
You
sucks,
have to find it out.
maybe I'll buy a new
Culture
character.
matters. Europeans built our land. She's just like, a bunch of gay like alt-right Nazis.
Yeah.
There'd be something there is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Where are the managers who can see this? I can see it.
Hmm.
It may not be a good idea for a career. It wouldn't be that. It would be short-lived. If she became a Nazi cabaret act, it would be short-lived.
Short window, yeah.
A short window, but strike while the iron is hot. Get in there and give him a few hits. Give him a few hits and then move on. You know? She'd just come out in like a, whatever, like a sash, and she just sits on the thing. She grabs a microphone as somebody doing the piano, and she's like, let's talk about crime rates. It's uncomfortable. And everybody's like swaying.
Insertion in 10
It
seconds.
would be hilarious. So next week, Chris D'Elia, Candace Owens. We gotta shake it up a little bit here, folks. Why not have a little fun? We're gonna be at war with China in 6 months. Have that second slice of cake. Have it. Break your keto diet. It's coming. China's gonna come and I don't know. I hope this is not true. But I've heard. This is what I've heard. I've heard that China, the country of China, okay, I've heard is behind a lot of what's happening right now. They're behind it. From what happened to Big Mouth to Apu on The Simpsons. They're trying to give Harry Babalu money, and they pushed him to make
Oh,
the
boy.
documentary. There's something wrong with
No more
Apu,
Blitz.
right? Is that the documentary?
Yeah, I think that's
Friendly last
Is it Who Took Apu?
who took a poop.
What was the documentary about? But I think China's behind that documentary. It's very divisive. The problem with Apu. Is that what I said?
I think so.
Oh, I said something's wrong with Apu. Well, the problem with Apu. I think China is China's sewing division. And this is how they did it. They made a documentary about a beloved character on The Simpsons named Apu, who was a business owner.
Yeah.
He was an immigrant to America. He was beloved. People liked him. But the problem with the poo was
Maybe I
that
should
he
go
owned a
snipes.
business, or he owned a Quickie Marty, because people don't like the idea that Indians or any race is stereotyped. Irish people being drunk, Italian people being criminals. Now, the Simpsons had the Italians were criminals, the gangsters, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had the mayor, who was very creepy, who was a Kennedy guy. They had Homer, who was the white American buffoon, the ultimate American idiot, right? They had Patty and Selma, the whatever spinster, smoking, potentially dykes, we don't know. But they had a lot of these characters that played into those stereotypes. But Apu was especially distressing to Indian people, I guess, because they were teased with the accent.
Yeah.
People would tease them with the accent. And that was hurtful to them. When my grandfather was growing up, he was Irish, and then people were Italian. And they would beat the shit out of each other with like weapons on the streets of New York City. People aren't nice to each other. That isn't new. We don't need a cartoon to give kids the excuse to be cruel. Kids are nasty and cruel and vicious and vindictive. Ask Dalia. That's a joke. I'm kidding. I have done nothing but help. So I get it. I was made fun of when I was a kid.
So good.
Okay? People always made fun of me. Oh, you're so cool. You're so popular. You're so shallow. You're fake.
Kid.
You just want to be with rich people. I took abuse. Like, Mr. Fucking popular. Mr. Everybody loves you. Mr. Do whatever you want. Mr. Hangs out with all the cool kids. Mr. Gets all the good drugs. I took horrible abuse as a child. I would lay awake at night. Oh, you don't care about anybody. You're always with the cool people. You're just always at the coolest parties. I get it. I get it when someone comes at you. Oh, Tim doesn't care about his friends. He just likes the cool kids because they love him. Everyone loves you. That's what people used to say to me. It hurt. When they go, yeah, everyone loves you. Like, literally everyone. I would hear that, and I have to go home and process that. Do you know how hard that is to hear constantly that I'm adored and loved and an iconic figure? That is hard. So I get it if somebody went up to you and go, I get it, and I'm not for it.
All right, match point. Are we back on defense?
I'm not for that. I am against doing that to people. But I'm also against creating a world where because how many sacrifices will we have to make as people to create a world
1 in 6.
where, and by the way, this would be impossible, but the idea is that we could create a world where the likelihood of that happening is less by taking away an Indian character who owns a
This is
and has an
the
Indian
round
accent.
of redemption.
Indian people sound like that. I like that accent. I like accents. I like West Indians. I like Indian. I like that they sound different. Who's the racist? I love Jackson Heights. I like them and they like me. They love brown people who love a fat person. They're the only ones that do. And you go in and you eat gulab jamun. It's like a pancake. It's shaped like a small ball. I used to go in with Raymond, and they would bring us these deep fried things, and they're in a they fry them in like there's a lot of diabetes there. They fry them in like some type of syrup, and they spit syrup gulab jamun. They spit syrup, and myself and Raymond used to go to Jackson Heights, and all of the Indians would come and shove it in our mouth like that, and we'd go rah rah rah. Raymond would be like, rah, 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 rah. And all of the Indians would love us, and many of them would do a traditional dance around us. So this idea that people shouldn't be different or be stereotyped is stupid. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't understand what's the problem with a guy that owns a Quickie Mart. He's doing good. Well, not all Indians own Quickie Mart. Of course they don't. Of course. Some are comedians. Some are losers. But the ones that aren't, I mean, So Hank Azaria played the Indian character Apu in The Simpsons, and he said he was stepping down from the role following years of controversy. Now that role, by the way, do you know who's going to play that role now?
Who?
Jenny Slate. Jenny Slate will be doing it now, and I support that. What if Jenny Slate, see, if these people were fucking funny, Jenny Slate would tweet, "I'm now going to be a poo." I'm going to tweet that right now. I'm going to tweet, very happy that Hank Azaria stepped down, that Jenny Slate will be voicing the role of a poo. We're trying to have fun. I don't understand. I mean, nobody can have any fun anymore. Everything's outlawed. This is why people are out in the streets. Have you heard of this new thing? They think the Blasio got rid of the plainclothes NYPD officers. So they think there's a conspiracy that because there's a lot of fireworks going on. Ray's in Brooklyn, he told me that.
In front
there's
of
a conspiracy
millions
that the Blasio and the cops or
all over
whoever
the world
are just giving fireworks to homeless people, letting them go crazy with them, so that it's an excuse because they just came up with this new fireworks commission, which will be undercover people. So it's like they took away the undercovers, but they're like, okay, but this new group's going to be undercover.
Right.
This is what people don't understand. They think abolish the police, there's not going to be any law and order in the world. There's going to be law and order, and you might like it less. Power vacuums are going to be filled. You know? This is the result of people that go to college and have no fucking understanding of how the world works. And they think they can, like, shame people. That doesn't work in real life. Go up to somebody in real life and be like, excuse me, I think that you're a bit, like, you can't, people put a gun in your face. They'll punch you in the face. They'll cut your throat. It doesn't work. Your Twitter antics don't work in real life. Not with criminals. Not with criminals. People that want to kill you don't really care if you can't go and cancel people that want to kill you. That's not the way it works. Canceled. You're canceled. After fronting critically acclaimed rock band Lion Eyes, who they are talented and they're fans of the show, for the past decade, Nate Bergman is making his first solo music that's already being described by Classic Rock Magazine as Otis Redding crossed with Bruce Springsteen, and making instantly likable tunes that hold their own. Metal Hammer UK says Bergman has one of the most original voices in modern music, and Distorted Sound describes his first solo show in London as a jaw-dropping performance. American Songwriter says painfully honest and witty lyrics that are delivered through powerhouse vocals. The songs were recorded analog and feature real instruments, which Nate played all of himself. Wow. That's fucking rare. It sounds very different from... It sounds very different from Doja Cat. If you love Doja Cat, you might not love this. There's no songs about butts. I mean, who wrote that? Did he write that?
Probably him.
/Tim. You're going to love it. It helps the show. It helps you. It helps America. It's what's needed. Do it now. Family Guy star Mike Henry will no longer play Cleveland Brown. Henry made the announcement Friday on Twitter. It's been an honor to play Cleveland on Family Guy for 20 years. I love this character, but persons of color should. By the way, how regressive does that sound? I love this character, but persons of color should get their chance at the role. Persons of color. Netflix, well, this is a little insane.
This is all from today.
Are they going to see this on the show?
Yeah.
Netflix pulls Community episode over blackface.
It's Ken Jeong. It looks crazy, right?
Dude, Ken Jeong. Can't Asians do blackface? What are the rules? Ken Jeong's like 4 feet tall.
Well, they do in China, right?
I think they do.
Yeah.
I'm doing a blackface tour in China later this year. In China, I perform as a backup Lizzo. I make a lot of money doing that in China. They just play one of her songs and I just go, blame it on, and I just put blackface on. I go, and I gotta do black leg. That's the real rough one. They gotta put my thigh in all, and I just go, blame it on the juice. You can blame it on the juice. And I'm saying juice, not Jews, but who knows what that song really means. I mean, dude, Ken Jeong in black. Like, if I had a wedding, that would be my wedding invitation. Would be Ken Jeong in blackface. I mean, it's literally the craziest thing. But here's the thing: it doesn't look like a black person.
I know.
Get this off, please. Get us taken down off YouTube and leave that up there for too long. So the guy who played Cleveland is just gonna dip after 20 years.
Looks like there's a purge right now. 30 Rock took down episodes with blackface and other shows.
How much? This is just a question. This is just an aside. How much blackface was going on?
Sarah Silverman did one in 2008.
I know, it's weird. It's like I didn't realize there was a lot of blackface going on. I didn't realize how much blackface was happening. They're like, The View is taking down an episode where all the ladies did blackface. I'm Barbara Walters, and today I'm in blackface to honor the great Harriet Tubman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, was this just happening everywhere? Does everybody do blackface in this country? I just wasn't aware of it. Ghislaine Maxwell being canceled over blackface photo. Next on Access Hollywood. Jeffrey Epstein's mistress is asking the country for forgiveness because she went as Diana Ross one Halloween. But do you understand what I mean, folks? Where we're just kind of losing our minds here about this. Now I know I'm a white guy, and that's easy for me to say, but I am Irish, and there's no group of people in this country who suffered more than the Irish. Nobody. Our lives are utter tragedy. No matter who you know. I mean, the Irish, we are a damned race. This little Marxist on Twitter always says that, Sean McCarthy, who's a sweet kid. He's nuts, but he's a sweet kid. He doesn't think anyone should have more than $500,000. But I like him. He's like this little guy who gets sunken in eyes.
He's funny.
He's very funny.
Yeah.
He's very funny on Twitter. And a genuinely nice guy, like a sweetheart. He's got a pretty wife. Like, he's like a good person. But he always talks about that. Like, he's one of these guys who understands, like, the Irish. If you have a last name like McCarthy, people expect you to be a loser. Dillon I can hide because it's French. Dillon has a little French in it. But if your last name's like O'Loughlin, O'Flaherty. Imagine going through the world with the name Flaherty. Like, go to Irish last names. How sad people's lives are with an Irish last name. I would argue that if your name is O'Sullivan, it's almost as bad as having been a slave.
Good gracious.
Let's see Irish last names.
Yo.
Kelly. Byrne, Ryan, O'Sullivan. The O's are the bad ones, like O'Loughlin. These are the Here we are. Here's some Irish last names. Top ones are Murphy, Kelly, keep going down. O'Sullivan, Walsh, Smith, O'Brien, Byrne, O'Connor, O'Neill, O'Reilly, Doyle. Hello, my name is Patty Doyle. Yeah, you're gonna fail. Gallagher. This is worse. Keep going. McLaughlin, John McLaughlin. O'Carroll. Nobody with the name O'Carroll is doing well. You know about my friend Bobby O'Carroll? His wife lit him on fire while they slept. She said a banshee told her to do it. Boyle. Ugh. Boyle. Your last name is Boyle. These people. Power? I've never heard that. I've never heard an Irish person's last name be Power.
I know Kavanaugh's Irish.
Brett Kavanaugh. See, you will not succeed with a name like Kavanaugh. You have a name like Kavanaugh, well, what are you going to do? Brett Kavanaugh. Okay, so he's on the Supreme Court. I bet he couldn't be the president. Higgins. When I thought I liked girls, I had a crush on a girl whose last name was Higgins. I bet she has a horrible life now. Horrible life.
Horrible.
It's a horrible life. Chris, you know Candace, right? I mean, All we're trying to do, folks, we got to bring some enjoyment back. Everything's too tight. That's why we've tried to be silly this whole show. China's going to fight us. They're probably going to win. Maybe not. But if we keep being fucking losers about everything, like literally everything, it's going to be a problem. You know, toughen up a little. Stop fetishizing trauma. Stop using the word trauma lightly. Trauma is something serious. Trauma should be reserved for like genuine victims of rape and sexual assault and soldiers who we've asked to kill children for no reason. Those people should have trauma. Okay? Like, not people that went to heard something offensive or saw something they didn't like. And they're like, I have the trauma. The trauma stays with me. Just cut it out. Trauma's for soldiers. They sign up for the military because they think they're doing the right thing, and then they end up in Afghanistan protecting pedophile warlords. That's who the word trauma is for. Okay? That's somebody who goes to an open mic and hears something they don't like. Who's gonna play Cleveland now? No one knows.
Vin Rames?
You think Vin Rames? But Cleveland's like a white black guy, right?
Kinda,
He's like a whiny suburban guy. I'm not saying black guys can't be whiny and suburban, but like, we don't think of them as that.
Right.
Should we? Should we start thinking of black guys like bitches? I mean, I know the argument is like, oh, okay, but I don't think of black people as criminals either. You know, like people are like, oh, you think you're scared of them, you think of them as criminals. I was like, no, I just don't think they're bitches. So I don't think of them as like, wow, 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 wow. Like that's what Cleveland is. He's
Right.
like, wow, wow. I guess maybe that's what everybody wants, you know? Like Cleveland is the white voice that black comedians do, you know?
Right.
That's what Cleveland always was. So I was like, that's why the character's funny. He's like this big loaf of bread, Cleveland. You know? Like, it's not... What are we gonna have, a thug Cleveland? Like a guy who's like, motherfucker, I'm Cleveland. Like, what, you know? Are we missing the point of Cleveland a little bit? Cleveland's like a fat white bitch. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like a suburban male with tits. Should be like fucking voiced by a white guy. Some lactating old white male. Just got milky titties. He's driving to Home Depot. Then he goes through the fucking drive-thru or somewhere, just lets out a little fart and just eats something. That's what we think of Cleveland. We don't think of like a cool black dude.
Right.
We don't think of anyone who's has any. Even if like we don't think of like Peter Griffin. Cleveland's like a guy that would hang out with Peter Griffin.
Right.
They're like fat suburban losers.
And Quagmire, who's a rapist.
Yeah, Quagmire the rapist. It's like not. What? What are we fighting over? Make more opportunities for black people. Make better shows. Black people don't watch a lot of your shit because it's whack.
Yeah.
It's whack. It sucks. A lot of my black friends don't fuck with this shit because it's bad. I don't mean Family Guy, but I mean a lot of the stuff, the woke shit, people, nobody watched the Nightly Show. No one watched it. Of any race, watched the Nightly Show. Because it wasn't good. It was not good.
Was that Larry Whitmore?
Wilmore,
sorry.
Don't erase him by saying Whitmore. I'm just saying we've lost our mind a little bit here, folks. It's starting to feel weird. Starting to feel very strange in the sense that nothing's enough for anybody. I don't know what the future is. People like white people can't write roles for black people now. Like white people can't write a character for black. I mean, like, what are we doing? Are we going back to the separate water fountains? Luis Gomez made a point today. It's like, at what point do we just? This seems like we're bringing back segregation. It seems like that White Fragility book, written by a white woman, by the way. I mean, if you read any of that, the dance they want you to do when you meet someone so that you don't offend them, it's like no one will ever be friends again. Sean McCarthy, by the way, who I like on Twitter, follow him, by the way, get his handle up. He thinks, and this is kind of interesting, that identity politics is the CIA's way of preventing any class cohesion. That's not it. Sean, no, I don't know. Find him. Okay. And he might have a point there. Like, he's like, maybe all these big businesses and, intelligence, agencies and stuff keep pushing this kind of radical identity politics because it prevents any unity amongst a class of people. Okay? So that's what he said. Like, he's like this. He has a podcast called Grubstalkers Pod. I don't know what that's about. They give billionaires a lashing or something. But he's a funny guy. But he had a good point about that, where it's like the ruling class is kind of served by continually dividing people, and it seems weird to kind of like divide them like this. I don't know. Then he says other wacky stuff, like nobody can have more than $500,000. Sean, stop it! You're out of your mind. So follow that guy. I like him. You won't agree with everything he says, but he's very funny. Get my Twitter. Follow me too, by the way. Follow me on Twitter. Many of you don't, and it's unfortunate.
Oh, still there. I don't know how. I guess someone got a frosted
Cancel your family
flakes.
just seems a little tone deaf now with Corona. I don't know. It also feels like it's over. Dick Cheney says to wear a mask, and I listen to Dick Cheney. Why? Because Dick Cheney pulled off 9/11. Right? Mm-hmm. Donald Trump can't even fucking pull off a wall. This guy slaughtered 3,000 people on our own soil. That's fucking impressive. And he says wear a mask. I'm listening to him. I'm listening to a guy that killed 3,000 of our own people. I'm sorry, I am. Okay? Yeah, he doesn't need to be a medical expert. I'm listening to a guy that instituted a torture program and got us out of that faggoty Geneva Convention that says we shouldn't torture people. This guy tortured innocent people and he killed them. And that's who I listen to. Guys who kill us and kill innocent people and invade countries for no reason, really, and make a lot of money for Halliburton and other defense contractors. And if he says wear a mask, I listen to him. I listen to a guy who spends most of the day torturing people and a little part of the day being nice to his lesbian daughter, which is a nice thing that he does that. But I listen to that guy. I support that guy. So if you're not wearing a mask right now, you're making Dick Cheney unhappy. And I don't want to live in a country where you ungrateful Are you dead? Did he kill you? Did he torture you? I seem to remember the economy doing pretty well after 9/11. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dick Cheney. So when a genocidal mass murderer who institutes torture wears a mask and a cowboy hat, I listen. When a genocidal monster who is now this is when I realize my career that like this rant right now is limits. This is limiting.
That was probably the dumbest
I mean?
thing you ever caught on camera. But.
I feel like this isn't like Ellen doesn't want this. You know what I mean? Ellen doesn't want this. Ellen wants to hang out with Dick Cheney. Ellen wants to go to Abu Ghraib and see where the blood got spilled. And that's why she makes $80 million a year. And I'm very grateful for my Patreon. Thank you for that. But I'll never make that kind of money. Because what I respect about Ellen is Ellen wants to smell the burning flesh. You see? So she wouldn't go on a rant like this because she'd meet Dick Cheney somewhere. You know? Who knows? Ellen's probably at Bohemian Grove.
It's too much shit for me.
Cremation of care ceremony. It's just Ellen.
I love to see it.
She's like dancing, and all these billionaire CEOs are dancing. They're all TikToking. Dick Cheney's TikToking.
In front of the owl.
In front of the owl, in front of Moloch. They're just playing the planes going into the buildings, and they're all just fucking like, remember 2001?
Let's get the fuck out of here, fellas.
Everybody's got masks on. They're watching the planes go to the buildings. Ellen's just fucking there in front of the owl. She's just fucking doing the Charleston. Everybody's there. All the big CEOs, the big media heads, they're all there. Anderson Cooper's there. Cheney's pissing in his mouth, you know. Don Lemon's there. Everybody's having fun, you know. Imagine if my career gets better. I'm on CNN one day and Andrew Cooper interviews me and he's like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hey," because I will have to do I will have to meet some of these people eventually, like on a show where they interview me, and I'm like, "How are you? How's it been?" Tim, you mentioned me, Fallon. No. How are you? I don't think I'll meet him, but I might. I'm just in an area that, like, I could meet him. I'm not expecting to. I'm not gonna, like, hang out with him. I'm not in that rarefied air of comedians that's up there, but, like, I could be in a place where he might be, and, like, there could be, like, just this awkward. I don't think he knows who I am, hopefully. But that clip's almost got 1 million views of me saying he bit someone's tit. That's funny, though. So all I'm trying to say, this is how I'm going to end this. Jenny Slate needs to go to jail. Dick Cheney does not. Okay? All Dick Cheney did was lie us into a couple of wars, pull off a false flag to get us into them, institute torture, bankrupt our country, and use it to kill innocent people both at home and abroad. Jenny Slate erased a black person using a cartoon. She's a sick bitch. You know what I mean? So I think she could go to jail. And the only way that she can redeem herself, the only way that Jenny Slate can redeem herself is if she can do Cleveland Brown's voice. And if she can't do Cleveland Brown's voice, then I've had enough. And she goes to the gulag. But is that a funnier tweet if I say, should I tweet Jenny Slate? Congrats to Jenny Slate on her new job voicing Cleveland Brown. I'm so ready to get out of this business and move to the desert. You have no idea. I'm a year away from Florida or the desert. I don't know. But I'm so close to just pulling the fucking chain, getting the fuck out of here. I don't care anymore. Fucking meetings with people. So what about like, hey, it's Josh, it's chill. Hey, so like what about if the show is like you, like what about have you ever thought of like, hey, have you considered, you know what would be really good? Like I really see you in the hey, shut up. You go get me a show and get Roseanne Arnold on it to talk about Q. First fucking episode. If I have a fucking show, first episode, everybody's gonna have the script. They're like, we're ready to shoot. And then I go, throw the script away, boys. And then I bring Roseanne Arnold on. I sit her down. I light her a cigarette, and I say, tell us the truth, Rose. Tell us the truth. See everybody being like, everybody's like paranoid. Restaurant Beverly Hills in a half hour.
Doesn't look like it's gonna go.
I like Ocean Prime in Beverly Hills because it's an expensive Red Lobster. And it's very diverse. Black people love it because they love seafood. I love seafood and shellfish. That's why I go. Most restaurants in Beverly Hills are very white and Persian, but I like Ocean Prime because it's like a big Red Lobster. That's my commitment to diversity. I used to eat there with LaToya Jackson all the time. Yeah. She was in another table. I'd be in another table. You know. I don't know, folks. How great would that be just to show? First episode, I just bring Roseanne on. Dude, can you play the Roseanne Donald Trump? Did you see what she did recently?
Oh, I think so, yeah.
She's a fucking genius. I'm supposed to be on her show. Can her fucking son please get in contact with me? Because your fucking mother is literally one of the last fucking OGs left in this fucking game. I don't care what she believes.
I'll find it. Hold on.
Oh, did she?
Everyone deletes their tweets now.
I don't know. Somebody might have fucking told her to delete it. She's so good. Everything she does is good. This is it.
You know what I think? You know, discuss amongst yourselves. If you don't agree, you don't really have to burn me at the stake for not agreeing with me, but let me just throw out one idea, and I hope that the hungry dogs in the street have enough meat as not to come up to me for thinking this. I'm tired of it. But I have this to say as follows, and it's okay if you can really listen to everything I say, which is great. I'm tired of being you know, corrected and fuck it. I'll say what I'm gonna say. Trump, hear me when I say this. Trump is, in my opinion, the first woman president of the United States.
The woman is just fucking, she's designed to make me happy. Everything she does, not the monkey thing she said, but most of what she says, Planet of the Apes, whatever. But a lot of what she says, I just enjoy her. Gosh darn it. I just enjoy a crazy person. Can't we go back to enjoying crazy people? Can comedians stop fucking going to college and telling everybody how to live? Stop. No one cares. We should not allow any comedians, other than like Mulaney, we shouldn't allow any comedians that went to college. I mean, that's ridiculous, I know, but I know, it's stupid. But not the ones now. The ones graduating now are no good.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we have to have fun. People out there are not having enough fun. You got enjoy the quesadilla. It is quite literally your last. Enjoy it. Have fun. Have fun at the Cheesecake Factory. Go and have fun. Go drink and get behind the wheel of your car and drive.
Nice.
Because it's fun. Cheat on your significant other. Leave your family and let them fend for themselves. Because it's time for you. It's time for you now. Do you understand that? It's not time for everyone else. How long have you lived for other people? Too long. But now in end times, with many, many plagues, just enjoy what you have. You know, enjoy what you have. I'll tell you that.
Nice.
I want a show. I want the industry to believe in me.
Dude clutched the match,
I wanna
and a
be
dub
like
is a
Sarah
dub, alright? 4 and 5 is respectable.
I want the people with the suits in the offices to care. I want them to give me a shot. Because I will make a beautiful show. I will make a beautiful show. And the show will end with Roseanne Arnold. First of all, a black hand will go out to grab Jenny Slate's hand and forgive her. And then Jenny Slate will see as the black hand draws her closer that it's Candace Owens. And by the time Jenny's on the other side of the stage, Roseanne peeks out and hands Jenny Slate a cigarette. I don't know if Jenny smokes, but Roseanne goes, "Here you go," and then Jenny lights up a cigarette, and then they all just stand there, and then they hold up Q, letter Q, and then I come out with Dick Cheney and a child he mercilessly tortured, and Ellen DeGeneres. And we dance like everyone is watching. Good luck out there, folks, and have fun. Welcome to the Tim Dillon Show, everybody. Summer in full swing here. The kids are at camp. No, they're not. Camps are closed. They're out overthrowing the government. They're fine. They're making their own fun. They're making their own fun. Get a Chardonnay and go by the pool. You deserve it. You deserve it. Get some salt water. Some fresh air, that salt sea air. Take a nice deep breath. Make some s'mores. Throw a burger on that grill. I left the desert today to come to Los Angeles to record, And it's about a 2-hour drive. And in the time I had left the desert to when I got here, a viral human trafficking conspiracy was born. Isn't that 2020 for you? Isn't that 2020? When I left the desert, Wayfair was just an overpriced, shitty, Boston-based,
Need to locate a bomb.
online retailer. Halfway through my drive, I found out they were potentially selling overpriced cabinets named after human trafficking victims. About 72,000 people had tweeted about it on Twitter. And Newsweek, it's prompting Newsweek and other media outlets to contact Wayfair and get a response. Wayfair, of course, claims that these cabinets are not placeholders for missing children, but they are industrial storage cabinets that are priced accurately. I mean, these cabinets are $13,000, $14,000, $15,000, but it is very creepy. The names of the cabinets are missing girls. Like it says Samaya 5 shelf, Yuritsa storage cabinet. What is that? But somebody on Twitter said these are placeholders. They're priced very high because they're not supposed to be sold yet, and that the names, you could find almost any name because similar to the way they sell keychains with everybody's name on it, they are trying to establish some type of database with
Doesn't bother me.
names or something. I mean, I don't understand online commerce that much, but it is a little creepy that you can find, and they're doing it with pillows too, where you can find a pillow is being sold for $10,000, and then next to the pillow is the name of somebody who went missing. That's strange. Supposedly, if you put in the serial numbers to these ads, it goes to a Russian, goes to Yandex, which is a Russian search engine, and you get pictures of children. However, supposedly you can do that literally with any group of numbers. We'll take you to Yandex and to pictures of children. That's nice, isn't it? Any group of numbers apparently leads you to inappropriate pictures of children on the Russian search engine Yandex. So isn't that 2020 for you? You leave the house, and you're in a viral human trafficking conspiracy on the way down to Los Angeles. You can't even take a summer drive without falling
They almost
into
pulled that
the
out.
rabbit hole of human trafficking. You just can't do it. Don't even
Hopefully
try
this
to
round
do
will
it. You
look
won't be
different.
successful. How are you supposed to enjoy the summer when everywhere you turn is a human trafficking conspiracy? And some of them are pretty fucking creepy, and maybe they're weird. I don't know what's going on.
I like Nomad.
I'm asking questions. These are fucking
gonna grind a little
creepy coincidences. Now, somebody on Twitter was trying to explain it to me, and maybe they're right. I don't know. I ask questions. I withhold judgment because a lot of people on Twitter are wrong. They are wrong about a lot of things. I just asked a question. I said, why is Wayfair selling $10,000 cabinets named after girls who've gone missing? And why, when they're questioned, are they removing all of those items from their online store? And somebody responded, the cabinets have serial numbers that bring up suspect images of kids when plugged into sketchy Russian search engine. But the same person said basically all of the names next to the cabinets, you could pretty much find any name because they're trying to build some database with names, direct marketing, whatever. Who knows? I just know it's summer. And it's just, you gotta just go out there and enjoy some fun summer activities. Can't be cooped up with a human trafficking conspiracy for the entire summer. Just can't do it. Gotta get out there and enjoy yourself. Go out to that, beach. It may be open. I don't know if it's open or not. I've rented a house for 2 months in the desert. 110 degrees every day, a lot of UV light. Coronavirus not living, many things not living. The only thing that can live there is gays and Jews and tarantulas. Those are the only things that survive. Lizards, Jews, and gays. Not saying that Jews are lizards. Don't go and play with the words. Saying those are the communities that have thrived in the desert historically. But I'm out there, and I've got a nice home there for 2 months, and a friend of mine called me. He goes, "You should have a party. You can have a party?" What? Party? Forget coronavirus. Forget the pandemic. Forget
What?
that somebody
You
ate a bat
fucking
or
bitch.
a Chinese nanorobot escaped from the biodefense lab in Wuhan, level 4 security. Whatever. Forget all of that. I'm 35. What party am I going to have? What gathering of people would be appropriate at my age, given the current climate of the world? Parties are supposed to end. They're fun in the TikTok days. When you're in your late teens, your early 20s, your mid-20s, party on. Fuck yeah. Beer pong, let's get fucked up. Blast the music, we're gonna live forever. Have you seen or been to a party where people are in their mid-30s? It is a nightmare. It is a nightmare of anxiety-ridden people walking around all armed with statistics like they're cable news anchors trying to get their point of view out. It's an absolute, utter nightmare to have a gathering of people at your home when they're in their mid-30s.
175.
Because there's two options. Number one, if it starts to go the route of like everyone's really hammered and dancing and having fun, it's even worse. Because you're looking at all these people and you're like, God, these people are on the brink. If you ever see somebody in their mid or late 30s really partying, really fucked up, really getting into it, it means they're on the brink. It means they're about to get in their car and drive it into a school bus. And if they're not fucked up and drinking, they're like feeling each other out, seeing who's done what with their
Bandit's
life.
gun has like no recoil.
It's this weird, anxious, jockeying for position. How are you doing? How are they doing? And now everybody's all about politics. Everybody wants to talk about politics. If you invite them into your home, they want to talk about politics for hours and hours on end. They don't want to shut up. They come armed with talking points. So while you're cooking a burger, you listen to your friend's girlfriend rattle off statistics about unemployment. You don't need this. This isn't fun. There are no parties anymore. Go away. Everybody talks about, well, wearing masks, not wearing masks. What about your unhealthy addiction to people? How about that? How about your disgusting and filthy need to be around other people all the time? That is the problem. Forget the mask. Don't wear the mask and leave everyone else alone. It is your fucking need to be in a group of people all the time that is impoverishing this country. You can't be alone. You can't be in a relationship. You can't get a hobby. You can't do something without anybody else. You need to be in groups of people talking about what? Movies? Stay home. Or go somewhere alone. A party? It'd be my worst nightmare. A party of people in my backyard that I've rented to be alone and sit out in the desert and die. That's what you pay for. You pay to get the fuck away. It's end times. We're gonna have an event. We're gonna grill hot dogs and talk about the anarchists in the streets. There's nothing to do anymore, folks. Get laid, get food, and get away. The problem with this country is nobody can be alone for 5 seconds. That's why coronavirus is spreading all over the place, because nobody can just sit. Everybody has to be in a large group of people. I don't want these people in my home. I don't want them coming in. Forget their disease, their vectors of disease. Forget all of that. I don't want their I don't want to be bombarded by their thoughts. When you're on the phone with somebody, you can get away. Go, I got to take a shower. I got to go. Call drop. Sorry. Easy. Boom. They're gone. The phone ends. They're gone. It was like they were never there. If they're at your property, the whole thing's a fucking process of getting them in and then getting them out again. Oh, good. No. Yeah. What were you saying? Yeah, what were you saying about the cops and racism? Yeah. Go on about that. What was that? Yeah, I know the potato salad's good. And what were you saying about the prison industrial complex? Right. I enjoy it. Party time. Right now, I understand drug legalization. No, we do need it. Right? No, yeah. No, we need a multilateral coalition. Yeah, pickles, please. I want pickles on that. How about no? Keep them at bay. Do a nice little summer alone. I'm telling you. Go get a shack somewhere and shuck oysters for 3 months alone. Read a book. All the shows are canceled, by the way. All my August shows are canceled. Salt Lake, Ontario, and Cleveland. Sorry about that. It's the way it is. Those counties are spiking. I'm not going to go. I don't know if those clubs are going to be open, but I'm not going to promote shows confidently where I think there's a good possibility they won't happen. So when I go back on the road, I'm going to go back on the road with a new tour name, dates that I know are actually going to happen, and it's going to be an official thing. It's not going to be like dipping my toe in the water and coming out. And also, comedy only works if you're doing it. So if I'm not getting up every night at the Comedy Store, and I'm not working the Improv, and I'm not working all these other clubs, I'm not, in the right type of shape comedically that I need to be in. So it's not fair to ask you to pay for tickets. Now, I know a lot of people are performing on porches and the backs of pickup trucks and outside diners in parking lots because they are mentally ill. This has unmasked a lot of people as insane. Okay? Heroin addicts have more dignity than comedians right now performing in parking lots. It's the fact. It is a bad look. It is fucking tragic. Go online. Stop with the imaginary gatekeeper that's keeping you from succeeding. Go online. All these female comics who I want the best for. I don't harass you. I don't try to sleep with you. I talk to very few of you. Only millionaires. That's the rule. Because I don't want to harass anyone sexually. So what I do, many of them go online and they're like, I wonder if when comedy comes back, the gatekeepers are going to be the same. The gatekeeper is your phone. It's the internet. What's going on is when you're about to do something funny online, does a man come in and smack the phone out of your hand? Is that what's happening? Because that might be a bigger problem. That's a home invasion. That could be battery. But I think maybe some of you just aren't being that funny and you're angry because in your head there's an imaginary person that's keeping you from the level of fame you feel you should rightly have. Take some responsibility for your own life and do something enjoyable. Do something for Christ one fucking time that other people enjoy. Try that. Try it. Just try it. It might be it might yield you some real good results. Just for once in your fucking life, do something that someone else giggles at. And perhaps that will take you to the place you want to go. I don't know.
Quite possibly.
I'm just throwing out life advice because I want the best for everybody. That's not only female comics. Male comics feel that way too. We all know male comics are losers. We all know that. Trust me, if you doubt that, you can see them performing right now, on a literal pile of compost. We get it. But this was specifically, I saw a female comedian tweet that about the gatekeepers. Everybody's with the gatekeepers. There are no gatekeepers. Go online and figure it out, or don't. It's nobody else's fault. You don't get, Cameron Kasky, one of the children who we are listening to now because they were involved in the Parkland melee. Cameron Kasky, go to his pinned tweet. This is amazing. His pinned tweet is this. Cameron Kasky again. He goes, I've always wondered what a, quote, real job is when people tell artists / creative people to get one. I think I boiled it down to a job you do not enjoy. Correct. Yes. Get a job that you don't enjoy until you can have a job that you do enjoy. That is pretty fucking simple, Cameron. We all can't pay for a bunch of delusional psychopaths who think they're creative people. If I thought I was a model, it would be wrong of me to force society to subsidize that pursuit. It would be wrong. I think I boiled it down to a job you do not enjoy. Correct. You do not have a right to enjoy your job. Okay? That's not part of the game here. I just want to enjoy my job. I just want to make a difference and enjoy my job. I was watching that show, and this underscores what's wrong with that generation of Zoomers, is that it's some of the right ideas and absolutely none of the fucking grit and determination that you would need to make any of those ideas a reality at any point. And this is just a problem with that generation. And I don't want to sound like that guy. I don't want to be like that guy. That's why I don't shit on TikTok. I don't shit on TikTok because it's not my place to shit on TikTok. TikTok is 19-year-old kids. They're jumping around. They're dead. Do I get it? No. Do I understand why people are lip syncing songs that other people wrote, or they're lip syncing Donald Trump and Hollywood is saying that they are a genius? I don't get it. I'm confused, but I don't shit on it constantly because nobody needs a fat 35-year-old shitting on what kids are doing. This is just what kids are doing, okay? And a lot of my friends are like so excited about the TikTok ban. All these like failed comedians are like, oh, the TikTok ban. A TikTok ban. Ha ha, kids. It's like those kids never have to work again for a day in their life. Like the TikTok kids that really established themselves on that platform have so much money that they don't have to do anything. They have 6-figure deals, maybe 7-figure with brands. They have endorsements. They're good. They're good. Like one of my friends from Long Island's like, yeah, all those TikTok kids, they're going to have to get jobs at McDonald's. I'm like, no, I don't think so. Many of them have more money than you will ever see in your entire life. This is the same friend who was asked me if I was getting unemployment. I'm like, we're doing okay. The show is doing okay. They don't understand what podcasts are in Long Island. They have no idea. They'll figure that out in 10 years. Like, we have a podcast that's doing well. Well, how you doing? You can't perform, so do you get the unemployment? Like, yeah, I don't need it. Oh, these TikTok kids. These TikTok kids, they're gonna learn a lesson. Yeah, they're gonna learn a lesson, huh? Many of them have already learned the lesson, and it's called they are rich. And some of them will migrate to some other platform where they'll do more meaningless horseshit and make more money. The very childish notion that people seem to have that it all evens out. That's my favorite childish notion that people have. Yeah, it all evens out in the end. No, it doesn't. In fact, statistically, it does not. That's a case you could win in court. Provably, it does not all even out in the end. No. Mediocre, talentless hacks thrive, make millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, Talented people die alone in the street like dogs. And somewhere in the middle, you figure out where you can etch out a career. But this whole thing, like, it just evens out in the end. These TikTokers are going to be at McDonald's. Yeah, I bet you're going to work at McDonald's before they do. Trust me. I can't understand. I didn't start at TikTok. People upload clips from this podcast and put them on TikTok. I did not start one. I did not really go on Snapchat. I had an account for a minute. I didn't use it. I didn't go on Vine. I don't always jump on the new app. Some people do. Some people get a following doing that. Chris D'Elia got a following on Vine before he moved to stand-up and whatnot. I'm not saying him because I'm saying he got a following on Vine. What do you want me to do? But I haven't gone on those apps, and I stay away from those apps because I just don't. If something doesn't strike me immediately as funny, I'm not going to do it. Nothing really on TikTok is that funny other than just crazy people, like random crazy people. They're funny. But, people with the dancing is not, it's just not funny. Shut it all down. If you're going to ban TikTok, get rid of all of it. Ban Twitter, ban Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Ban it all. Let's go back to fighting with our families, people that we know. I'm for it. I'm for a social media ban. If we're going to ban TikTok because it's Chinese spyware, let's ban them all because they're American spyware. Get them all. What is it? I like Mark Zuckerberg to spy on me and not these goddamn Chinese. I want to get spied on by Mark Zuckerberg, that creepy alien. I want him to sell my information, not these Chi-coms. Chinese communism is evil, but I like the American surveillance state just fine. Thank you very much. I like my surveillance American.
All right,
great.
I am 53
Tim Dillon
points
Show is
away
brought to you by
from
Manscaped.
getting
You know what Manscaped
my
means.
boo.
It's a perfect thing. It's a
What's
great
her
way
face?
to trim your.
Pretty sure it's that
Israeli
pubic hair,
operator.
I mean, I just can't with the bush and the this and the that. Let's just say what it is. It's got 9,000 RPMs, motor-powered 360-degree rotary dual-blade system. It uses skin-safe technology. Its intelligently contoured design enhances the trimming experience. Plus, it's waterproof. You can do it in the pool. Use it in the shower for easy use and cleaning. The only nose hair trimmer on the market. Oh, fuck. It's for your dick.
No, man.
Get 20% off and free shipping with the code. What is it?
Tim D.
Tim D at manscaped.com. 20% off with free shipping with the code Tim D at manscaped.com. Okay? It's about whacking your weeds, a time to look forward to, delivering maximum confidence while providing hygiene. If you need one of these, it's the best on the market. It supports our show. Promo code Tim D. You get 20% off, free shipping. It's very easy. You got to do it. You'll love it. Get involved. Get into it. Manscaped.com, 20% off free shipping. Tim D. Thank you. Of course, very happy again that the show is brought to you again this week by fucked.com, which has decided to send. So if you go to fuck.com, which is do that, you can figure out this is, older and you can't relate to it. Understand what's going on out there because there is some real economic opportunity. Is arbitrage. This is arbitrage. Okay? You might not be able to get into the natural gas market in Kazakhstan, but maybe you can get a few bandanas and flip them. All right, fucked.com. These are the dumbest. Like if you know a dumb person, I can tell you the three things you're going to say this week. TikTok is Chinese spyware. That's what dumb people say because we've all known that for months. They'll say something about Ghislaine Maxwell. Again, dumb people, we've known all about that for months. I don't know what to tell you. I'm so tired of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm going to fucking kill her at this point.
Be advised,
Stop asking me about. I know as much as you. We're waiting and watching together. Isn't that the fun of it? No, nothing's going to happen. Nobody's going to jail. The royal family's not going to fall. It's not going to be, an unmasking of every elite pedophile in the world. Sadly, maybe, people are like, well, I don't know. It's 2020. It's like, well, sure, but I'm just skeptical about that. I'm just skeptical because I've been waiting for that and everything else for 20 years. I've been waiting here for 20 years for anybody to get caught doing anything. Again, whatever you want. Drug running, terrorism, literally anything you want. Anytime we've ever been lied to, I've been waiting for any comeuppance at all, and nobody, nothing. People just don't care after a while. The QAnon people aren't going to care. They're already trying to get rid of Trump. The Supreme Court ruled that he's not above the law and that he's got to put out his tax returns. Money has turned on Trump. Money for a while was riding with him because everybody's 401ks were fat. The economy was okay. He was navigating us. He kept us out of a few wars. People were kind of like, okay. Now they're dumping him. They're dumping him because the response to this pandemic, the economy is just in a state of just, it's like when a wave smashes you into the sand and you keep trying to get up and then the wave keeps hitting you and keeps hitting you. That's the economy right now. Restaurants are opening, buying a bunch of food, then having to throw it out and closing again. And so money and the suburbs, I talked to a lot of people out in the suburbs, they're starting to sour on Trump too. Because they're going, this is not good. They're like, this is not good. Trump will keep his hardcore supporters. And Biden is a corpse. So the only thing that might turn this around is a debate where Biden, is in such a state of cognitive decline that he has to be taken out of the race. But other than that, Trump is in trouble. He's in deep trouble. Because I think the institutional money and even the top Republicans, I think they're saying like, okay, we've had enough. We've had enough here. You've had your fun. You've had your fun. We have the pandemic and the civil war and the unrest, and Americans can now not travel anywhere. They can't leave the country. So, thank you for coming. We appreciate it. We did have fun. There were some moments of genuine levity. We enjoyed it. You seem to be enjoying it at a few points as well, sir. But now I think it's time to move on and go back to someone boring and half dead. And we can all agree that Joe Biden is boring and half dead. And that's what we need to go. We need to go back to where every situation in life is not a 24-hour cable news show. Where a conversation with my aunt is not a 24-hour cable news show where I have to have statistics and talking points every time she picks up the phone. And I'm like, well, actually, in Texas, the hospitalization, it's declined, but the death is, we can't do it. We can't go on like this forever. We have to go back to something that's more like normalcy. We can't do it. People are exhausted. Everybody you know now is a pundit. Politics is for losers. Haven't we explained that?
Politics is gay. Tim Dillon
is the best.
Politics
Every
is
now
gay.
and then in politics, somebody gets in who's like a good-looking winner, and then they become the president, and then they try to change things, and then they get shot in the head while him and his wife drive to Dallas. But for the most part, the people that write about politics, the people that obsess about politics all day are losers. They cannot get laid. They have no friends. They don't make any money. They have zero capital anywhere in their life, financial, social, and they spend their time figuring out why. Why am I a loser? And then that leads them down whatever rabbit hole, wherever they're going to go. And they're just losers. Nobody wants to be these people. You don't. So we need to get away from the idea that like people should be consumed all day with their political identity. There's more to life. There is more to life than politics, truly. Not saying that you shouldn't fight for things you believe in, but you're also not fighting for anything you believe in. You're pretending. So there's more to life. Go out. Take a bunch of shrooms. Sit on a hill. Have a good grilled cheese sandwich. Pay someone to jerk you off at a bus stop. I don't know. It's not my business. But there's got to be more to life than debating obscure German philosophers, and we know what you're doing there, or fucking, talking about critical race theory. I'm sick of the free speech debate. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of the cancel culture horse shit. On both sides. I'm sick of idiots like Ocasio-Cortez being like real cancel culture affects anti-imperialists and Palestinian advocates. And I'm like, bitch, you don't think Google and fucking Facebook are gonna censor them? You don't think they're gonna censor Palestinian advocates? What is wrong with you? Bitch, weren't you fucking saying you were Jewish the other day? Pull up that clip where AOC, I don't know if you can even find it. She's talking to some group and she says she's a little Jewish. So it's like, cut it out, AOC. Yeah, welcome to the tribe. AOC's Jewish background. Like, can we stop? Yeah, she went and she was talking to, I think, a Jewish group, and she says, play this clip here. This fraud.
People don't know about Puerto Rico, and one of the things that we discovered about ourselves is that a very, very long time ago, generations and generations ago, my family consisted of Sephardic Jews.
Check the bomb.
And it is like, he's like, I know you. I knew it. I sensed it.
Look, she's chewing it up. Pause that. She's like, you see, I sensed it. He sensed it. These people are frauds. What is wrong with you? They are actors. They are frauds. She's claiming to be a bagel. And then she's going to hang out with Ilhan Omar and Icon. They don't believe in anything. They're frauds. You people put your stock in, she's hot. If she looked like me, she'd be another loser socialist in her basement right now, talking about Capital. But she looks like her, so she's on television every 36 seconds. Let's not get it twisted. She's full of shit. She's in front of a Jewish audience, and all of a sudden it's Jews, and then the next time she talks, it's like, it's about the Palestinian outfit. Stop it. You're gonna let these people run your life?
I couldn't tell you.
You're on Earth for a certain amount of time, and you're investing in that?
I could not tell you what I expected to happen there.
These are the types of people you're investing in? Or Trump
I'm
is
gonna
dancing with
uninstall this
Epstein
game.
like this for 30 years and then decides that he doesn't know who he
Fuck
is?
my face in the
These
butt.
are the people that you're going to spend your time investing in? What kind of perpetual state of fucking childhood Peter Pan syndrome is this? Where you spend your entire fucking life listening to these goons. Well, all the fuck they want to do is get power, and you give it to them so easily. They all thrive on attention. She then complains about cancel culture doesn't exist. She's like, I've got a white supremacist television network shitting on me every day. That's what she said on her Twitter. I've got a white supremacist now. She goes, I've got a cable network and a white supremacist TV host that, and all of their fans threaten me with death and everything like that. Okay? And I want to say something. It is fine. Here, I'll tell you exactly what she wrote. She goes, I have an entire TV network dedicated to stoking hatred of me. A white supremacist with a popular network show regularly distorts me. This is fucked up. Do you know what she's talking about? She's talking about HGTV that attacks this woman constantly. Go to HGTV's website right now. HGTV has engaged in a pretty sick white supremacist campaign against AOC. It is disgusting, and I don't want to be a part of it anymore. And if you watch HGTV, you're part of the fucking problem. Please stop doing screenshots that the audience can hear. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at the lineup of shows on this fucking dog whistle white. Go to shows, please. Can you handle that? Go to shows. What's on tonight? It's all white supremacist television. All they talk about is houses. You know who owns houses? White people. And they bring decorators in to make them look even more white. Okay, my lottery dream home. Let's look at the titles of the shows. Utah Mountain Dream Home. Huh? Nelly and Pablo were married for just a few months. I bet Pablo is white. Nelly and Pablo were married for just a few months when they won $1 million in the Wyoming Powerball. Now, the Wyoming Powerball is run by the Klan. Now they can afford their dream home in the mountains of Utah. Diverse. And they're looking for places big enough for their whole extended family, Alicia. Interior designer David Bromstad, white supremacist, joins the couple in their house hunt, along with their teenage niece, Shania, who has some ideas about what kind of house is suitable for her millionaire relatives. Oh, I bet Shania has ideas. This is the network that has been attacking AOC since she declared her candidacy to run. And it's a little disgusting. And I sympathize with her. I sympathize with her. Who is the white supremacist host that she's talking about on HGTV? I'm trying to find out who it is. Is it the Property Brothers? Is it David Bromstad? Yeah, this is it. He is the host of his own television show, Color Splash. What? With David Bromstad? As well as Color Splash Miami, where they just, you know what that show is? They go up to people, they go, what color do you like? And they go, what? And then they go, too late, and then ICE puts them in a van. That's Color Splash Miami. It's called ICE Puts You in a Van. He also hosts HGTV's My Lottery Dream Home, in which he helps lottery winners fund. See, this is funny because obviously I'm trying to kid around because I know the AOC is talking about Fox News, and I'm saying she's talking about HGTV. But what's even funnier about this is there is actually a show. Ben, why do you always fuck up? Stop touching it. Sorry. If I'm talking about something, why are you clicking off what I'm talking about? This is your one thing here. Please, Jesus Christ. Ben was working at a pet store 2 years ago, and he's going to go back there. He's going to go back to getting people fucking kibbles and bits. Stop touching the fucking computer. Christ. He also hosts HGTV's My Lottery Dream Home, in which he helps local lottery winners find their dream real estate. That's how bad things have gotten, that they literally have to go to lottery winners now because no one has any money to buy any property. So it's like David Bromstad is now going to be showing lottery winners how to buy a property. Because these are like garbage white trailer trash who won a scratch off. And now this guy's going to take them around and help them get a lake house. They've probably got 9 years left to live. And David Bromstad is going to show them how to get a property. My Lottery Dream Home. That's great. It'll be My Lottery Leg soon. Dr. David helps you choose your leg. Congratulations. You get a new leg. People are going to sit home and eat popcorn and watch other people get operations. My Lottery Kidney. Next on HGTV, My Lottery Pancreas. Where you get an operation. You won the lotto. You're entitled to a life-saving operation. And we're all going to cheer and go, isn't that great? Isn't that phenomenal? But AOC is just a fucking, I mean, listen, man, I respect the hustle. I don't hate her. I respect the hustle. I respect what she's about. But she's full of shit. Hopefully you are voting for us on Tournament of Laughs, a show we are embarrassed to be taking a part of, and an omen about what is to come on network television. I mean, Tournament of Laughs is really the worst thing I've ever seen, and that is saying something. I mean, it is terrible. And it reveals how stand-up comedians really outside of stand-up, the majority of them have absolutely no talent and should be kept in their home by an armed guard. So many of them don't understand what sketches are. They don't get it. They don't understand the concept of a sketch or the concept of doing something funny outside of standing on a stage, getting drunk, being drunk on a stage and asking somebody in the front row if they like black dick, which is, again, that is the trade of many stand-up comedians. That's their act. You like black dick? You ever been with a black guy? So now that they can't do that, although I imagine some of them are trying, they've submitted sketches to Tournament of Laughs, which is bad. So if we win, it's going to be very embarrassing. Vote for us or don't, I don't care. But I think it would be fun if we win and then something I've said comes out and True TV has to take the prize away and the executives that greenlit the show are homeless. That would be very funny to me, only because I like goofy things. I like fun. That's all. So if you want to vote for us on Tournament of Laughs, you can. And by all means, you don't have to. It is the summer. I know you've got a lot going on. We're in what, round 3 now?
Yeah, round 3.
Yeah, we're in round 3. Imagine that name, Tournament of Laughs. Imagine the work that went into that name. Those hardworking executives going, let's call it Tournament of Laughs. How many Zoom meetings did that take before they came up with Tournament of Laughs? Tournament of no laughs, more likely. Tournament of laugh, because maybe there's one funny thing that happens. So we're just submitting sketches most of you have already seen before, and if we advance, we'll have to make another sketch. We were driving around an area of the desert thinking about a sketch to make, and we drove down a long, winding road, and there was a guy sitting on top of a mountain with a rifle, and it looked like he was a lookout for something, and I wanted to know if maybe there was a drug drop, something going on. It did seem shady, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
He had a brand new or new enough pickup truck and then a tent. Mm. So if he didn't have the pickup truck, I'm like, oh, maybe this guy lives here in that tent. But because he had that pickup truck and he had the tent, I imagine that he was trying to maybe keep some things cool out of the sun. And he was just sitting there with a rifle. And then you got to look at him. What did he look like?
He's half white, half Hispanic, Wrangler jeans. And he was sitting on the highest rock with the rifle. And there's no animals. So he's not hunting. There's nothing alive out there.
Yeah, there's nothing to hunt.
So it has to be. I mean, we were, what, a mile down?
It was it was a winding road. It was a private road. There was all kinds of signs. And we stayed on it because I wanted to see the end. I wanted to see where it led to. Mm-hmm. You know? I wanted to see at the end of that where, what's going on there. But we were dissuaded by the fact that we did see the guy. We got to the gate. We turned around, and there was just a guy there. And I think he had a rifle.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Interesting. Anybody with any information on that, call Crime Stoppers. No. Can you imagine people that call Crime Stoppers? New York City now descending. Get some New York City stuff up. It is descending into a hellscape very quickly. Apparently abolishing the police, not the greatest idea, or cutting their funding, which is essentially just cutting the amount of cops that are out at any given time. Yes, areas are often over-policed, and the police are poorly trained, and many of them are idiots. We've discussed that ad nauseum. But a 19-year-old man was fatally shot and another man wounded early Sunday in Brooklyn, part of a violent weekend spree that saw 64 people shot in New York City. 64 people shot over the weekend in New York City. It surpassed 400 shootings in the first half of the year for the first time since 2016. And with 528 by the end of last month, the 205 shootings in June were the highest for that month since 1996. So in a month, we're back to 1996. It'll be fun to see how far back we can go. Maybe we can go back to 86. Maybe 76. But I mean, you're erasing 20 years of progress there. There's a lot of factors. You had a lockdown. I mean, the economy is in the worst place it's been, and the stock market obviously is fake, so it's not reflecting that. But I mean, the joblessness is every day. Look at the unemployment numbers in New York only. Just Google New York unemployment. I'm curious. because there's also an economic reality here is pretty unescapable. Is that millions? Oh, percentage. So New York State, in May and April, they have the numbers up. We're looking at 15% of the state unemployed. New York City, 18% in May, 15% in April. This is a big problem. And then there's a wave of evictions coming too. Get on that. Just look at the evictions. There are millions of people. I think there's 7 million people in America that are about to be evicted. I believe that. If something isn't done to either extend, looming evictions may soon make 28 million homeless. What did I say, 7 million? Well, that was a lofty estimate, wasn't it? Let me take off my rose-colored glasses. 28 million people homeless in the U.S. if they don't do something, if they don't freeze these evictions or, put out universal basic income. 10 million people lost their homes in the Great Recession. So just to give you an idea, this is almost triple that, and we're just getting started. So 10 million people lost their homes in the Great Recession. And I should have a party. We should have a party. Who's going to bring the dip? Are you going to bring the dip or should I have it? Let's grill some dogs. 28 million Americans being evicted. One act. Are you going to throw a rager? Let's throw a rager. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll go to all the 30 million foreclosed homes and have a rager in the backyard. Go down a little bit here. Ben's now afraid to touch the computer because I yelled at him, but he has a habit of doing it where I'm talking about something and he moves on to the next thing because he's lost interest in the thing that I'm talking about. But his job is to anticipate what I'm going to do and stay there, like Jamie Vernon. See, Jamie Vernon is the standard for podcast producers. He's never wrong. And now Joe goes at a more relaxed pace than I do. My pace is frenetic. So I need somebody who's a little bit more frenetic. But Joe also goes to a lot of different places. And Jamie's very, very quick. But what Ben does is Ben just decides in the middle of the HGTV thing that I'm done talking about it and that I have to move on because he's had enough. Is that what happened?
I thought you were going back to the AOC thing, so I was trying to stay with you.
Now, why not open up two things at once?
I did. I went back right here. And then I jumped back.
Yeah. Okay. But you had to be yelled at to go back to what we were talking about.
I was being very bad.
He's gotten very, very comfortable and he doesn't understand that he needs to always focus and be at the top of his game. He doesn't understand that. Every minute he thinks he's on a golf course. This isn't that situation here. Okay? You got to be tough. They're going to come for us at any minute, these motherfuckers. How does the eviction crisis brought on by the pandemic compare with the 2008 housing crisis? This woman says, we've never seen this extent of eviction in such a truncated amount of time in our history. Okay, we can go. Just let the people stay in their homes. The government should come in, pay off the mortgage banks, pay off the homeowners, and let them stay in their homes. And for all you free market capitalist libertarian types that are against that type of action, I hope your home burns down. Because when 30 million people are in the street, I hope you enjoy what happens next. Because I bet they're not going to talk about what went on at the Mises Institute. I bet they're going to have a little fun. I bet they're going to grab some weapons and have a little fun. Light it up. Spark it up. If you make 30 million people homeless in this country, they're going to burn the country down and they won't be wrong. So if you don't think it's necessary to help keep some of these people in their fucking houses, you're out of your fucking mind and you have a very short-sighted view of things. Your theories don't matter at this point. Soon it's going to go back to the old theories where it's like if somebody clonks you in the head with something and you don't stop them, you're dead. Those were the old theories when a guy would just hit you in the head with a rock and take your wife and whatever you had. Not that you had a wife. You know my point.
Right.
Those are the old theories that we're going to go back to. And no amount of, You know, economic theory is going to stop that. People are tired, and they're really tired of debate. They're tired of debate. You're going to get canceled the old-fashioned way because people are going to start burning down the suburbs. They're just going to start burning down homes if you make 30 million people unemployed. I mean, am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. That's coming. It's coming. We're heading towards civil war. But are you going to have anybody over? Are you going to have a party? Do you want me to bring anything to the party? Yeah, a gun. You bring a gun to the party and give it to me so I can keep it, please. And bring jobs for 30 million people if you're on the way to the party. Bring jobs for 30 million people if you have them. And some ice. Summer's here. It's crazy hot outside. After a few minutes, I feel exhausted and I'm ready for a nap. Between the sun beating down and the heat and the humidity, dehydration kicks in fast. Hydrant is your key to getting back up and running more quickly than ever before. Top performers in businesses and sports often attribute success to their morning routine, whether it was waking up early, settling daily goals, exercise, or meditation, but not everybody has time to do it all. With Hydrant, you can jumpstart your mornings and feel great. Do you ever feel exhausted in the morning, even when you get a good night's sleep? You can follow all the best habits and recommendations, but you still feel yourself starting the day empty. That may cause actually to be. See, what's funny is there used to be in debate, people used to talk this quickly in debate. There was a type of debate where you would do in college, people would talk this quickly and they go, you try best to drink water throughout the day, but it's not possible when you're not sleeping. You wake up drained because you're going to hours without a single sleep, so it does fit it out of the way. Hydrant created a refreshing electrolyte powder that be mixed directly into one. Because the whole thing about debate was saying the most in the least amount of time, like getting it all in. And it's made with real fruit juice powder. It's delicious and refreshing. It comes in a wide variety of flavors, including new summer-friendly orange, mango, and fruit punch. But it is. Hydrant's a way to get up without the coffee, without the bullshit. You get up, you put the hydrant in. It really makes sense. People love it. We use it. It's drinkhydrant.com/Tim. Promo code TIM for 25% off your first order. Drinkhydrant.com/Tim and enter promo code TIM to save 25%. This is the easiest way to get up in the morning. You fill yourself with electrolytes and vitamins, and you don't crash with a lot of sugar. It's got a little natural sugar. You don't crash with sugar, or you don't crash with caffeine. I'm telling you right now, it's so important. It's backed by 100% satisfaction guarantee. If you don't love it, send it back for a full refund. You need to really try it for yourself to see what I'm talking about. It tastes incredible, and it works. Hydrant starts off as just a buck for a packet. Hydrant starts off as just a buck for a packet for 30-day supply. Save even more with a monthly subscription. So that's drinkhydrant.com/TIM. Use TIM for 25% off your first order. If you want to pick me up and you like our show and you want to support us, this is how to do it. Thank you. As folks adapt to the changing world, we're all going to be buying more stuff online than ever before. If you're an e-commerce seller, are you ready to meet with the demands of our new delivery culture? Be ready with ShipStation. ShipStation, and I like this product because you can scale up or down depending on how your business is doing. Getting a lot of orders can be fast and tough, but how do you keep track of who gets what? See, right now in the economy, you should all be trying to rip off the wealthy people. So whatever you can make, some little craft bullshit and sell it, you should be just trying to suck the money out of rich people. ShipStation helps online sellers of any size get orders out quickly, save money on shipping costs, and keep customers happy. No matter what you're selling, Amazon, Etsy, your own website, whatever. ShipStation brings all of your orders into one simple interface. You could just easily, you could put sand in a bottle and sell it. And just call it Nantucket. Who cares? You could just do, I would do this as a bit, as a gag. I would literally just go, what will rich people buy? And I'd create a beautiful website, and I would just literally put horse shit. Not horse shit, but something ridiculous on the website, and just just go and get a bunch of seashells on the beach and put them in a bottle. Put crushed seashells in a bottle. Somebody's going to make $1 million doing this, by the way. Put a bunch of crushed seashells in a bottle or something. I'm telling you, man, these rich fucks, they just want to buy knickknacks to put on their dressers and stuff. I'm telling you, it doesn't need to be amazing. You could do a lot of stuff. No wonder why ShipStation is the #1 choice for online sellers. You'll ship more in less time with the best rates available. You can try ShipStation free for 60 days when you use code Tim Dillon. So #1, if you have an e-commerce business or you're thinking of starting one, this allows you the first 60 days free. Think about that. That's fucking crazy. Okay? Click on the microphone at the top of the homepage and type Tim Dillon. If you go to ShipStation.com, then enter the code TIMDILLON. I'm telling you, this should be something you try to do. If you have any, and maybe you're just selling old baseball cards, maybe you're selling memorabilia, maybe you're selling things that you make and create. Maybe you're an artist, a painter, you're painting pottery. Who knows? But this is such a great way to keep track of it all, and you get your first 2 months of shipping free. There's no other way to do that. No other business, service is going to let you have 60 days of free shipping when you use the code Tim Dillon. And I'm telling you right now, folks, I would just fucking try to see if you could sell some stuff now. Why not? Truly, why not? What is stopping you from just trying? Dude, you could sell anything. Old books. Truly anything. You could make crafts. Maybe you want to get rid of some cookware. Maybe you want to get rid of anything. You open up like a Northeastern antique store, and then you just sell different types of antique things and lie. Make up a lie. Say that you inherited a big old house and all this stuff came out. Who cares? Make shit up. Make people think they're getting something special. Oh, I found all these interesting things in this big old spooky, creepy house, and I'm going to sell them to you. Don't say spooky or creepy. That might turn people off. Just go, this beautiful old house where a woman spent her entire life not being racist. So everything has such a good energy. And then sell something. Go, I got all of her forks that she used to feed her non-racist little mouth, and I'm going to sell them to you, and I'm going to use ShipStation. I'm going to ShipStation.com and then enter code Tim Dillon, TIMDILLON. That's ShipStation.com. Enter code Tim Dillon, TIMDILLON. You have 2 months free. You can try. I might do this. We might set up as a gag, because I'm curious, literally about what I can get people to buy. They'll buy whatever. So I'm curious what people will buy on ShipStation. How many times you wash that shirt? It still looks good.
A bunch. I've worn this.
Go to bonfire.com. What? Bonfire.com/Tim Dillon?
Yeah.
Bonfire.com/Tim Dillon, and you get all the merchandise there as well. I don't want to jack their ad with our ad, but ShipStation.com. Enter offer code TIMDILLON. You've got 60 days to sell people some bullshit. That's the way of the future, man. Make money sitting on your butt. Do it. The head of Goya Beans went out and said he liked Trump, by the way. Who the fuck eats Goya beans? Mexicans, right?
Yeah.
I've never eaten a Goya bean in my life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're all upset because the CEO of Goya said we're lucky to have a leader like Trump. Listen, a lot of Latinos like Trump. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sure I've eaten Goya beans that others have made for me. I just have never made a Goya bean. This is a Latino community issue completely. This has nothing to do with me. I eat the Bush's baked bean. The grilling bean, the grill style. I don't eat the Goya beans. Okay, well, how do you make them? What do you put them in a bucket with Lysol? Racist joke. It's a racist joke. What'll it mean for my career? Yeah, Goya. He loves Trump. Let it be. Whatever. After experiencing a tremendous surge in popularity during lockdown, declared by the Cut as boom time for beans. Beans now face a devastating setback. Goya, Notorious and beloved grocery store bean purveyor, creator of finely crafted legumes that you don't have to be on a waiting list for, is now the subject of a boycott after the company's CEO lavished praise on President Trump. Can we get the video up of him lavishing praise on Trump? By the way, if you think Goya beans is bad, the guy that runs Bush's Baked Beans is Heiling Hitler somewhere. You want to talk about a white supremacist? The guy that's running Bush's Baked Beans is 100% at Charlottesville with a torch. If the Goya bean guy likes Trump, the Bush's bean guy thinks Trump is a liberal cuck. Mr. Goya. All he said, I don't think we need to get it. All he said is that we're blessed to have a leader like Trump. Make your shopping decisions accordingly. So, hey, all you poor maids that were buying Goya beans, now buy lobster. Go to the butcher and get a nice cut of meat. Because that's how boycotts work. So next time, remember, when you get off the public bus and walk into the grocery store, don't purchase the 99-cent Goya bean. Go and get some Chilean sea bass and eat that instead. Maybe Goya beans are tasty. I really never had them.
I've had them. They're pretty bland. It's just a red kidney bean style bean. A lot of protein, fiber.
What the fuck are we even talking about in this country? What do they do with them? They dress them up? The Latin cultures must do something to them.
Salt, pepper.
What is the CEO of Bush's Baked Beans saying about Trump? Jesus Christ. CEO of Bush's Baked Beans is definitely like, if he gets invited to the Rose Garden, he's definitely going to be like, Mr. President, we're a white country. I love my white brothers and sisters. Duke, come up here. And then the dog gets up.
Yeah.
They're like, Duke, what's going on? Then the dog puts his little paw up. I'm not going to do the Hitler thing because then they're going to throw us off YouTube. They're not going to understand that it's a joke. And then I'm going to have to explain to a lawyer that I was pretending to be the Duke, the dog from Bush's Baked Beans, saluting Hitler in the Rose Garden. And I'm going to have to explain why that is. We're going to have to contact people, and there's going to go be a back and forth. It'll be a real issue. So I'm not going to do that. But just imagine that, how satirical and lovely that would be. The dog from Duke, the dog from Bush's, Heiling Hitler in the Rose Garden, and then the Bush's people having to address that. They have to go, well, Duke is no longer our spokesperson. We don't know what Duke was doing. And then a lot of people are going to be like, I think Duke was raising his hand to ask a question. Duke was just trying to ask a question. And they're like, no, it was pretty clear that Duke was Heiling Hitler. And they're like, no, we don't think so. Duke was asking a question, and that's what he was doing. And then it would be a debate. But I wish everybody at Goya Foods the best. And, but a lot of Latinos like Trump. I don't know what to tell you. I think he got 30% of the Latino vote. The Latino, Latinx, Latinx. Latinx sounds like a slur. Latinx. Latino support for Trump is a problem for Democrats. That was from February. He got 28% of Latino voters supported Trump. 30% support him now. 30% of Latinos are apparently white supremacists. Man. What are you going to do, folks? I extended my rental now. I'm there till I'm in the desert till September 1st. We're going to try to do something fun. We'll do maybe a live in the desert show or something. I don't know, like something. We want to get out of the studio for a minute. We're thinking about a studio redesign. It's a little bleak. It's a little dark. We know. We're trying to liven it up. A little more fun, a little more pep in our step. It's just been a little difficult to get everybody on the same page. But we're gonna definitely put together a little bit more of a vibrant color scheme. Maybe we'll go to the guy from HGTV and he can show us it. We should sign up. That would be a great show. HGTV guys remake Nazi podcast studios. What a fun show that would be. And it's just like these guys from HGTV that come out and they're like, so we really love the space. And they're like, what's the show about? And then these guys in their basements are like, politics. It's about politics. And they're like, oh, okay. So like, what about politics? And they're like, it's about some of the things we believe not being true. We'd like a lot of red because we've taken the red pill. Nazi podcasters getting a makeover from HGTV. They're dealing in questionable content. HGTV is here to give their Nazi podcast a push in the right direction. You just need a splash of color. You just need a splash of color. You can't rant about the shapes of skulls in this musty den. Make it nice. Why not? I do like HGTV. You know, if you get into a real groove with HGTV, you can really just kind of watch it because you just imagine yourself living a bunch of these different lives. You know, you're like, you can watch an afternoon of HGTV and basically say, what if I lived in a South Carolina beach town? What if I lived in Charleston? You know, what if I lived in Michigan by a lake and I was that guy? You know, what if I lived in the desert of Arizona? Like, that's kind of what's fun about HGTV is like you get to see these real people go and see real houses. You know, this is not $1 million listing. This is not like come see a stunning estate. This is like real people that have choices and they live in these like somewhat decent communities and you kind of see what's out there. You see what's out there and it's they're not a sponsor. I'm just giving them a free ad. But too much of it is now. I like just watching the show where they go in. Too much of it now is like, let's flip a house. It's like, who gives a fuck? Just show me things. Stop telling me how to do something. Stop telling me I'm going to start flipping houses, please. Just show me different things. Show me things while I eat an Oreo. Stop instructing me how to be a real estate investor. Just get me in and out of the houses. Let me see shit. Let me see shit. Let me get to know these two pieces of shit that are wandering around, you know, Winnetka, Illinois, trying to find a property. Let's just get in and out here. I don't need for you to tell me how I'm going to take on a 6-month-long renovation project. I don't need that, HGTV. But I do think it's fucked up that they attack Ocasio-Cortez. And I hope she remedies that. I hope, well, when she's our queen, I'm sure we will only have the networks that she likes, you know? Just be, I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be something. It'll be fun. AOC. She's a fun woman. I'd love to have her on the show. I am disappointed in her a little bit. Like Cynthia McKinney, I like, because Cynthia McKinney went like hardcore, like we did 9/11. She was a congresswoman, and she's like, we did 9/11. She went wild. And she just fucking, I think she lives, Google where she lives. Where does Cynthia McKinney live? This is what happens when you go wild. You got to like leave the country. Where does she live now? I feel like she lives out of the country, but I could be wrong. Maybe we'll get Cynthia McKinney on the show. She's wild. She lives in Cali. They're saying she lives in Stone Mountain, California.
That link's dead.
Dude, I think she's like somewhere else. I don't know why. She is a controversial woman. Look what she's tweeting right now. Go to her Twitter. She says she's in Atlanta. She was tweeting about Epstein the other day. I forget what she was saying. Wait, go back up. She retweeted Trump. Trump goes, who thinks we should fire Dr. Fauci? And McKinney retweeted that.
Oh, it's a fake account.
Oh, is it?
I think she thought it was real, though.
Yeah, okay. That's a fake account. Keep going down. Cynthia McKinney is interesting, man. She's right. She's right at the point where the far left and the far right meet. And you know what that point is? It's fucking awesome. She's just awesome. I don't know what she's saying. I'm sure she said a lot of wild shit. Don't at me on Twitter and be like, yeah, you don't know what Cynthia McKinney said about.
She's saying don't take the vaccine for COVID-19.
Yeah, she's wild, man. Cynthia's wild. She's saying don't take that vaccine. She's a little wild. Listen to this. She goes, Alan Dershowitz wins lawsuit that seals forever the files containing the names of Epstein clients, protecting all who were blackmailed by Epstein and Mossad as a result of sexual trafficking, pedophilia, and worse. That's interesting. And worse. Throwing a few bones to the Q people. She goes, they were blackmailed by Epstein and Mossad as a result of sexual trafficking, pedophilia, and worse. What could be worse? Obviously, it's the murder.
Oh, yeah, of the kids, right.
Cynthia McKinney, go down. What's that? What's that fucking photo?
Just a picture of the Milky Way.
Dude, she's going full COVID truther. She's full COVID truther now.
Yeah, she is.
Full COVID truther.
Is this her website, truenews.com?
Go to truenews.com. Is that Cynthia McKinney? I'll subscribe to this site every day of my life if this is true. Please tell me it's like Cynthia McKinney interviewing Roseanne. I'll never watch anything else. Is Melania Trump a silent victim of Epstein's child trafficking network? Already I'm like, great. Let's read this. Already I'm in. I'm already in. Who's True News?
I don't know. I don't want to play their stuff, though.
No.
This is the book they're promoting, Final Day.
Final Day. 10 characteristics of the second coming of Jesus Christ. Yeah. All right. Well, we know it's all a scam that goes back to religion.
Yeah.
The QAnon shit is all a scam that goes back to lining the pockets of megachurch pastors. And a lot of those guys are only on the internet now, especially because of COVID-19. So behind all the Q stuff is this real religiosity, and a lot of it lines the pockets of traditional kind of right-wing Christian groups or people. Very interesting. It's just a new hustle. They're like, it's not enough anymore to just tell people about the 10 Commandments. We gotta start weaving together this meta narrative, some true, some false. Build this big political arc. Make them feel like, you know, they are soldiers in this war, and then they're gonna buy these books and give us money and contribute to the cause. And I guarantee you that a lot of this Q shit is being backed by mega church guys. It's smart. See, that's where you got to get to in life, folks, where you're not outraged by that. You just sit back and you go, it's smart. Go, yep. If people were idiots and they needed something to believe in, and I could rebrand what they all believed in as something else and keep finding a way to fleecing them out of their money, you don't even get mad at it anymore. You just go, huh. That's the reaction. You don't get outraged. You don't start sputtering and screaming like a crazy person. You don't show up at somebody's house and tell them. You just say, you go, you know what's interesting? You tell one of your friends at night. You go, you know what's interesting? Here's what I think. And that's that. And that's where it dies. People that want to get involved in this are just going to get involved. People that want to give their money to these people or the Black Lives Matter people, you know, for example, you want to give your money to them, give your money to them. That's all. They tell you what they want to do. They're like, all right, this is not really about police. It's about destroying the nuclear family and instituting Marxism. And, you know, we want to do that through controlling speech. And, you know, we want to abolish the police. We want to let vigilantes run through the streets. We want to take everybody's pride. I mean, that's what the abolish the police is about. It's that let's start taking people's shit that's not ours. Everybody's like, I wonder what the abolish the police is about. It won't work. It's not supposed to work. It's going to work for the people who are going to take your shit. It's going to work very well for the people who are going to take what they feel is theirs. Dummies. Well, I don't know if it's going to work, this abolish the police. It may not work. Oh, it'll work. It's working already in New York. They're not even abolished. They just cut their money and crime is up. Abolishing the police is about creating enough chaos in the streets that you overthrow the government and replace it with a Marxist government where everybody is bought off, everybody gets a certain amount of money, and everybody embraces some type of surveillance state. And we all do this because we want the chaos to end. Now, the people that want to bring about this revolution, are they going to be the people that survive to the other end of it? Who knows? But that is what they want. They want to totally destroy capitalism and everything with it. Private property, your right to bear arms, your right to speak, your right to, own and operate a business. They want to get rid of all of that. Your right to worship freely, your religion. I mean, that's what they want to get rid of. That's why I don't give a shit about this QAnon shit. If you want to worship the church of QAnon, as long as you're not going and kidnapping people or fucking doing crazy shit, I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. I'm only on this earth for a certain amount of time. I can't worry about you. That's your journey. That's your journey of whatever you want to believe in. I can't tell you. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are thrilled believing in QAnon. They love it. Makes them happy. Who am I to say what you're allowed to believe in? But the BLM stuff does come from a place where they want everybody to be controlled. And they're using racism as a way to suggest that nobody can have any freedom because the only freedom, the only reason or the only way people use their freedom now is to be racist and to oppress other people. So if you want to give them your money, do that. Go ahead and give them your money. I don't care. You want to give the QAnon people your money, give them your money. It doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me what you do. It's completely immaterial. But just know that's who you're giving your money to. You're giving your money to old school Marxists, and you're giving your money to old school tent preachers, mega church pastors. That's all this Q shit is. It's just a rebranding of that, and they're just going to suck your money the way they've been sucking it. They're going to give it to Republican country club guys that just fucking, make money, and they don't really give a flying fuck about you. And that's just the way that it's the same old story, folks. Ain't nothing new. That's the other thing that's frustrating about people that just really dive hard into politics. If you're smart enough, your political arc should last about 5 years. About 5 years. Really smart people get it done in 2. They go, I believe in things. Oh, so do these people. Oh, whoa, things are going to happen. Oh, they go, wait, what's going to happen? Wait, whoa. What's happening? Hold on. I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense. Why are they doing the things that the other people did? Oh, my God. I don't really care anymore. I met somebody I like. Oh, a sandwich. All right. Yeah, people do that shit. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, that was funny. Well, fuck it. Only got a few years left on this earth. Da-da-da-da-da. Done. That's the arc. Mm-hmm. If you have any semblance of intelligence, any, go bang pots and pans for the nurses. That's what you're doing. All your political tweeting and talking, you're just essentially banging pots and pans for the nurses. You're just banging a pot and a pan for AOC. That's all you're doing. Keep doing it. Whatever makes you happy. But I'll make a suggestion to you. At a certain point in your life, you just turn it off. Turn it off. Mute. Turn it off. Go do something else. Because you're not going to want to get to the end of your life. You're not going to want to get to a point in your life where you've spent all of your time invested in a world that was created for you by algorithms. You're going to want to turn that off and go somewhere else. And I don't know, go kayaking. I can't tell you what to do. Go get murdered. Doesn't it sound like it's more fun to get murdered? Mm-hmm. Go get put in a burlap sack while you jog. Go get tortured in a cabin and murdered. It's better than tweeting at Nancy Pelosi. Go get disemboweled by a really evil person. I was going to say dude, but I don't want to gender the murderer. It's more fun. Can't worry all the goddamn time about politics. It's boring. Trump's going to lose. Biden's going to win. Ellen's not going to jail. I mean, what are you going to keep doing? all the people that get involved with politics lack any other discernible skill. So what they do is they rev you up, they take your money, and then they don't do anything because there's nothing to really do. The country's ungovernable, and the only thing after this is going to look a lot worse than what we have right now. That doesn't mean that, like, you shouldn't get health insurance and things like that. I think you'll eventually probably get those things. I think you'll get national health insurance. It won't be good, but you'll get it, as you should get it. And there should be, coordinated attempts to get those things. But you can just vote, you could donate money, and you could vote. You don't have to live in a 24-hour cycle of, opinion and rhetoric every single day of your life. You can just vote for people that you agree with and then step back and then, try to get things for yourself. Get shit on your own. Don't wait for the government to get you something. Don't wait. Good luck. Talk to the people that are still waiting for checks for the beginning of this quarantine. Good luck. Go out and do something on your own. Maybe you can't. And, and that sucks, and that's okay too. But you're relying on this incredibly corrupt government of morally vacant human beings. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you still think this is all, you're still waiting on the check. Like, well, yeah, it's just we just abolished the police. That'll fix it. Just get rid of the police. Yeah. Society won't come apart. Don't think it will. No, we'll just get rid of the police. We'll let everybody solve their problems on Twitter, social media. Twitter will become real life, and then people will, the reply guys will be in real life, and they'll reply with a knife to your throat. That's the way the reply guys on Twitter will become real. And that's what many of you need. We need to start seeing blue checks on Twitter who all live in cities get disemboweled. We need to watch a video of some of our faves, some of our blue check favorites get disemboweled. And when you see their entrails on the street, you go, this is not working well. But they're the ones that keep clamoring for it, so let it happen. Let it happen in New York. Let it happen in these cities. Let these cities burn. And let these people that have all embraced this idea, they got to live in those cities, man. I don't give a fuck. I'm the fuck out of here. The fuck out of California. I'm not going to pay 12% so that one day I can own a $6 million house that's the size of a storage shed in the Hollywood Hills. It's stupid. If you're living in New York City now, you're stupid. Just leave. If you're in LA, you're almost stupid. Just leave. We're about to see a resurgence of other parts of the country right now. Let these people stay in New York and LA. Let them. Go to a place, take it over, start a scene. Go to fucking, I don't know. Go to, trying to think where you should go. Go to Omaha. Go hang out with, go ask questions about the Who Took Johnny disappearance. Go try to solve that case. People DM me new leads about it. I'm like, guys, whatever happened to Johnny Gosh? Good question. I don't know where he is. Wherever he is right now, he's tweeting. He's probably retweeting AOC. I don't even want him to come out of hiding. I'm going to be mad he wasn't killed. I'm going to look at his Twitter and start throwing up and go, I don't even feel bad for you anymore, Guaranteed. And I get it. He's probably tweeting abolish the police because he's probably, where the fuck were the cops? Because the cops, are bad. So I get it. Man. Rogan made a good point. It's like the real woke people are like those religious people at Game of Thrones. Remember the last 3 seasons of Game of Thrones? Everyone were those religious people were like, the Black Hand or whatever they called it. They just came in and they were like forcing everybody, putting everybody through those purity tests. It's just getting boring. We're just talking about the same shit. This culture has gotten nowhere. It's just a death spiral of the same bad ideas over and over again. So if you want to keep your sanity, you got to get out. You kind of got to get out. You have to just turn the key, and just get out of here because people are going to be talking about this shit in 5 years. The only difference is whether you are listening to it or not. That's it. It's the only difference. The only difference is going to be, are you going to be listening to it with a business or with a house or with a relationship or in a town you like, or are you going to be listening to it in a disgusting apartment with roommates and no money, alone? That's the only difference. Nothing will change. Nothing is going to change. Things are going to get worse. They'll steadily get worse. They'll have bounces of better, like we'll bounce better, worse, better, worse. But we've been talking about, like I said, I was started listening to Alex Jones in maybe 1999. I was on Alex Jones in the year 2020. Very little has changed, I think, in 20 years. I mean, it's still some version of the same arguments that people have been having over and over again. If you go back and look at the issues in the 2000 election, they're similar to the issues that we have now: economic and wealth inequality, cultural issues, gay issues, abortion. Foreign policy is taking more center stage now than it was then. That I will say. Because we had a little break in the 90s from foreign policy being this dominant issue, and then it kind of came back again after 9/11. But for the most part, it's been the same types of people making the same types of arguments over and over. And it's the same power factions rebranding themselves. It's the same far leftists that are now pushing, that have rebranded themselves a bunch of times, and now they're pushing the Black Lives Matter stuff. And it's the same people on the far right that are really the religious right, Christian right, that have rebranded a bunch, and they're now pushing QAnon. I mean, this is just where we're at. We're probably not going to, I don't know what, the only thing that will change any of this is technology. It's the only thing that has. The only thing that's changed anything substantively is the fact that we now see the effect that social media and smartphones have on society. But other than that, intellectually, the ideas are the same for the most part. Not any new ideas floating around here. It's just the mechanisms by which they go out into the world are different. I can't, if I see one more shitty cell phone video, put your phone away, please, you rat. Put your phone away. Let people say something offensive to you. Either punch them or go and fucking have a drink. Realize they're mentally ill. Stop taking your phone out to try to video somebody that's being mean to you. This girl, by the way, that I went to high school with did an article about how racist restaurants are. Nice girl, black girl, dated a white guy for years. Make of that what you will. But she wrote an entire thing about how racist restaurants were, and they're not that racist. Go to eater.com. I'm sick of restaurants being racist or something. And I read this, and she's like a nice girl, but I'm like, I don't understand any of this. She's like, I'm sick of, she goes, I will not keep my, yeah, this is her. I'm through being silent about the restaurant industry's racism. Keep going down here. A few weeks ago, I watched my tattoo artist post an Instagram video about the racism in her industry. And I saw this other person get up on her horse and demand change in the equestrian world. And imagine that racism in the equestrian world? No, I can't imagine. Are you saying that the equestrian world has some race and class issues? As I wrote in my Facebook post, the restaurant industry is extremely racist. Its racism is inseparable from the history of dining out in this country. Restaurants here flourished after the Civil War, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we all know this, and I agree with her. She's right about this. The effects of discrimination have been everlasting. I get it. People were denied loans, blah, blah, blah. But so this is where it's weird, because a lot of her examples don't strike me as racist, but go on. I began working in restaurants in 2009 while attending grad school. The first place I served was a corporate Southern Seam Steakhouse on Long Island. The corporate steakhouse? Is she saying the corporate steakhouse is racist? Oh, no. We will hold her to a high standard of proof here because she is attacking an institution near and dear to our heart. Not long after I started there, a coworker was fired for using racial slurs about a black family who was dining with us. The restaurant's owner individually apologized to every black employee, and the swiftness of his actions assured me that racism would not be tolerated. Nice. Corporate steakhouse, good, right? That's good. The following year, I began my career in fine dining at a popular seafood restaurant on Manhasset Bay. I know exactly which one this is, Louis in Port Washington. I used to like Louis. Food was okay. I used to get really hammered there and drive home drunk all the time. The staff was mostly BIPOC. What does that mean? Bi people of color?
I think so, yeah.
Bi meaning black, indigenous people of color?
Let me see what that stands for.
I'm just curious. Or does it mean they were all bisexuals? Because that sounds like a fucking amazing restaurant to work at. It sounds amazing if everybody in your restaurant is bisexual and everybody literally fucks everybody else. I don't know why you would write an article complaining about it. Okay, yeah, I was right. Black, indigenous people of color. The restaurant had its issues, but during the 2 years I worked here, diversity was not one of them. But when I returned to the, so 2008 and 9, everything's okay. When I returned to the industry in 2018 after a 6-year hiatus, I discovered that my previous experiences were anomalies. One evening, while I was training as a server at a farm-to-table restaurant, I asked the trainer how she made recommendations. She goes, well, they're Asian, so I recommend the octopus because Asians eat weird food. Why is that racist? No, I'm genuinely asking, why is that racist? I understand that you're making an assumption about people based on their culture, but is it completely incorrect? Why is that? Why? I don't understand. That's a big deal. If she had said, if she said, I asked the trainer how she made recommendations, and the trainer turned around to her and goes, well, I just take the child they threw in the water and make them eat that because they drown their own children. That would be racist. Do you understand? So if the trainer said that, that would be a little racist. If the trainer said, by the way, if she goes, how do I make recommendations? And I go, just take a fucking filet mignon and stuff it with fireworks. They're not people. That would be racist. Do you understand? If I said, how do you make recommendations? And she goes, who gives it? They're fucking insects. That's racist. But by saying, hey, they like octopus, they like weird shit, I don't get it, okay? Excuse me, I replied sternly, which she didn't do. Again, I love when people lie. She tried to backpedal, saying something about how Italian guys also loved octopus. Months later, I caught one of the managers and 2 servers discussing the treatment of black people as it relates to our work ethic. The manager replied that there were times we were treated better than we deserved because of our skin color. The 2 servers looked shocked, but neither corrected her. Being the only black employee and server of color, I quit immediately. But listen, that's shitty to do, and the manager should not have done that. But that evening, the restaurant's owner and I had an honest conversation. She advised me to not let ignorant people affect my wallet, and she had a point. I was broke and living. Yeah, that's the thing, man. By saying that this is like the restaurant industry is racist, you've had a few run-ins with racist people, but it's also like, yeah, they're waiters. They're waiters and waitresses. They're not happy. They're not killing it in life. They're away. I know where this chick worked. She worked at Texas Roadhouse. Yeah. This is not the best and the brightest all the time. Sometimes it is. Sometimes people are, but a lot of servers are just, they're working other jobs, they're going to school. I'm not excusing their racist behavior, but when we say the entire industry, and then we use examples from a few chain restaurants in Long Island, everyone's racist in Long Island. I stayed at the restaurant for a year and a half. Shortly before my departure, one of my customers, a senior citizen, grabbed me. He goes, you know what they say about black women? He whispered in my ear, you taste like chocolate. He then attempted to kiss me. Well, this is out of hand. I pulled away, but I didn't want to hurt him. What? But I didn't want to hurt him. I can already imagine the headline, black server abused elderly white man at a Long Island restaurant. That's what they would write in Long Island. So again, I walked away, but this time I cried in the hallway while my coworker consoled me. He was an old dirtbag. He was an old horn dog. Black women are neither a fetish nor a fantasy, and at the sexual harassment we offer experience. Okay. Yeah, but if there was a hot white chick with her tits out and she looked good, do you think this guy wouldn't have said something inappropriate to her as well? Maybe not. Or a hot Asian. I don't understand. Yeah, again, she bumps into people that are racist here. One time when I defended some guests whom one of these coworkers presumed were Jewish, he asked if I was a black Jew. And this is Long Island, man. Leave, move. In response, I referenced first they came. What? Oh. And expressed that I stand up for everyone, and then politely told him to shut the hell up. He did, but he continued to be openly racist towards me. While the restaurant's clientele was generally kind, there were still middle-aged white men thinking they were Tupac.
What?
Telling me I was the prettiest black girl they'd ever seen. Is that racism? And the white woman who felt the need to be down when I approached the table. Hey, girl, one of them told me.
Okay.
Hey, girl? Hey, girl is racism? Now, I understand if you went to the table and were like, yo, bitch, what's up? Yo, where your man at? Like, okay. One said your makeup is on fleek. We're trying to get lit. And that's stupid, but it's funny. It's like, I don't know. What? I mean, they're drunk, white, middle-aged Long Island women that are trying to relate to you. Is this really that bad? I mean, aren't the Uyghurs in a re-education camp in China? Imagine them reading this article.
Right.
Somebody saying, hey, girl. I'm not saying that there isn't real racism out there, that you're not but I mean, this is great. This is like if I said that I experienced homophobia and then my example of homophobia, that somebody asked me if I had a boyfriend or somebody tried to relate to me
Anyway,
or was like, hey, yes, bitch, or something annoying.
let's get back
But
to the
I don't
shit.
I think we're just reading too much into it. You know? Well, I wish her the best. I mean, we can get rid of that. I don't want her to go through any problems, but I also just don't know if is that real racism? If somebody says, hey, girl. I mean, if she had said, I walked up to a table and there were 5 white women with dreadlocks and do-rags, okay? And as soon as I approached the table, they made these gun signs like this, and they were like, that's a different story. That's maybe a different story here. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe that's a problem. You know, I guess it would be annoying. If I was working at one of these restaurants and I went to a table of straight guys and they all started acting gay, like they were like, stop it! And they just like, yes, that would be annoying to me. But my bigger problem, I would go, why am I a waiter? Bigger problem. Why am I a waiter? What's going on? But yes, that would be annoying. I'm conceding that would be annoying. But that's not what it sounded like happened. If somebody just went, hey, girl, your makeup's on fleek. It's just some old white bitch. Your makeup's on flat. You know? Now, if she went over to the table and they were singing like spirituals, you know, it would be a problem. Or if she went to the table and said, hey, can I tell you about some of our specials? And one of the white ladies started singing, Old Man River, that old man river, he must know something, but don't say nothing. He just keeps rolling along. Yes, that would be racist. That would be wrong. That would be odd. Old Man River. Like she walked over and they all just started singing Old Man River. Right. Old Man River, that old. That's right. You got to learn the difference between what is racist and what is not racist. Right. Like if I walked to a table and somehow knew I was gay, maybe they just see me sucking someone off, and like I walked up to the table and they went into like a choreographed dance routine and just started stuffing like cocks in their mouths. Mm-hmm. Like, yes, that would be homophobic. You have to really pick. We gotta not hyperanalyze every situation. Somebody said hello to you the wrong way. Hello cannot be the problem here. It just can't. I was so nervous I was in that article. She'd been my server multiple times at all of those restaurants.
Oh, really?
I was so nervous I was in that article. I thought she was going to be like, a pretty well-known comedian who used to sell mortgages went to my restaurant drunk and said, hey, you want a house? You'll sign anything. You know how you people are. Like that, I understand. Like, I was so worried that I had said something like that, but I didn't. A decently well-known comedian had made very inappropriate comments to me, asked me to get him cocaine, and then said, quote, can you call a cousin or something? I was so panicked I was in that article. I'm like, God, I hope I'm not in that article. She's a good woman. I wish her no ill will. There's racists in Long Island. I guess the best thing would be to leave Long Island. I mean, that would be. We did long today, folks. We went an hour and 45 minutes. You really get more than you should get here. Join our Patreon. You get a free episode every week. If you are a Rothschild member, you get not only the extra weekly episode, but we do a jumbo episode at the end of the month for you as well. The Patreon is patreon.com/The Tim Dillon Show. We have merch stuff that we're working on right there, Life in the Big City. Ben is wearing the shirt. It's good. He did that part of the job today. Ben is wearing the shirt. And, a lot of cool stuff happening. There's no live comedy happening, folks, but you can always find us digitally. New sketches coming out. Go vote for us on Tournament of Laughs if we want. It's such an embarrassment, but do it anyway. I'd love to win that show, and then they cancel TBS and it goes out of business. So that would be great. Enjoy the summer. It's in full swing. God bless you. Good luck. Goodbye.
5 seconds left.
I'm Attorney General Ashley Moody with a warning about contact tracing scams. Health officials in Florida are calling people who may have been in contact with someone who tested positive for COVID-19. It's extremely important that they make contact with potentially infected individuals to help slow the spread of this deadly disease, making contact tracing vital to ending this pandemic. Sadly, scammers are mimicking these calls in an attempt to steal personal information. If you receive a call from someone who claims to be a contact tracer, take steps to confirm that the call is in fact from your local health department. Know that a legitimate contact tracer will never ask for your birth date. They already have this information and will simply ask for confirmation.
That's comforting.
Contact tracers will never ask for your social security number or banking information.
They have that too.
They also will never reveal the identity of the COVID-19 positive person you may have had contact with.
So what the fuck's the point?
Finally, if a call seems suspicious, hang up. Look
Get her
for the
outta
number
here.
of your local health department.
Get her out of here. This is again an attack on entrepreneurs. People reaching out to other people to do business, to drive the economy. It's about commerce. And if people want to call people and present and say, hey, you might have been in contact with somebody who had COVID-19, get a test, and then use it as a way to present them with a business opportunity, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And shame on the Attorney General of Florida. Shame on her. Shame on her for that anti-business attitude. Shame on her. How dare she? We all don't get checks from the government. We all don't get checks from Uncle Sam. Some of us need to go out in the streets and earn a living, bring home the bacon, rustle up a little cabbage. And what is she doing? She's discouraging men like myself. I got a list of names in Florida. I'm just going to call all of them and let them know they might have been in touch with somebody who has COVID-19. The fact that scammers are using the contact tracing to try to scam people is just, I know it's sad, but it is so funny that it's happening. Like, it's so funny to me that because I mean, we would have done that. We would have been like, hey, how are you? Hey, is this Miss Miller? Yes. Listen, it's never an easy call to make, but we just want to let you know that you may have been in contact with somebody who's tested positive for COVID-19. We have it on some good information that you have exposed yourself and your family to this potentially devastating disease. Have you taken a COVID-19 test? Well, good news is we can show up at the property with a COVID-19 test, you and the entire family, for 7 easy payments of $69.99. Also, what rate are you paying on the mortgage? Mortgage rates have dropped precipitously due to the economic climate. Is there a way that we can help you streamline some of your debt and refinance that property in Florida while we're testing your family for COVID-19? I think that's the smartest thing to do. am I wrong here, Mrs. Miller? I don't think I am. And then we would just show up. We'd show up, you know, drug the family,
Yeah.
make her sign all these papers, and then light them on fire. And if that is not America, then I don't want to live here anymore. I don't want to live in a country where I cannot, first of all, if you're answering a contact tracing call, I don't know, maybe stop. Do you really feel better if it's the government going, hello, it's the government. Were you at your sister's house last Wednesday because there was a party and 3 people have COVID? And what contact tracing is too late. It's too late. I mean, you have it or you don't. I guess. Yep. Just wear the fucking mask. All of this is to avoid the dumb mask, and the mask is only because you people want to leave your homes. So it'd be very easy. Don't leave. Don't wear the mask. Don't go anywhere. Unless you have to go to work, and then you have to wear the mask because you're at work. But it's this idea that you're like, oh, I want to go out, I don't want to wear the mask. And then we have all of these other things now where it's like, well, now we have contact tracing, and you know they're going to use that, as they already have for protesters and everybody else, and you didn't pay your taxes last year, or you said the word, you said an inappropriate word on Facebook, now it's contact tracing, and Wait till that starts. Wait till social justice contact tracing starts. They start calling people up. Hi, you like to tweet last Thursday? Is there Sharon? Is there Sharon? Did you tweet last Thursday? Hey, Dr. Fauci, we know what you did with AIDS, and you're not going to do it again. We're just trying to trace all the different people you've been in contact with. The different people that might hold those opinions. It's bad. I'm not answering a call from the government. I don't want anybody calling me. I don't want my friends and family calling me. I'm thinking about moving, and it's just such a great boomer attitude. I was thinking about moving, and my father goes, it's closer to where he's in New York. I wouldn't be in California anymore. And my father's whole thing, of course, the perfect boomer response to me thinking about starting my new life. So he goes, well, yeah, it would be easier for me to visit you because I wouldn't have to fly all the way to California. So, again, thank you. Thank you. Just a great way. They will always make it about themselves as much as possible. You got to respect it. You almost have to respect it, truly, you know? And it would be easier to respect if that type of attitude didn't destroy civilization as it rapidly crumbles. Rapidly crumbling. DHS agents going around Portland snatching people up. If you've seen this, a little disturbing. But I mean, Portland's crazy. There's a lot of loonies running around there, but still uncomfortable with people getting thrown into vans by the government. But again, we knew this was going to happen. Everybody, I mean, again, the most predictable thing
I did not want Vigil
ever. They had barely made it up half a block when an unmarked minivan pulled up in front of them. I see guys in camo, 4 or 5 of them pop up, open the door, and it was just like, oh shit. I don't know who you are or what you want with us. Federal law enforcement officers have been using unmarked vehicles to drive around downtown Portland and detain protesters since last Tuesday. Personal accounts and multiple videos posted online show the officers driving up to people, detaining individuals with no explanation about why they are being arrested and driving off. I mean, this was started after 9/11, this type of thing. We do not have to give you a reason as to why you're being detained. We can hold you indefinitely. This is exactly what people were afraid of. And of course, a lot of people are probably saying that these people are domestic terrorists and they were planning on committing acts of domestic terrorism. I don't know if that's true. It's certainly not impossible. The people in Portland are out of their fucking minds, some of them. So absolutely it's possible. But again, it's like we got to just take the government's word for it, and we got to just show up in a van and throw people in a van. It just doesn't seem, this seems like, it heads to a bad place. Is it just me? Is it just me, or the camo guys throwing people in a van and driving off heads to a bad place. But what did I tell you in the beginning of this thing? I said the riots and the looting. What are they going to be used for? They're going to be used as a way for the government to take whatever few remaining rights you have. This is not new. This shouldn't be surprising. That's why I was like, protests are great. Nonviolent protests are great. The minute you use violence, the state turns around and will use violence as well. And so the logical thing there is, if you think violence is going to work, you have to believe that you're going to beat the state. That you're going to actually drive the state, I mean, out of Portland. I mean, how long did Chaz last? 2 weeks? They've got one by City Hall right now. Everybody just hanging out doing drugs, discussing what the new government will be like. After the city falls. It doesn't work. It doesn't work because the government's got the money and the power and the weaponry and machinery of death. They have we have a population, but it's also like there's no loyalty that anybody in this country has to anybody else. We're not a group of people that agree on anything. We're not going to be able to fashion a government. I mean, this is child stuff. I mean, this is like a crazy idea. The idea that we're gonna like topple the government and then we're going to like people are gonna sit around a room and then decide what the new government's gonna look like after we've burned the White House down. I mean, and I see people that should be more intelligent than this, egging this on, pouring gasoline on this. And I keep wondering and asking them, like, well, what is the plan here? What is the plan? You abolish the police, then enrich communities, private cops, ex-Mossad, ex-CIA, fun folks. Less accountability than the cops have now. And in the poor communities, who will fill that power vacuum? The mafia, gangs, criminal enterprises, because businesses, people are going to want safety and security, and somehow they're going to get it, and the only way they'll get it is by pledging loyalty to some type of criminal enterprise. This is what happens when the police are gone, and then the state no longer has a monopoly on violence, and that everybody's using violence in his vigilante way as they see fit, everybody else. This is the anarchy that we fetishize on Twitter all the time. The same people that fetishize this type of anarchy get very scared when someone misgenders someone. They think that's violence. Wait till they find out what actual violence is. The same people that get scared that somebody doesn't use the right pronouns in a magazine or somebody has an argument that disagrees with them feel perfectly comfortable with people marching through the streets, burning down buildings. Thinking this is all going to go to some, it's fucking wild that these are adults. This is fucking nuts that we're having these conversations with it. I get drug addict, failed stand-up comedians who live on floors, but I'm looking at actual adults, celebrities, people with money, thinking that somehow these mass violent insurrections in these cities lead to anything good. Is everyone nuts? This is like that thing went viral on Facebook, that guy Tom Foolery, we talked about it on the Patreon. He did that thing when the quarantine first started, the bread making on Instagram was happening. Everybody was baking bread and everybody was talking about how the earth was healing and we were going to emerge stronger than before. How did that work out? Are we stronger than before? And then this guy, it went viral. This guy, Tom Fool, I don't even know who he is, but he's this British guy. And he can we play that on the show?
No, we did on the Patreon, though.
We did it on the Patreon. We can't play it. But basically, it was like a rhyme where he's reading a book to his son or a kid. Mm-hmm. And he's like, we built cities with buildings very tall, but we weren't listening to each other at all. And then he would do this whole thing about how, and then, people got sick and we started listening. We started dancing. We started baking and it was like, And it was just like this fucking crazy Pollyanna-ish view of like what would happen when you told the country they couldn't go to work tomorrow. They're like, everybody will start dancing in the street. And yeah, that works for a week. And then all of a sudden, it starts to get pretty dark pretty quick. But, I mean, I just don't understand. If somebody can explain to me, if somebody intelligent can explain to me how they think this all works, great. I'm open to listening, okay? I'm open to it. I think Chrissy Teigen should lean in to being accountable at this point. Because she's probably not, but a lot of Twitter thinks she is. So just lean into it. And have John Legend get out and be like, we're just ordinary cannibals. And sit on the fucking piano while he does it. Who cares? Chrissy Teigen's just a hot chick. Listen, QAnon people, all I try to do is help you people. I really do. Many of you are schizophrenic. Many of you have a few of the right ideas and a lot of the wrong ones, and that's a potent combination, and it's quite bad. It's quite bad to have some of the right ideas and some of the wrong ones and just go confidently with that. Not good. So, Chrissy Teigen, I don't even know she's like a model who married John Legend. She's on social media all the time, and she's a hot chick who the biggest problems in life, listen to me now. You see how I did that with my voice? That means I'm going into a philosopher mode. The biggest problems in life are people that can't be who they are. Rich people that can't just be rich and try to be like clowns. You look at them with pity and you look on in horror. I've seen rich people on stage like trying to do it, and there's nothing sadder than watching a rich person fail at trying to be a clown. There's nothing worse than a hot chick trying to be funny and relevant and interesting if you don't have to be. She's a hot chick who's addicted to herself. All she does is post fucking she deleted 60,000 tweets. I mean, the woman's tweeted like so many fucking times, it'll just be like, look at me, I'm eating a taco. She can't handle people not looking at her for 5 minutes. She doesn't have time to be a satanic pedophile. She's on Twitter all day. So here's the thing. She tweeted things about that show Toddlers in Charge. And some of them are weird and some of them are creepy. She tweeted some things about pizza or whatever. Nobody knew before Pizzagate. People just liked pizza. They didn't know. I don't like Chrissy Teigen. I don't think she's funny. I think she's annoying. I don't like that she judged a comedy competition on NBC. There's nothing funny about her, and I don't know why the hell I'm going to jail over pizza. I mean, what was that, 2013? I mean, yeah. That didn't age well. Didn't age well. Didn't age well. But she didn't know. Or she did. I don't know. I don't know her. Okay? I'm not like hanging out with her and John Legend, but I don't think they're eating children. I don't think her and John Legend, if she was a cannibal, it would be the most interesting thing about her. How much more interesting would this bitch be if she was eating children, which I'm against, but again, just on the fucking what makes people interesting, if somebody said, you know that hot bitch, Chrissy Teigen, who's for some reason hosting a comedy show on NBC, judging and telling people who's funny and who's not funny, well, and she has a cookware line, and I'm like, yeah, and they would go, she's also a fucking cannibal. And I'm like, really? Really? But I don't think she is. She's just trying to be
podcast
funny.
plays 4-2, pretty good.
Don't have any perspective.
Pretty good. I guess everyone that has actual skill.
They just say things that are outlandish. She's just a hot girl trying to get attention, okay? So when she's talking about eating human flesh, I would love to taste what a human... It's just when hot chicks talk, guys just laugh at whatever they say. Chrissy Teigen, her entire life, when she said something like, I just want to eat people, guys would be like, oh, yeah, you're cool. Yeah, people, you're fucking wild. If I said, I want to eat people, someone goes and calls the police. So there's a difference between me and Chrissy Teigen and how people respond to what we say. She's never had to be accountable for any word that's ever come out of her mouth. She just hasn't, because she's gotten that hot chick. We're just ordinary cannibals. What a great song, though. Why not do that? He's just playing in the piano.
Yeah.
We're just ordinary cannibals. We just want to eat our fill. Just maybe lean into it. I don't know. I don't think she's eating chill. Why do the kids have, why is sexual abuse not enough for the QAnon people? Why is it not enough that the kids are being sexually abused? That is heinous, horrific, should be like punishable by death. Why is that not enough? Why do they have to be eating the children? I don't understand why this has to be a Hansel and Gretel fairy tale for anyone to care about this. Is what Epstein and Ghislaine doing, was that somehow better because they weren't barbecuing the girls after? I don't understand. Do you have to bring out a human-sized rotisserie for people to care about children? It's very strange. Very strange to me. This obsession with the celebrities being cannibals. I think if you just have a very shitty life, or you're bored, and your life's actually pretty good, but you're bored, you just start thinking that everybody who's achieved any level of success eats people. I don't know what breaks in your mind. I don't know what happens. Is Chrissy Teigen in the Illuminati? How embarrassing is it if this bitch is the thing that you all think? Like, can you imagine, doesn't that bother some of you? That it's this woman? A woman who gets in cookware feuds with the food bloggers. But I think she should probably get off Twitter or take a little break. Chrissy, you're not built for it. Relax. She's big on Twitter. I subtweeted her once and said something, and people are like, whoa, don't fuck around with Chrissy. They said she'll get you thrown right off Twitter. And I said, why? I said, I'm just an ordinary cannibal. I feel bad for people that are suffering from mental illness. I want to say that. And I think there's a lot of people in this country all over the place that this quarantine has exacerbated mental illness, including many of my friends and family members, and a lot of people of my colleagues seem to be slipping and losing their mind, okay? Very sad. R.I.P. to Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub, who both died this morning of coronavirus. Very sad. They fought till the end. Till the end.
Come on, guys.
And I respect that.
I respect this momentum going.
I just want to scream about ordinary cat. I started watching this show. Devin and Ida came over. We did the Patreon. And I started watching this show, My Big Fat American Gypsy Wedding. I've become fascinated with gypsies. And I think everyone should get a hobby during quarantine. I really do. I think you should get a hobby. Do something. Better yourself. I've chosen gypsies. You can choose losing weight, writing a novel. I have chosen the Romani people. That is what I want to. And listen, to any of them listening, don't curse me. Stop right there, because I am afraid of that. I'm going to talk about this very respectfully. I don't want any of the curses. I don't think they run anything else, so I don't really have to worry about them denying me, a spot on Tournament of Laughs 2. But, no, if the curses are legit, none of that. I don't want any of it. They're obviously the gypsies, they've been travelers forever. A lot of people think they're thieves. I don't know about that. Who am I to? You make a little business here, it doesn't work out, you get in the caravan, you go to the next town. What am I? Hey, I don't have anything to say about that. But they love like gaudy, over the top dresses and bling and they have these weddings that are wild, and these women show up in these fucking, truly heinous, don't curse me, heinous, grotesque outfits. I mean, can we show screenshots? Just Google Sandra Celli, who's the designer of these outfits. This woman who's not a gypsy but makes her living selling these people dresses to wear to weddings. And I mean, dresses that look at these. I mean, You'd have to be on crack to walk down an aisle in that. But they love it, and a lot of them marry like their first cousin. A lot of them do, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Don't curse me. I just want you to be happy, and they're very open about that. I'm not saying now. Then there's the charge of it gets a little inbred if you're marrying your first cousin, and hey, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But it's just such a great show. It's just such a phenomenal show. TLC just finds groups of people, and just everything on TLC is just, you find people whose lives have been destroyed. My 600-pound life, my strange addiction. I mean, TLC has a room of executives basically going like, let's find a bitch who's addicted to eating a couch. Let's find somebody who's addicted to eating glass, and it's destroying the lining of her stomach and her esophagus. And let's put her on camera. And then they found these small groups of American gypsies, and they have weddings, and they get in these feuds, and they beat the shit out of each other. And I thought somebody told me about this show, and I thought I'd watch it for like a few minutes. I ended up watching just at least a YouTube clip after YouTube clip after YouTube. But they are fun. They seem fun. I don't know if they're the brightest, but they seem fun people. Like they're happier than anyone I know. And many of them don't have much, but they're happier than anyone I know. So maybe they figured it out. I don't know. I'm being very careful here because I don't know if or I believe in the curse or not. Do you believe in the gypsy curse? You're a fucking Texas. You come out of a deeply conservative Christian church. You believe in all this shit. I mean, where do you stand on can gypsies curse people?
I think so. I'm superstitious, aren't you? Like, do you see omens and stuff, or like?
I don't want to start problems here. That's all I'm trying to say.
10 million of them, right? 10 million gypsies?
I don't know how many there are of them. I'm just saying, I respect your culture. I want to get this guy Pat Baby on the show, whose daughter Priscilla is a professional wrestler. The culture is fascinating to me. I don't love the dresses. But I'm not going to get married in a wedding dress. So these wedding dresses at first, when you look at them, they're horrific. They're almost scary.
Snow White one.
Yeah, they're kind of terrifying. And a lot of these weddings are in fields. If you are a gypsy fan of the show, please reach out to me and let's start a dialogue about how I can kind of understand and learn more about the gypsy culture. Yeah, look at that. It's kind of, it's a little disturbing.
It lights up too at night.
It also lights up, yeah. But they love the bling and the rhinestone. So if you're a fan of the show and you're a Ramnachal gypsy, I don't really want the Irish Traveler variety, no offense. But I kind of want the real deal Ramnachal.
Yeah.
If you are a fan of the show and you're a Ramnachal gypsy, and that's possible, correct? Please respectfully, without cursing me, reach out, because I'm just very interested in the culture. All I want to watch is gypsies now. It's crazy. I just want to watch gypsies. I just watch gypsy weddings, gypsy balls. I don't know what's happening to me, but I don't want to consume any other content at the moment except gypsies. There's something about it that I enjoy. I think of myself kind of like a traveler. I'm a nomadic person to a degree, am I not?
You are.
I've been persecuted throughout history for being correct about everything. Why do I not get to, you know what I mean? They're happy people. They're interesting people. Are they inbred? That's a fair question that I am not weighing in on in any way. It's a question that I am asking because if you marry your first cousin, what is that?
It's incest. Yeah.
But let's not come down on it too hard on the show. Let's just let it out as like I think Chrissy Teigen's the real problem. But you know, I don't know. It seems a little sus. I don't have a hot first cousin. I can't relate. But there's a look that a lot of these people have. There is a look of that there's something going. There's maybe something a little off. Not all of them. I haven't seen all of them, but certainly the ones on the show.
Some are pretty.
No, not. It's unique. There's an interesting quality there. But I'm actually just fascinated by the culture. I've only seen the gypsies on the show. I don't know gypsies in real life. I'm not trying to discriminate against them. I understand that all kinds of people have all kinds of issues out there. A cousin marriage is not even in the top 100 problems in America, and it's not even a problem. Do your thing. It's an interesting culture. The dresses are a little strange, and they beat the shit out of each other at a lot of these parties, like because they don't like when a gypsy marries a non-gypsy. It's called a gorger. So the non-gypsy is called the gorgers, and then there's the gypsies. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying. We're not going to talk about this for the whole episode because I don't need a fucking old woman coming over here and fucking, I don't know, handing me a monkey's paw and cursing me. And maybe that doesn't happen. I don't know. But so here's what I was saying. If you are a gypsy and you want to get involved with some contact tracing call scams, I would get involved with you. I would fly to Florida and set up a call center right now with gypsies. With gypsies, listen, to call people and say that they've been exposed to coronavirus and then get their information. Just throwing it out there. But other than that, I will just continue to watch every episode of this show, the UK and the American version that I can, because it is truly the only thing that is making me happy. I mean, it's truly the only thing that is. I don't know why watching two women in brightly colored dresses beat the shit out of each other in a field makes me happy, but right now it is. It's hitting the spot. It's just hitting the goddamn spot. We all got to find moments of levity. We all got to find things. I'm enjoying learning about different cultures. Isn't that the point of life? Learning about different cultures. That's what I'm doing on this show. That's why I watch My Big Fat American Gypsy Wedding. To learn about different people and their way of life. So if you're a Ron Michelle gypsy, not a traveler, I'm kidding. If you're an Irish traveler, please message me on Instagram. And now many of you are going to lie because everyone always lies. When I say message me and they lie, and I know you lie, and I said, are you in a secret society? And then you losers like, yes, I'm in Skull and Bones. We know you're not. Get your dick sucked. Get your dick sucked. Get your dick sucked. It's the apocalypse. This episode of the Tim Dillon Show is sponsored by Blue Chew. Remember that was a bad move. But he chose to do it. He chose to do it. And he lives with that for the rest of his life. We're kidding, of course. He's not done that I know of. But who knows? Nate Bergman. Support him. Patreon.com/Nate Bergman Sings. Accused, by the way, I was accused, and I won't say the name, but I was accused on Twitter by an ex-Daily Show writer of using coded language. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Truly disappointing. This woman, who I've been nice to and tweeted out things she's done, because I think she has some talent writing, said hey, you always seem like you're dancing around what you want to say. Let it out, we're all friends here. I think all of these people, if you try to have a nuanced point, they all think we're sitting in a room saying Heil Hitler. I don't know what's wrong with this woman, but this woman has a cooking show, and I watched that, and she made 3 Hitler jokes in the first minute. Yeah. So who's obsessed with Hitler? Maybe it's you. I made a point, and I made the point on the show where I said that people that are, very, very uncomfortable and feel unsafe when people use language they don't like or make points they disagree with seem to not mind. They feel very safe when you just have anarchy and chaos and violence in the street. So I was like, that seems like a very interesting setup for a human being's psyche to have. getting triggered and feeling unsafe with language, but not really minding the fire and the gunshots and the violence. And then this woman was like, well, what do you really want to say? What did she think I was going to tweet back? Oh, right. I'm sorry. Heil Hitler. That's what I meant to say. I was making a nuanced point about people weaponizing the word unsafe to just basically shut down conversations by saying they feel unsafe. And you rightly noticed that and called me out because what I was really saying is Heil Hitler. Thank you so much for pointing that out. And I said to her, I have a lot of podcasts. You can listen to all of them. My words are very accessible. They're also my own. And I said to her, you made a living in a major corporation that vetted everything you said. Everything you said went through standards and practices, went through ad sales, went through legal. It got vetted. It got vetted to make sure that it was okay because fucking corporate sponsors were sticking ads in the middle of it. Okay? I'm allowed to say what the fuck I want. And I say that for now, by the way, for now. I say that. And so all my words are pretty accessible, and they're my own. They didn't go through legal and standards and practices. And then she doesn't respond, of course, because these people just want to drive the car, they want to throw the rock, and they want to keep going. That's what they want to do. I pick up the rock, I throw it back. By the time I've thrown it back, the car is in the next town, like the gypsies. And I love Gypsy. Don't waste a curse on me when Chrissy Teigen's barbecuing kids. We just... I can't believe I have to defend Chrissy Teigen. 2020, fuck you. I don't want to defend Chrissy Teigen. I hate her. But I just don't think she's eating children. I don't know. I'm gonna go on the... But maybe... I don't know. I mean, in 2 months, if it comes out she's eating children, I want to also make a disclaimer here. This is how fucked things are that I have to now make a disclaimer that if Chrissy Teigen is busted for eating children, I did not know, and I'm not defending her. I'm basically saying the evidence presented at this point has not convinced me that Chrissy Teigen is a satanic pedophile cannibal. That being said, if new evidence comes, I may revise my estimate. I don't know. I'm spending all my money right now trying to get Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison because she's been wrongly accused. This is a powerful, strong woman. She's a fierce advocate of women's independence and liberation. The idea that she's behind bars right now is a fucking tragedy. It is a travesty. It is disgusting, and I think we should get her out of jail. Ghislaine Maxwell did buy an ad this week on the show. And it was a lot of fucking money. We usually don't sell ads for this much money, but it was an ad, and it's an ad for her being released from prison. And so we do have to do the ad, and this is just essentially the ad. Is that Ghislaine Maxwell wants to say hello to the whole Tim Dillon Show fan base and audience. She thinks that there's a lot of rumors floating around there about her, but they're easily corrected, and she will be giving up some very big names. How great would it be if Ghislaine Maxwell's like they put her on the stand finally whenever this trial happens? It won't, by the way, probably, but whenever it happens, she's like sitting there, she's like, listen, love, it's all Chrissy Teigen. We was working for Chrissy Teigen, love. Me and Jeffrey wasn't doing nothing. We was afraid of Chrissy Teigen. How great would it be if Ghislaine just outs Chrissy Teigen as the leader? She is the leader! I had lunch at the Yard House in Rancho Mirage, the Yard House, which is, people know I love a corporate steakhouse. They know that. But I also, every now and then just a chain corporate lunch spot where they do things like tuna ahi, tuna poke, nachos, and a nice crab cake sandwich with a jalapeno tartar, some truffle fries. You never leave mad. You never leave those places mad. Let's be honest. You never leave that kind of outdoor mall chain lunch spot, whatever it is, mad. Like a little upmarket, not an Applebee's per se, but like a place with just a little bit more. I don't like the term gastropub. I've been highly critical of gastropubs. I think many of them suck. But I think some of them, if done right, and it's rare that it's really done right. But some of these like craft brew houses, all this bullshit, they just have good food. So there's a shout out to the Yard House in Rancho Mirage with the ahi tuna poke nachos and the crab cake sandwich. Phenomenal. Sadly, Dickie's Barbecue Pit in Rancho Mirage still running a human trafficking ring. So if the victimization of children bothers you, go over and show Dickie's how you feel about it. However you want to handle it, just handle it. It's not my business. But when you take a Postmates order, when you have fucking 8 minutes and then you fucking call back and go, we're closed, it's like, you're not closed. I ordered it 8 minutes ago. I support the American worker. And I have always. It's something that I believe in. But I'm also getting very angry at the people in drugstores that are now using COVID as a reason to not just show you where the eardrops are. Like they point in a general direction. They go, they're over there. I'll say, it's like, just show me where it is. Walk me to the eardrop, point at it, and then leave, and I'll pick it up. I just think that COVID in general is really bringing out the worst in everybody, including many of the people that I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, you know? And I'm just wondering, how should we handle this kind of level of insubordination or this new, like, attitude that a lot of people have? Do we withhold a vaccine from the people that are not performing? I mean, this is a question. I mean, do we withhold treatment from the people that are not performing? You know, I mean, is this the way to do it? Because I think there's just there's a lot of tude now. There's a lot of tude, and it's like uncalled for and unnecessary. I know you're miserable and you don't want to be there, and you know you're being exposed to a deadly virus. I get all that, but like, here's the reality. I don't want the tude. I don't want the dude. I was all like, Sanders, working people, support. But then I'm like, I need an eardrop because I got water in my inner ear from the pool, which is not as big as I'd like. But it's in my inner ear now, and that will cause an infection. Where are the drops? And it just point to aisle 7 and go, yeah, aisle 7, and then walk away. It's like, what is this? Where's the pride? Rite Aid, Palm Desert. Where is the pride? No, truly. It just bothers me. I just think that if people at certain jobs knew that they would not be vaccinated unless their performance was better, they would rise to the occasion, yes or yes. Yes or yes. It's a question. I'm just throwing it out there. How do we mandate performance now? I don't know, but I'm saying I think maybe it's time to kind of make people understand that there are stakes. When I had that crab, that's a fat crab cake at the Yard House with the jalapeno tartar. And the poke nachos were nice. They were a little light on the ahi. They were a little light. But that's okay because I understand that we're at reduced capacity. We're on only outdoor seating. I get it. You're trying to make a buck. I understand that. It's funny when you're out in the desert, you always say like it's hot, and all the locals like, could be like 116 degrees, and you'll be like, it's hot, and they're like, this is nothing. It's like, how hot does it get? What do you mean this is nothing? People love to say that. Like locals love to say, they're like, you don't know what hot is. It's like, you know, 116 degrees is hot. That's hot. You don't understand. You don't understand how bad things are. Shout out to that restaurant. You know, it's tough now to work in the restaurant business. It's very, very difficult. And I've only eaten outside. We've eaten outside at a few places. And my heart goes out to people in that industry because, listen, it's an industry I'd love to get into. If I was successful at podcasting and a comedy, more so than I am now, and I could save some money, I'd invest it into a restaurant. I love that business, and I would like to have a restaurant. And I'd like to have like a neighborhoody, casual, like a high-end, upscale cafe. I've talked about it on the Patreon. And so when I am at a restaurant and I see servers behaving in a way that just isn't you know, doesn't really you know, put the institution in a good light, I want to take away their vaccines, and I want to make them understand that can happen, and I just want to know how we can do that as a country. To go to people, to the essential, these are the essential workers, essentially the people at the Rite Aids and the Walgreens and the nurses. Don't get me started on them, but I don't think the essential workers should be vaccinated if they're not I want a peer review. I want a peer review. Like, I want to know that they're behaving. Like the other day, I ordered Postmates, and the guy just opens the garage and leaves it by the garage door, and it's like baking in the sun for an hour, and I'm yelling at Postmate. He doesn't knock on the door. He doesn't open the door. He sees that he goes in the garage and leaves it in the fucking garage. Like, should that guy be inoculated against this disease? No. I'm just saying. I think a lot of it had to do with calling people heroes early on, calling them essential workers. I think people got a little bit of an attitude. I think people got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder when they heard they were essential. And that people like myself were somehow not essential. The commentators, the people who speak, the people who talk, the people who speak on behalf of the people, the voice of the voiceless. I'm not essential, but some clown is at Trader Joe's, and I think not. I think not, sir. Sir, I think not, ma'am. Non-binary Trader Joe's employee. I don't believe that you are essential. And I think there was a little chip on the shoulder. And I am not blind to the sacrifices that a lot of those people have made. But what I am saying is that there needs to be a standard of quality delivered in every interaction, no matter what. In the midst of rioting, in the midst of looting, in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of an economic collapse, in the midst of a political crisis, in the midst of a crisis in confidence in government, in the midst of an escalation of a Cold War, hopefully, not a hot war with China, in the midst of all of those things, I still fucking think you get off your fat ass and you show someone where the eardrops are. That's what I think. And if you don't do that, you don't get vaccinated. We made a sketch for TBS this week that is so ridiculous, so embarrassing. And we did it because we are actually daring them to put it on television. I cannot believe we made the sketch we made. We have all the footage, right?
Yeah, we do.
We're going to cut together the sketch. We give all them the raw footage, and they cut it together. The last sketch we gave them, they completely butchered it, and they removed all context, and it didn't make any sense. If you'd seen the last sketch, it was me and Devin. We're sitting at a table. It's obviously two guys that are having dinner. It's like, with everything else going on, we're looking at our phones and the screens and everything. They took all that part out. It took, the context out. You didn't realize we were in a restaurant. I mean, the whole thing was crazy. Again, the editors at TBS who are drawing a salary somehow to edit content. But the new sketch we gave them is so patently ridiculous, so absurd. Truly, it shows how little respect we have for the entire show, the entire institution of television, specifically basic cable. But I mean, it is so, it is almost, the idea of it being on TV just makes me laugh. I mean, have we ever made anything that crazy?
It was like Freddie got fingered, but made less sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Somehow, imagine if they make it make sense somehow. Right. Every sketch we've given them has made sense, and they've made it not make sense by their editing decisions. And you could vote for us at what? Tournament of Laughs or whatever. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Let me give the link out now if you want to vote. And by the way, I don't care what you do. I don't care if you vote or not. I just want to watch gypsies get married over and over again and get the Postmates orders I order on time. That's really all I want to do until I die. And the way things are going, that's probably all I will do. Who's left in the contest? Do we even know? Who do we got left?
So we don't know if we're in round 3 yet. Or no, we are in round 3, right?
So that's the Elite 8.
I don't know if we're allowed to say it.
We didn't say it. What are they going to do? Sue us? Kick us off the show? Thanks. They sent me a promo the other day to put up, and I go, I'm not in the promo. They go, well, everybody in the show is not in the promo. I'm like, well, why am I sharing it if I'm not in it? Reload. My fans are going to think I'm sharing another fucking show that they don't want to watch if I'm not in it. How fucking dense are you people? How have these people made money? Soon they won't. Soon I think this industry is going to take a big haircut. And a lot of people that previously had jobs in it will not have jobs. And very few of them should currently have jobs. But but we don't know who's left. How do they vote for us?
At the TBS Tournament of Laughs website. If you type in Tournament of Laughs into Google, it'll take you on the first link.
If you go to the TBS Tournament of Laughs website, tbs.coms, and then shows Tournament of Laughs, they will allow you to vote for me and Ben to continue advancing in this contest. And I mean, so when is the sketch that we made, I mean, this abomination? It is funny, but it's like an abomination.
So that's if we make it to round 4.
If
round
we make
3
it-
sketches airing Sunday, I think.
So round 3 sketch will air Sunday, which is what? That we can't say.
We can't say.
All right,
but
you've
it's a
seen it
sketch we
before.
already made, yeah.
You've seen it before. Round 4 of Tournament of Laughs is the abomination.
Yeah.
If it happens.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't happen, we will release the abomination on this show. We're going to put all the footage out of what we filmed. And then I guess you will all see why it did not make it on TV. But it might. We might win, and then they have to figure out something to do with it. Why we're sending it in like this, so crazy, is that we want them to stare at this and be puzzled and not understand what's happening, and then have to somehow edit it into something that can make sense on television. Which, I mean, of all the things we've made, this is like by far the most ridiculous.
Yeah, in round 5, if we make it to round 5, you think we should do something even weirder?
If we make it to round 5, this is the plan for the rest of the show. We're just going to do things that are so insane and so absurd, and they're going to make less and less sense. That, like, I think, what's the final round?
I think round 6.
So if round 6 is the final
Or
round,
5 maybe.
if round 5 or 6, whatever it is, the final round, I think it should just be like me sitting in a bathtub eating my own shit. And then just like Ben like screaming in another language off camera. And then like we submit this, and when they call us, they go, we're just having a problem. I go, what do you mean? Like sitting in a bathtub smeared with my own shit, fake shit, and then just eating like fake shit. And then Ben like in another language being like, and like 3 minutes of it.
I think it has to be like a 5 minutes.
No, it'd be 5 minutes of that. And there's guy like just screaming like Indian death chants or, you know, like Tibetan, whatever, prayer, you know, and then I'm just like eating my own shit. And then I just stand up and I go like we want to make something that is so disrespectful that will never work in this business again. Because we're bored. I'm bored. So we just want to get a call from the executives at TBS. Now the problem is, the dumbest thing we make, the executives will probably call us up and go, "This is great.
They turned it into a show.
This is actually great. Shit tub on TBS." And they're like, "We love the idea of you sitting in a tub eating your own shit. Can you do this? Could you do this every week? Can like diverse other cast members sit and eat shit with you?" So that's the problem now. It's like the producers where they made that musical that ended up making a lot of money. Do you know what my favorite cereal as a kid was?
What?
Lucky Charms. You know why?
Fucking Magic Spoon. No one gives a fuck.
Because it tasted like sugar. I love sugar because I was from a bad family. Sleep quiz, and they'll match you to a customized mattress that will give you the best sleep of your life. But that's the update. God, man, thinking about getting out of LA. Don't know if I will or not, but I mean, the thought always crosses my mind. Do I end up on the west coast of Florida? Do I end up in Florida in some swamp? I don't know. Texas. I like Texas a lot, too. You know, New York has fallen. People just call each other now. They're like, Soho has fallen.
A bomb must be located and defused.
They're like, Tribeca is being occupied. I'm like, really? But yeah, I think the journey to LA may be coming to an end. You know, I mean, the clubs are closed. There's nothing really to do. You know, everybody makes fun of the TikTok kids, but they really, that's what LA is. You're supposed to be 20 and good looking and live in a house with a bunch of your friends and just fuck a bunch of people and make a lot of money. And then by 30, it's all, forgotten. It's all like a dream. that happened. And then you just have some money and you have a hot wife, you have some kids, you move down to Orange County and you get into Jesus and you go to Mosaic, the rocker church.
Oh, yeah.
And you're just like, Jesus, keep letting me make all this money. That's what the Orange County Church Mosaic is. Yeah. Jesus, please keep me rich and powerful. Help my swing. Help my golf swing. My wife has new tits, thank you, Lord. And they're all, they like dance around. She'll just rich white people dancing around. Like some of them are playing guitars. It's like, Jesus is the first influencer type of church. But that's the LA life. That's the LA life. And I'm never going to have that life. I'm never going to be 20 and hot and living in a cool house and being cool and then moving to Orange County with my, fake titted wife and then going to like Mosaic Church and jumping around. And that's what LA's supposed to be, or California in general. That's not going to be for me. So, but I could live a Texas life. Like I could live that life. And I could certainly live in Florida. Those two states intrigue me. I like them. Texas, you don't have the state income tax. Florida, you don't have the state income tax either. Florida, you do have Floridians.
2 and 3 is respectable.
That's a little bit of an issue, Do I join the Gypsies? Do I join the Roma?
Do I join the Muffin Man? The Muffin.
Who I respect, don't curse me. I don't know. These are all thoughts. I never thought this. I moved to LA about a year ago permanently. And I got passed at the Comedy Store about a year ago, and then the entire world shut down and collapsed. My entire business changed. We've gone through like a decade of evolution in a few months. Everybody has become digital. That's why the Patreon's really cool, because we can have a lot of fun on the Patreon. We get really wild on the Patreon. We're not worried about YouTube yanking us off. We're not worried about any of that. We get pretty wild here, too, and we have fun on this show. But, like, the Patreon is a great... And I think that's just, if you want entertainment, now, if you want better entertainment, you're just going to have to find it. You're going to have to seek it out. You're not going to get it. Networks aren't going to give it to you. You're just going to have to seek it out. It's probably going to be behind a paywall. It's going to have to be. Because I'm going to be like, the people that are on my Patreon seek out my comedy. So if they're offended by something, then it's their fault. You know what I mean? It's like if I go into Gucci to try to get jeans and they're like, we don't have a size 44. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's my fault. You don't go to Gucci, you go to DXL, the fat person store. I went to the fat person store the other day and the guy's like, do you ever work retail? I was like, no, because I mentioned something about the fat store in Beverly Hills and clothes. And he's like, we hated the people at the fat store in Beverly Hills. So like, they used to send us all their rejects, like clothing, to this other fat store. What am I going to hear about this now? I'm going to hear about a feud of fat stores? This is the year 35 of my life. This is the year 35. I get to stand here and have this guy talk to me about the feud he's having with the other fat store in Beverly Hills. And I'm like, well, all the fat stores should stick together. But they don't. There's feuds. There's all kinds of things. So, what are you going to do? Folks, you got to stay positive. Stay up. Stay positive. That's what I do. I just stay positive. And what works for me? Is it working out? Is it eating well? Is it religion? No. I like gypsies. I like watching them and learning about them. Reloading. That's what's doing it for me right now. It's not fucking avocado toast, and it's not a 9-mile run. But it is watching gypsies get married in a field. That is what makes me happy. I suggest you watch that show, My Big Fat Gypsy American Wedding, even though I want to watch the UK one as well, because the UK one I think is very good too. Again, I'm not throwing shade. Marry your cousin. Do what you want to do. They all seem to have a little bit of that's prevalent, I think, in the community, is that they marry extended family and maybe and that's okay. And I mean, those dresses, they're wild. They're to me, they make me feel sick in a good way. Like when you first take shrooms. Yeah. Like I'm like sick to my stomach, but in a happy way. I don't know why. I'm like happy that that's happening. I'm not knocking anybody, but because I'm afraid they'll curse me. No, truly, I'm like literally terrified that they will curse me and I will end up overweight or something like that. Do not want that. Wouldn't it be great if this is just a curse? This whole COVID was just a gypsy curse.
Oh, we're already cursed.
We're already cursed. I don't know. Where should I live? Where should I go? You're allowed to submit suggestions to me. You know, tell me where you think I should live. Where should I go? Where should we move this operation? Where should we go? I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe stay here. Maybe we'll stay in LA. I'm trying to get, maybe they'll let me in. Maybe the Hype House will let me in. The Sway House, the TikTok houses. Yeah. I don't know. It's just so, that's when you should be. Like these 19-year-old morons that are just driving around in Teslas, they have no idea. They have no clue. That's what LA is about. LA is about having no clue. It's a city you can really only enjoy if you don't have any clue. And you're just like, things go fast. Powder goes up nosy. That's it. Penis goes in hole. If you have any thoughts about anything, you got to get out of here. It's not a city of thoughts. Not a city of thoughts. New York now, it's hard to have a thought because as you're having it, a bullet grazes your skull. That is also a problem. Bill de Blasio really destroying that city. I mean, and by the way, none of this ignores the bungling of the corona, the incompetence, the government stealing, not giving people money. I mean, everyone could call this. They gave people $1,200. Nobody's getting unemployment anymore in a few weeks. That runs out. People are on the verge of it. You know, I mean, all of this, everything my criticisms of like de Blasio or people like that, I always understand really the genesis of this issue, which is that we have people just too fucking greedy in this country. And they're unwilling to compromise it all and allow people to live dignified lives, which is what we need to do. People can be rich, people can own multiple homes, but you need to invest in education and health care and have an infrastructure that allows people to live dignified lives. If you rob them of their dignity and you destroy that and they're selling homes and going bankrupt because they get sick, I mean, it's in a moral system. And both Republicans and Democrats have participated in that for a long time. In a moral system that I said on Twitter deserves to be burned down. A system. But when you start burning down like individual buildings, one owned by like an Indian woman who's like, what? You know, that's what she sounded like. It's wrong and it doesn't help anything. And then what happens? Then a few weeks later, we have DHS agents running around grabbing people off the street because that... Do you not know where we live? That was a good plan.
Didn't work out.
Unaware? Do you think these high school kids in Portland that are now starting this youth liberation front of Portland, I mean, do you really think those guys are going to be able to stand up against, I mean, the true power of the state? It's not going to happen. And I don't understand why people think it's going to happen or that we want to be ruled by high school students from Portland.
Amaru.
Is that... I don't understand. People just keep defending.
We got 6 people on the Rumble side.
You'll
love to see it, guys. My stream is almost over. I stream
intimidating people and saying like say Black Lives Matter. You got a group of people that are intimidating somebody. You're trying to get them to say something.
Thanks for rolling through. Give me a like, give me a follow. I'm trying to get to 45.
What causes that helping? Why are people defending?
They're not following.
Why
Throw
is
me
the
a follow.
media egging that on? Why is the media pretending that these two people who looked funny, they looked buffoonish, but walking out of their house with weapons and standing there whilst people walked by their home, why is the media pretending that those two people are like terrorists when they literally just walked to the front of their house with weapons? I don't understand. Was it an overreaction? Potentially. It's their home and it's their weapons. Why is the media, you know, and then I think the weapon was confiscated. I think that guy's AK-47s were confiscated. Why are we cheering that on? I don't understand. Why are we cheering on people's inability to defend themselves? Do you think the people in the street are always going to agree with you? You believe that? Do you really believe that? When you sleep at night in your bed, when your head hits the pillow, do you think that the people in the street are always going to have your back? and that you would never need to defend yourself? You think the government on the other side, you think the government's always going to have your back? You think any institution in America is going to have your back? None of them. Truly, every major institution in this country does not care about you, and they will let you die. Fact. So anybody ridiculing anybody's means of how they protect themselves or self-defense is crazy. Anybody ridiculing anybody, it just makes no sense to me. Every major institution in this country, from the government to the media to the police, everybody is not focused on your rights as a citizen. They're all in some larger battle against something else, some larger ideological war. And you as a citizen, as an individual, don't matter. And they'll let you die. They'll let you die. Trust me. On either side. Everywhere. Cops are going to let you die to make a point about rising crime. People on the street may kill you to make a point that they need to use violence to get what they want. Government may kill you just because that's what the government does. The media may publish your address and have people dox you. They may put out a false narrative about you.
What up,
that goes around the world.
Throw me a like, throw me a follow.
Before you're able to defend yourself, you may lose your job, you may lose your family, you may lose your career, you may lose the place you live in, and the media will not give a fuck. They'll move on. But none of those institutions care about you as an individual, what your rights are as a citizen. It's true. It's a fact. Your friends may care, your family may care about yourself, but none of those institutions, they're all corrupt. All of them. And none of them have any focus on your life as an individual and your family and your ability to work and live and worship or whatever you want to do. And so the idea is when you start ridiculing people who have the means to defend themselves from any of the above mentioned, power factions, when you start ridiculing those people, I mean, man, you must have some faith. You must have a lot of faith in these systems. I don't. You must have a lot of faith. If you're sitting there, if you're a type of person who's not thought about even maybe getting a gun over the last 3 or 4 months, good for you. But also, that's a lot of faith. It's a lot of faith. And if you're a person who thinks that the state cares about you, or that Trump cares about you, or that Trump gives a fuck about you. Right now, when all he tweets is law and order as the cities burn, and he tweets law and order, you think that guy cares? Good for you. But I would fucking,
We're up to 10 people on the Rumble side, which
really
I have not had in a while since the Zelda era.
For the last couple of years, a lot of what very smart people have been
throw me a like, throw me a follow, trying to get to 45 followers.
Not a fire drill where the alarm's pulled and everybody goes stand in the
my,
parking lot.
my full-time job.
So this is not a drill. Support. This is the disintegration of society in front of your eyes, and it will be probably the introduction into a dystopian surveillance state, police state that we will live in. And it might take us a few years of chaos to eventually arrive at that point, which may be the plan, but this is the beginning of that. Seeing writers leave newspapers and magazines it doesn't mean anything to any of us, but make no mistake, it's the beginning. It's the beginning of an Orwellian, nightmarish control system that they're going to put in, where you're ridiculed for speaking and you're ridiculed for having the temerity to defend yourself, or even brandishing a weapon and saying, yeah, I have the ability to defend myself. The idea that you would be ridiculed for that. I mean, you could be made fun of. I tweeted the picture out. I said when DoorDash, I drew the picture. I was like, when DoorDash is fucking around, they were standing there. It was funny, But the idea that people are cheering on the confiscating of their weapons, which I believe were legally owned, and the idea that people are cheering that on, again, it's just, I don't know what you think is coming. I really don't. I'm unaware of what you think is coming because the adults in America have left. It's really, it's just the case. I mean, imagine a high school party. The adults are gone. Everybody is running fucking wild. People are falling through tables. There's broken glass. People are trying to sweep things up. There's fights breaking out. People are trying to figure out who did what. The kid who owns the house is ODing in the bathtub. He's throwing up. People are trying to lift his head up. Nobody who knows who that kid even is. Everybody's trying to find him. It's an absolute fucking nightmare. You know, you're kind of having fun because the party's still kind of fun. You know, the party's still kind of fun, even though things are getting out of control quickly, and then the cops come in and shut the party down. I mean, we're at that party. We're at that party now. Okay? And the kid who owns the house is tweeting out Law and Order.
I need a good match.
As the house is burning.
What's
and
going
as
on
the
here? I
vases
have to
are
switch over to a
smashing.
quick match.
And as people that we don't know are just coming in the house and fucking your little sister.
And
he's
you guys
locked
doing
in
this
the
Saturday
bathroom
morning?
tweeting
Jump
Law
in
and
the
Order.
chat. Let me know.
Not a good look. And I don't know what comes next. But I'll tell you where I'm going to be with Roma. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show here, live from a stunning estate out here in the desert. This is a temporary setup for the show for the moment. We are looking at studio spaces right now. Haven't made any commitment to anything yet. Obviously, we are, like many of you, quite uncertain about what's going to be open, what's going to be usable. State of California considering another shutdown. You're going to get a video podcast from somewhere, and you're going to like it because it's free. That's what's going to happen. It's not on fucking Zoom like everybody else is doing. I don't have an uninteresting guest coming on over Zoom, okay, to tell you about what it's like in the hell they find themselves in. It's a pretty good deal for nothing. You don't spend $1. I'm excluding, of course, the Patreon members who support the show. And don't get video because Patreon is audio. Audio only because it is a throwback to the 90s golden era of talk radio, where you didn't need to look at somebody. You were driving on the Cross Island Parkway and you were just waiting to get home and choke your wife out. And so you listen to Bob Grant and Rush Limbaugh, or if you were late night, you might listen to Art Bell. People talk about aliens, which we'll talk about later. But I grew up on those shows. I grew up on right-wing, reactionary talk radio. It was a beautiful, great thing for this country. And morning shows, comedic morning shows. But Bob Grant was the best. Whether you liked his politics or not, he would always tell people that would call into his show, he'd go, "You're a fake, phony fraud. Get off my phone." And he'd hang up, and they'd call back every week. It was fun. So that's why you don't need the video on Patreon. It's an homage to a better time where you didn't have to see everything visually. Joe Rogan announced that he's moving to Texas. And I want to get this.
Hey, Haas, baby.
I want to get this.
Where you guys from?
Because I think there's a lot of people that don't know the full story. Joe wants to go there for a little more freedom.
Where the fuck is my match?
Because LA,
So estimated time is a minute.
Traffic. Here's the actual reality. I moved to LA about a year ago, and I immediately started making more money than Joe as a podcaster. I'm doing better than him. Our YouTube views are higher than his. My subscribers are more than his. My ad deals are more than his. In the beginning, that was okay, but it became awkward for us, for our friendship. It was weird to see him at the Comedy Store because I was making more money I was a bigger podcaster in a year of being in Los Angeles. Our podcast regularly get 30 to 50 million views per podcast, and he gets, I believe, maybe 2 million or 5 million or something. It's pathetic. So he's now running to Texas. He's running away from me because I have taken over Los Angeles and I am the biggest podcaster in the world. And for him to go out and pretend that this is about traffic is a little absurd. I came, I saw, I conquered, and he is choosing to run away. That's the reality. He doesn't have any money. He asked me to borrow $300 last week, and I said no. That's it. I will not enable people in their poor decisions. This Spotify deal is not real. Spotify does not exist. I have Googled Spotify. I don't know what it is. I don't think, by the way, neither does Spotify. If they exist, they don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what this last podcast on the left is that got some, I don't know what these things are. I'm pretty sure they're inventions. I don't fall for it. Okay. So when I come to LA and I take it over, just admit that you got beat. Don't start talking about homeless people and traffic. Okay? I'm number one now. Number one, you hear that? Hashtag only Comedy Store regular, not in jail. It's a joke. Relax. I never thought I'd know what it felt like to own a city. Now I do. Out. I'll be deciding who stays and who goes. Boy, this thing, we made a couple of videos for TBS today that, I mean, we don't really respect the Tournament of Laughs show, but I mean, the level
I'm gonna have to switch to a different game, guys.
Just complete
I'm just gonna go quick play, but
indifference
geez.
to the videos even making the least bit of sense. I mean, they don't make any sense. And we've delivered them to TBS.
Say I was supposed to unlock an operator,
a 24-hour turnaround time where they have to edit these videos into some coherent narrative. These sketches don't make any sense at all. We're going to play them next week as soon as we get the go-ahead
we'll watch this
to play these full sketches for you. I really want to tell you what we've done because we have done something. I mean, we should be blacklisted from the business like Harvey Weinstein for the level of sketch we delivered to TBS for their show Tournament of Laughs, of course, where comedians, I don't know how many they started with, but can we say what we're in now?
I think so. We're in the final round.
We're in the final round. We've already won LA. Now we're going to try to win Tournament of Laughs. But the sketches that we've submitted, they're funny because they make absolutely no sense. And I cannot wait to show you the raw footage that we sent to TBS. I'm very curious as to what they will do with it. I mean, in one of the sketches, I'm in a colorful shirt, I'm wearing a wig, I'm standing in the shower, and I say I'm Anthony Fauci's son, and I just start yelling, forget about it. Hey, coronavirus, forget about it. And that's the entire sketch. That's it, okay? In the shower, Fauci's son, I'm getting rained on. I mean, the shower's making me wet, and I'm going, hey, forget about it. Coronavirus, forget about it. We sent that to TBS today. They didn't understand what it was. I mean, but they kind of have to put it on television, which is what makes us laugh. Television is now a practical joke. We wanted to get on television at one point. Now we run from it like a coughing fucking corona patient. I'm telling you. Television has now become, my aunt had a great quote about Tournament of Laughs. She goes, your video doesn't seem as funny because it's on that show. And then she goes, I watched it on social media and it's great, but on that show, it doesn't seem as funny. And that's the problem with television right now. Too many cooks in the goddamn kitchen. But we gave those cooks this week a bowl of shit.
Let's see what we can do, fellas.
A pie with that. Good luck. Forget about it. When I tell you that that's the whole sketch, it's 3 minutes.
Look at that fucking sledge skin. You love to see it.
Forget about it. Anthony Fauci, Daddy Fauci. I mean, they should not air it and fire me. Here. They should fire us. They should email us and go, you're fired. We know what you're doing, you disrespectful piece of shit. What, you think you don't need us because you got 100,000 views on a podcast, you fat pig? Go into new media, you fucking loser. You pirate ship steering scum. Go steer your pirate ship and go live in a car. That's what they should do, but instead they're going to put it on television. They're going to put it on television. And Joe Rogan can watch it in Texas from his trailer park. Because we've won. Spotify. Google the Spotify. It doesn't exist. Are they nuts, these people? They lie. They don't stop lying. They make up 100 million, 300 million. It's all fake. It's not real. If Spotify was real, they would have bought my show. Congrats to Nicholas Sandman, the Covington Catholic student who settled a lawsuit today with the Washington Post. I believe it was a $250 million lawsuit. I don't know what. Does that mean he gets $250? What does it mean, Benjamin? Break it down, Ben Avery, legal scholar. What does it mean?
So they did settle, but they haven't disclosed the terms of the deal.
We don't know the terms of the deal, but it's good money, is it not?
It must be.
Is it big money?
Probably really big.
I bet it's big money for Nicholas Sandman, Covington Catholic High School teen at the heart of this is what Native American, if you don't remember this, folks, remember you were somewhere when the world was a world. You were in your office, you're maybe eating a cold, crazy sandwich. This is where you were. I know where you were. You were eating a cold caprese sandwich, which has the tomato, and the tomato had a little bit of the white in the middle because it was winter, and you don't love that, but it's the way it is because you just grabbed this from the deli in the building. You know, the fucking food place in the building. You're eating a caprese sandwich, you're dunking it. It's got a light smear of pesto, but you needed more, so you're dunking it in the balsamic vinegar, and you're eating it, and you're really like, God, this isn't good. It's just not good. It tastes
How the
like
fuck did they kill it?
And then you looked online,
I don't know.
and you saw
an air jab over there.
This story about a group of red hat, MAGA hat wearing kids from Covington Catholic, a school in Kentucky, that went to the March for Life in D.C. and surrounded a Native American man and beat him to death. Because that's what I thought happened when I first saw how angry everybody was. I said they surrounded this Native American man who was like trying to sing peaceful songs, and the Native American man was like, peace to all the people.
Looks like we're up to 12 people on the Rumble side. Gotta love it.
But the accents never come out.
If you're new,
the way they should.
throw me a like, throw me a follow, guys. Trying to get to 45 followers.
And you can't get angry at that. So this is Nathan Phillips with his drum and his British accent. And he walks up to the kids. He goes, I'm a British Indian and I love you. And then the kids beat the shit out of him, stomp on his head, piss in his mouth, fuck him, not because they're gay, it's a showing of power, fuck him, smirk him in his face, bloody him up real good, take their shit on him, and then, I don't know, and then like light his corpse on fire and all light fucking joints, and then smoked him and go, hey, fuck you, I'm white, what are you gonna do? And they all had shirts that said, like, you know, fuck you, you know, my land is my land shirts, and my land is my land shirt. They sang My Country 'Tis of Thee while they stomped him out. Sweet land of liberty, of the sea, land that my
that was a slaughterhouse. Jesus Christ.
him out. This is what we believed happened. It's what we thought happened. Apparently, we were lied to again. That is not what happened. this guy was standing there, a bunch of black Israelites who I like, and they are fans of the program. Shout out to the black Israelites. Yes, they're anti-gay and anti-Jew, but they're not anti-Tim, because I used to do tours for the in Harlem, and I would see the black Israelites, and I would stop my tour bus and make the people listen to the black Israelites scream about white people being genocidal monsters. I thought it was a nice break between the Apollo Theater and then Fifth Avenue and the Apple Store. I thought it was a nice break. We're going to stop here and listen to these three gentlemen dressed like Ninja Turtles. They dress like Splinter. And so they were yelling at the Covington kids. They were like, what are you faggot, white fag? What are you all doing, sucking each other's dicks? I bet it was good. I bet it was good roasting. Good roasting. Of course, liberals are like, no, they weren't saying that. What? So they were roasting the Covington kids, and then Nathan Phillips came in with his, the thing they have. What's the thing they have with the drum? They go like this, and then it hits both sides of the drum. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're talking about.
It's a really, fun to do it. And he comes up and he's like, he's doing his thing, and he's like, I am a Native American. What is coming out now? What is I don't even know what this one is. This is Jamaican. This is a Jamaican one that just happened. I'm a Native American boy. And I don't even know how Native Americans talk. It's very slow and deliberate, right? It's like, is this it? I'm a wise name. Is this Richard Nixon and Nixon? It's a CIA cocksucker.
Where?
President can't say Jew. God damn it. You don't fuck with the CIA, Bob. They've always needed these cocksuckers. J. Edgar Hoover. The Kennedy family. I didn't go to the right schools. Okay. So the Native American, who is not a Jamaican, a British person, or Richard Nixon, I just don't know how to do it. But you know how they talk. It's like slow always. Because they know things. They're wise. They've seen it. And I forget how he would do it. He'd be like, how you are a bad white man, or something. That's kind of it. You're a bad white. Yeah, but then it gets a little Irish, doesn't it? Doesn't it get a little Irish? They've been fucked over more than anybody, really. The Native Americans, sure. You got casinos. The Irish people have nothing. We just get diddled by priests and eat boiled meat and look at our wives. And our wives look like husbands, if you know what I mean. They're disgusting women. So he comes over to the Covington kids, and I believe he's beating a drum in Nicholas Sandman's face. Covington kid. And then Nicholas Sandman, to his credit, doesn't while out, doesn't punch the guy, doesn't do anything really egregious other than stand there and smile, as you would if a guy started banging a drum. I would have fucking freaked out. I would have twerked out. If Nathan Phillips started twerking, not Nathan, Nicholas Sandman, but if both of them started twerking, like straight up twerking, it's time for America to get even crazier. Do you know what I mean? We're on this edge of total insanity. Let's let the car fall off it. But Nicholas Sandman just stood there as this elder.
So pulled out the round at least.
Was confronting him. I don't know.
Comeback starts here. Tell us.
But I remember I tweeted, because I didn't know what was going on when it first happened. I tweeted, I went,
get our fucking lives together with this round, you know what I'm saying?
I thought like this kid was just fucking with this old Indian guy. I'm like, why are you fucking with this Native American dude? He didn't do anything to you. He didn't do it. I didn't care that the kid had a MAGA hat or he was at the March for Life. I mean, whatever. Good for you. If you don't believe in abortion, good for you, whatever, But I do. I believe in abortion, extortion, all the ortions.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
We're being silly today, folks. We can't be serious all the time. Okay? We can't do 3 hours about Judge Salas and the Mossad every day. I mean, I just can't handle it. I can't handle it. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, everybody's gonna kill you. Sorry, moving on. COVID's gonna kill you. Everything's gonna kill you. Goodbye, next. So this kid, I thought he fucked up, so I said maybe some of these kids do need to get to a shot. I like to throw a little pro school shooting one in there if I can. And so I tweeted that, and then the next day I had to delete that because I started watching the footage, and I'm like, oh, this kid didn't do anything fucking wrong, and we're being sold a bill of goods, a la Jussie Smollett, whatever, by the media. They have an ideological point to make. They don't care about the facts. Most normal people agreed with that, right? But then the Looney Tunes and the people in my business, and the people that just exist in a complete state of being divorced from reality for their entire lives, which is kind of amazing when you think about it. A lot of people in my business have never met reality. They got famous at like 19. They've had money forever. They don't even understand, they don't understand how grocery stores work. They don't even understand how food comes in and goes in a package. They have no clue. They just open the refrigerator, everything's new and it's colorful, and they bite it. They don't understand the world. They just think when they leave their front door, there's just people getting stepped on all the time, and they're not being stepped on by the entertainment industry. It's like oil tycoons and bankers, and fuck them, but they think those are the only people that are doing anything wrong, and that everybody in media and entertainment is lovely. So these people refuse to really reverse course. They kind of double down. They're like, well, this guy, the white guy, the MAGA hat, he knows what it is, that the pro-life march, he wants to control women's body. And then, people were coming out, Kathy Griffin amongst others were like, dox this kid, put his face. Now, if you don't know what happens when you get doxed, it's really fucked up, okay? When you get doxed, your information's out there, you get loads of threats. Do you know how many threats I get since I've been doxed? I have people going, call your mother.
You just gotta let that shit go,
Stop talking about our family.
Yeah.
Why do you
keep
talk
it
about
inside?
Our family? Why do you try to destroy the relationships that we have? These are
this game pisses me off so much.
Pay us back money you owe. Your license is suspended. You bought a house for $800,000 and didn't pay it back. I'm getting mail. The government wants to know where you are. So these trolls dox you. I'm happy for the first time in my life. Why are you trying to destroy my marriage? Stop talking about me on your fucking internet show. All of these trolls dox you constantly dox you. They go after you. They even pretend to be your family. One of them did one of the voice things. The thing they did to Rogan where it's like literally they can recreate your voice. Mm-hmm. I've had family members' voices recreated, call me on the phone crying, ask me to stop talking about them on the show. So that's how sick these people are. Okay?
Holy shit.
I didn't want that to happen to this kid. When you're 15 or 16, you do stupid things. I did cocaine. This kid went to a pro-life march. Everybody fucks up. This kid believes that if we just denied federal funding or whatever to abortion, the world would be better. I believed if I put cocaine up my nose, I'd be happy. I was more right than him. But it doesn't matter. Everybody believes things in their teen years that don't work out. He believes in God. I believed in a guy named Hector who used to give us cocaine and then left one day. Didn't even tell anybody where he was going. Not nice. Not right. But the point is, and he left it. We gave him money for cocaine. He didn't get it. He left and just gone. He's gone now. He's gone forever. Thank you, and I'll take my 8-ball when you return, sir. So Nicholas Sandelman, what's his name? Sandman. He follows me on Twitter. I DM'd him. I said, good job. No, he doesn't follow me. I follow him. Follow me back. Follow me back now. I'll find a way to get all this money from you. I'll find a way to take all the money. You follow me back, you respect me, and you begin to retweet me. Pig. So, Nicholas Salmon, they're trying to dox the kid. When you're 15, it's just terrifying. The entire media is getting ready to ruin your life. Okay? Imagine if the doxing existed when I was there. Tim Dillon is doing cocaine in the projects with his friend. They're now stealing money from his friend's sister, and they're now stealing money from Tim's mother again. They are purchasing more cocaine from a guy named Buckshot, who they are meeting at the railroad station. They are going to lay down in their beds, coming down off cocaine, furiously masturbating. What a disgusting thought. They must be doxxed. They must be publicly shamed for this type of behavior. It's very bad. The next day they will eat barbecue chicken pizza with reckless abandon. They'll fill their stomachs with it. And real barbecue, not this fucking California kind. Open pit barbecue sauce. Does anybody know? Oh, let's talk for a minute about open pit, please. Because we're going to get back to God in a minute. I would let that Nathan Phelps, I'd let a whole Indian tribe beat and rape me for $8,000, and this motherfucker. Do you think, by the way, they look at this like a white man beat them to death? This tribe has no respect.
Oh no!
Like, oh, good, you had to put a drum in someone's face. Now they got 300 million. Good for now. We're just giving them the land, Nathan. Now we're just giving it to them. How about you keep your drum circle to yourself?
It's too funny.
Open pit. Google it. Get it up now. Open pit. I mean, he just, if you don't instruct him what to do, it's like you're dealing with a catatonic here. I wake up. I just want to play golf. One day I'm gonna come right when he's golfing with Andrew Santino. I'm gonna run on the course with a golf club and beat them to death. Okay, I'll beat him to death while Andrew Santino does the commentary. Hopefully Tony Hinchcliffe's there too. Tony can do commentary. Wow, you're getting beaten by a fat guy. Let me tell you about open pit. Okay, open pit is a reddish brown barbecue sauce. Open Pit's Blue Label sauce. This is not an ad, but I'm telling you what I like. Open Pit's Blue Label sauce has a unique flavor that people enjoy right out of the bottle. Here's why I like it. It tastes metallic. It tastes, when you heat it up, when you heat Open Pit up, it becomes something that's like industrial tasting. It is a sauce, and you put it in your mouth and go, ugh. It is the de facto steak tidbit sauce on Long Island. The Long Island official sandwich is the bacon, egg, and cheese. Yes or yes? Yes. What is the official lunch, dinner sandwich of Long Island? I just said it on the show.
The lunch sandwich? Well, the breakfast sandwich is the bacon, egg, and cheese.
Yes. What is the lunch?
You literally just said it.
You put the steak on the garlic bread and you chop it up. You put the melted mozzarella cheese on top and you brown it and then you chop it up so it's a little tidbit in your mouth. And what do you do with the tidbit before you eat it? You put it in the fucking Open Pit barbecue sauce, and sometimes they heat it up and it's reddish brown and it curls your mouth. It's like, what the fuck? It is a metallic, nasty, brackish. But it's my and my pizzeria in my town, Jack's, which was busted for selling cocaine, used to call up and they would send you a white pie. We've done this on the picture. I'm not repeating. Don't repeat. Every time have a different thing to say. Don't ever repeat anything ever. Don't ever repeat. So, this pizzeria would make the barbecue chicken pizza with breaded chicken cutlets chopped up. They toss them with Open Pit barbecue sauce. They throw them on top of a regular pizza and throw some mozzarella cheese on top of that. It's phenomenal. So get in touch with Open Pit. If you really want to get a taste of the East Coast, do a steak tidbits with Open Pit barbecue sauce and some fat steak fries, which are not really that good, but that's kind of the fry that goes.
You know what? Stream's coming to an end, guys, and I really gotta take a shit, so I'm just gonna hop off. I appreciate you guys. We got 9 of the That's fucking awesome. Please like and follow. I'm struggling out here. I'm trying to get to 45 fucking followers. I've been stuck on 42 for like a week. Come on, guys. 3 people. Help your boy out. See ya.